federal government does not take a step to release Nnamdi Kanu, it tells us that the federal government wants the Southeast to be in chaos, wants the Southeast to be a place that is uninhabitable. Look at what happened at the Monday sit at home. Look at how elements are using this Monday sit at home to cause chaos and kill people in the Southeast. Look at the various, you see, most people would not want to come back to the village from Obodo because of what is happening in the Southeast today. Most people would not want to invest. Most people would not want to send or build whatever they are building, industries and whatever in the Southeast with what is happening in with the sit at home, with the unknown government, with the whoever, with the Nigerian army, Nigerian police, all clashes with what is happening. Nobody wants to invest in the Southeast. At home, him be let off the hook, release him so that there can be peace and prosperity in the Southeast.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Our presentation continues, but I wanted to quickly applaud this, our brother from News Post TV. He has been doing a wonderful job. But it's my first time hearing him speaking against sit at home in the Southeast. He's an Igbo man. He's my Igbo brother. He's speaking against sit at home. That means I'm on the right track. To be honest, whenever I see some of my Igbo brothers and sisters supporting my cry, it makes me happy. In fact, it gives me the energy to do more. He's saying that there are a lot of touts, killers. The enemy of the South is hiding under the name of sit at home. To be honest, I'm very happy listening to this video today. I've kicked against this sit at home so many times. It looks like, I don't know, but it looks like one or two persons are making money from this sit at home. Because you cannot be telling people to sit at home and you are not providing food for them. You are not providing anything for them. These same people you are forcing to sit at home, many of them, they have children, wives, husbands, relatives, dependents, but you want them to sit at home. Nnamdi Kanu is right there in Abuja. You are suffocating the people in the Southeast to sit at home. So my brother don't talk this one now. He's a prominent voice as well. So until we start to speak truth to ourselves, we're not going nowhere. For those of you supporting the sit at home in the Southeast, there's a right thing for you to do. And the right thing for you to do is to go to Abuja. Tinubu that arrested Nnamdi Kanu or Buhari or whoever, the federal government, let me say federal government that arrested Nnamdi Kanu. They're in Abuja. Nnamdi Kanu is in Abuja. Cowards! They're going to do sit at home for one corner. But meanwhile, Rocha's Okorocha surprised me today. Seeing him speak truth to power, he condemned what's supposed to be condemned. And I guess you guys can hear me though. I don't want to end up talking to myself. Can you guys hear me? Just put it on the comment section that you can hear me. I'd like to quickly appreciate those of you right there on the comment section. Mother of Omami Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Thank you very much for all that you do. Today is Tuesday, 19th November, 2024. Joshua Aya, thank you very much. Good evening to you. CXL, thank you. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you very much. Lucy Eno, Merrick Imade in the building, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, thank you very much. Miracle B, I can see right there. Wisdom Lucky, Rosie Ayosh, thank you very much. Liberty Antonio Sabovo Konrai, God bless you all, my people. Peter Ife is right there with us as well. KK, I can see you from Facebook. Thank you very much. Yazek Bere, thank you. Arinze Chukuma, thank you very much. Aiso Sose, I can see you. Saga Daddy, Ben Osahon, thank you very much, my people. God bless you all. Tonya Tom, thank you very much. Joshua here once more. Thank you for acknowledging my voice. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. I would like us to listen to what Rochas Okorocha have to say here. Prominent elites, they were there listening. And Akpabio, the Senate president, have no choice than to respond. Listen to this.
Of this night of tribute, let it be known to all men that life is an inexplicable pattern of mystery, where no man knows when he was born and when he will die. And this notorious fact is deeply rooted in the fact that every man is created by God with his works, and the talent are the guides. For no man can grow above or beyond his destiny. For every man's destiny has a relationship with God. So let it be with Ifeanyi Ubah. Let it be with the Nnewi-born politician. Let it be with our brother. Let it be with the great philanthropist, the great leader, the motivator. Let it be the lover of mankind and citizen of humanity. May his soul rest in peace. And to you, the Ubahs, as we round up this night of tribute, let it be known to all men that life is an inexplicable pattern of mystery, where no man knows when he was born and when he will die. And this notorious fact is deeply rooted in the fact that every man is created by God with his works, and the talent are the guides. For no man can grow above or beyond his destiny. For every man's destiny has a relationship with God. So let it be with Ifeanyi Ubah. Let it be with the Nnewi-born politician. Madam, and your lovely children particularly. I have not died before, and I don't intend to die soon. But let me say something, that I do know that the Ikemba Ojukwus and these great leaders of note who have left us, since the spirit never dies, I'm sure, they are having meetings somewhere. And I can only imagine what kind of meeting is saying. And their meeting is Sundibo. And Igbo, hear me, what is the likely thing these leaders are discussing now, including the youngest of them all, Ifeanyi Ubah. The question they're asking, Igbos, why do you play the politics of hate? Why do you hate one another? Ojukwu recalled his quarrels with Ekweme, and now they say it is vanity. Madam, Ifeanyi recalled his quarrels with Enwerem, now they are in one place. And so, they are asking Igbos, may you embrace peace. Another thing that happened that is common with this great man is that before the death of Ifeanyi made a plea to Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ezife went to Villa and begged Nigerian nation. Ifeanyi Ubah made a statement in the same line. I want to say to you, my brother, in whom I'm well pleased, Senate President, convey this one message on behalf of these Igbos who are seated. Ifeanyi recorded that the best way to honor this great young man is the release of Nnamdi Kanu. So that the Igbos can go home and reorganize their place. And I know you, Senator Akpabio, that even if you don't want to do it, send this message. For the sake of your wife, who is our daughter, send this message and get us a result. Or else, your wife is not too far from taking back home. Your Excellency, Mr. President, we are particularly happy that you are always coming to associate yourself with things like this. Nigeria still remains very grateful. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
I specially requested for that number, Friends Forever. Pat happens to be one of my products when I used to be a choir master as a governor in Akwa Ibom State. And I led my people to break the Guinness Book of World Records by assembling the largest choral group in the world. I think the record is still there till today. But I'm standing here today not as a choir master, not as a governor or minister or even commissioner, but as president of the 10th Senate and chairman of the National Assembly that our dear brother, distinguished Senator Dr. Ifeanyi belonged. Mr. President, we are delighted to have you in our presence. Former leaders of the National Assembly, Ifeanyi, GCON, Senate President Bukola Saraki, Senate President, and many others have seen here you are, former Deputy Speaker, former speakers, my brothers, the leadership of the Senate, distinguished senators who are here in their large numbers, members of the House of Representatives, the former governors, serving ministers, sympathizers, of course, my sister, Mrs. Ifeanyi, and the dear children. May God take control of your family henceforth, in Jesus' name. We have not much to say today because we have our day tomorrow. We are going to have our own day of tribute for distinguished Senator Ifeanyi, who passed on as a serving senator of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So we'll honor him tomorrow in the Senate. We expect his body to touch the Senate for the last time forever tomorrow. We'll all be there. But tonight, we have nothing but appreciation to all who have come to mourn with us. If I had developed a relationship that we shall remain friends with his family forever. That was why I requested for that number, Friends Forever. So to Mrs. Ifeanyi and the children, our commitment to you is that we shall continue to do those things that friends do, extending love to you, seeing to the welfare of your children, watching over you, praying for you, and asking that God henceforth should take control. In January 1965, in the West African pilots, and Antonio Nahuru had a small piece which he wrote. He said, "Life is a stage, and we all have come to play our parts. There is no need to be moody or to be of violent behavior, because when you are 65 years old or thereabout, you are carried away in a very small box. And if you look at all human achievements and otherwise, that box is relatively too small," unquote. Antonio Nahuru, in his writing, did not contemplate that life could end so short at just 52 years. He was expecting that life naturally should go through the normal biblical period of 70. We are mourning Senator Ifeanyi. He was a colossus in the business world. Personally, I came across him in 2008 when he invited me as a governor to Apapa to visit his business complex. And I was amazed at what a young man could do at that time. Over 48 pumps with so many fuel tanks. He contributed a lot. Of course, the former president has mentioned time, transformation, ambassadors of Nigeria. He took the country by storm. When he entered into politics, a lot of people in Anambra were shaking. They were very scared of distinguished Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. Ifeanyi Ubah was very prepared to prove that political party did not matter to him. What mattered was the love of the people. Igbo love him. So whether he contested under any platform did not matter. Hence, he picked on YPP. And he won election twice to the Senate. And it's not an easy thing to win election as a senator. Even Senator Ngige can tell you that. So, when he joined us, our chairman, Ganduje, is mourning today. Please accept my sympathy, because you were about to prove a point in Anambra that even the obedient movement of 2023 did not affect Ifeanyi Ubah and did not affect Nnewi community. You've lost a lot. We're about to prove that point when Ifeanyi turned from YPP to join us in the APC family. We're very glad, and we still remain glad. We hope God will bring more of Ifeanyi Ubahs to Ndigbo. That was not only positive, but imagine what he did in terms of bringing security. Security to the people. So we'll do our best to join you even on the day of interment. All the threats notwithstanding, the senators are determined to be in Nnewi to honor Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. And I'm saying that because even my dear wife, Ekaite Onoma Gosulakpabio, one of you, I don't take the threat lightly. Somebody said, if I don't, is it Rochas, my people, that said, if I don't take the message to the federal government to do one or two things, that it will come for my wife. I got scared. Because I know I'm standing here, all the strength I have is because of the prayers of my wife. I don't know. So I want to plead with Rochas. I will come to your house personally to inform you after I've delivered the message to the federal government. So please don't contemplate withdrawing your daughter from my house. I don't know what I would have done. But I thank all of you. On behalf of the 10th Senate, on behalf of the distinguished senators, Deputy Senate President, the leadership, and all of us, we say to Ifeanyi Ubah. Let me just mention an incident we should mention tomorrow. Ifeanyi Ubah did not like anything about marginalization. He loved Ndigbo so much that when we were clearing the service chiefs, unfortunately one of them has just passed on, may his soul rest in peace. Ifeanyi Ubah wanted to talk. Ifeanyi Ubah raised his hand, and after a while I was about to close. He jumped up and breached protocol and said, Mr. President, I don't like the way you are marginalizing Ndigbo. How can you marginalize Ndigbo? Ndigbo has not asked any question. Meanwhile, Senator Ome had asked questions, so many others, but because he had not asked, he felt he was representing the marginalized people of Ndigbo. And therefore, that only his voice that the Igbos will hear. And so we had to stop everything and say, okay, we don't want to marginalize Ndigbo.
Always, not
Senator, distinguished Senator, stand up and speak on behalf of Ndigbo. He just stood up and said he wanted to thank them for assisting him to provide security in Nnewi and sat down. So, at any point in time, in fact, unfortunately, he won't be there to see the growth of his baby. The Senate passed the Southeast Development Commission. And this is something we feel should have been done immediately after the war. There should have been a special commission to take care of the destruction and the effects of the civil war on Ndigbo. A group of very mercantile people hardworking people who on their own, where do you think he would have taken money to do all he had done? Almost all the Igbo people that I know after the Civil War, the billionaires are all self-made. Whether in the aviation industry, you look at Ojema, whether you look at Chief Okonkwo, who just found out that he wasn't the only one who sponsored Govt-Fela. Yeah. And that Ifeanyi Ubah was also there. So I expect him and Govt-Fela to go and discuss outside. That is United. Whether Emeka Ofo and so many others. I can tell you that the Igbos are self-made. The Igbos are very proud people. The Igbos are very mercantile. The Igbos are the only ethnic group in Nigeria that when they enter Kano State, they build houses in Kano State for themselves. They don't rent. They turn around the place. When they enter Lagos, they own almost 2 or 3 local governments and build houses and live there. There's no place they go to, they don't make impact. But other Nigerians will come to my state and rent houses and stay for 15 years and go back without building a structure. But the Igbos are not the same. They are not like that. Wherever they are. So Ifeanyi Ubah represented the creme de la creme of the Igbo enterprise. I can say that his death has robbed us of a great entrepreneur, a great philanthropist, a man of excellence, an advocate for the less privileged, a proud son of Igbo. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
All right. May his soul rest in peace. Ifeanyi Ubah. Yeah, that's life for you, my people. We've talked about this so many times, you know, that nobody's going to live forever. When you're hearing someone like the Senate president talking, you know, Akpabio, then with this particular speech, I was a bit surprised that is this the Senate president? He went on by even saying nobody knows how we came to this world or how, when we are living and all that, and the small box that everybody will be going with and all that. So if the number 3 man in the country knows all this, how come they are not doing the right thing in the country? This is my question. How come? Because was he just saying that for the saying sake? This is the number 3 man in Nigeria talking. And as we speak, Nigerians are languishing away in hunger. Ha! Wow. Anyway, that is the picture right there on the screen. Ifeanyi Ubah when the cops arrives in Nigeria and all that. Ifeanyi Ubah, you and I know that he was a billionaire, very rich man, and you know, in fact, is a figure, most especially in the southeast. But that small box you're seeing there does not recognize figure, does not recognize title. When the time comes, you will enter there, you will go. So how come we still see people who live their life like, I don't care, I can do whatever I like our politicians are doing to us right now? It's crazy. But meanwhile, I'd like us to continue with our presentation right now. Those of you that are just coming in, thank you very much. I got a super chat already from Madam Suberry. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm very, very grateful. And it's good to hear from you today. Thank you very much, ma'am. Your pocket never run dry. Thanks for always being there. I appreciate you. Tani Mola Joseph, thank you very much. I can see you. Good evening to you. Thank you very much. Oga Henry Gabriel, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the panel soon. Brad Strasser is with us as well. Thank you, my people, for your time with us. Atewa Legend, Bayale is with us. Moni Ferreira, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Onyewa, I can see you right there. Mr. Merige, thank you, and many others. And God bless you. Thank you so much, my people. 18, I can see you. Tonya, thank you once more. Mike Akiambare, and many others. Guys, do your part by pressing on the like button. Help us to share. Let our voices go far. But I'd like us to move on from Ifeanyi Ubah and move to other things that is currently going on in our country. But meanwhile, let's go back to Daniel Bwala again. I want us to listen to this interview quickly.
A lot of Nigerians believe that things are really hard and difficult for citizens, and hoping that the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu will come to fruition. Bwala has a difficult job to do, isn't it? And it comes he's a lawyer replacing a former journalist who left that office. Daniel Bwala is live with us right here in our Budgetary. Thanks so much indeed. And congratulations might be in order for your new appointment.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
You speak French now?
I do a little.
I understand that you speak Hausa, you speak a bit of a Fufude.
A little bit of Igbo.
Igbo.
Yeah, Yoruba.
Is that the reason why the president considered you for the job?
I don't think he's even aware of that.
Oh, really?
I don't think.
Do you think that is important for your job too?
It is important. It is important. I'm learning Spanish and Arabic.
So you don't speak Arabic? You are a Christian Borno man?
Yeah.
Right. Of what extraction?
So I am from Hawul local government in Borno State. If you know
a minority ethnic group?
It's minority ethnic group in Borno State in the northeast. But we're happy to be Nigerians.
Residential.
And at this time, I wonder how in the midst of this cacophony in the country, where somebody will not feel the need to play his part in ensuring that we save Nigeria from decadence.
So the question I'm asking now is whether or not you believe in the presidency of today, because I mean, and that's why I started my conversation with you, asking that you are a Christian minority from Borno State.
Yes, sir.
And you once said the reason why you stopped believing or supporting Bola Tinubu is because of the Muslim ticket.
Yeah.
And as your philosophy about the Muslim ticket, because
are you having what we call father time? You have asked me this question before. We trashed it here.
No, we need to trash it because you have now taken up the responsibility to officially speak for the president.
So for your training.
And for the, I mean, I can speak for what my training and for what my industry.
This is the only question that Bwala could not answer. He could not answer this question. Just watch.
Deserve and the Nigerian people deserve. It would be a disservice to the average Nigerian person if you are not able to clear when you are now in your official capacity. At Daniel Bwala, we had a conversation about your ideology and philosophy to wanting to support Bola Tinubu now. But now that you are taking an official responsibility, you have to also clear the air and lift up the burden that you have placed upon yourself.
What kind of,
and now the question, I mean, you have said that the reason why you stopped supporting President Tinubu is because of the Muslim ticket.
And when I made a decision to support him and you asked me the question, which I have cleared.
So now so you can now work with a Muslim man that took a Muslim
When
ticket.
I made a decision to support him, which I have been supporting him from January till this time, what was I doing? The only difference between then and now is the official tag.
You can be supporting someone, but working with them is another kettle of fish.
I've never believed that if you have the capacity to support someone, you will not see the need to.
You told me on our last interview at that time that you have a love and affection for Bola Tinubu as a person, but you disbelieve in the stand of the APC of a Muslim ticket. So the question is that it's still the Muslim ticket. Your man from Kashim Shettima, who is the VP, is from Borno State. President Bola Tinubu is a Muslim, and they've not denounced their religion. Have you denounced yours?
You know why I'm smiling? This is what I do for a living as a lawyer, where we cross-examine people. You change style, but you ask the same question which you have asked me in January and I've answered. So my reply to this will be asked and answered.
No, it has not been answered as of this moment.
They're recalling
and
on your TV whether I have answered or not.
No, the question is that we are in the moment. Your status at the time and now are totally different.
So my response
do you still believe that a man, a vice president, and a president who are both Muslim of the same religion have the moral standing to run a country?
I adopt what I said before as my argument, and I rely on it.
Are you running away or dodging away from answering the question?
No, you have.
He could not answer that question. He could not. Sheun did a wonderful job here. This man here you are seeing that put on coats could not answer that question.
You see, you have the infrastructure, you have TV, you have the same way you use that time in recalling past. Recall that question you asked and how I answered it. I'm not prepared to give energy to those things that would distract us from what the president has asked us to do. Let me tell you, it's not about Bwala, it's not about people. The minute I start answering questions that were asked and answered, and then it creates chains of question, then I defeat the very purpose of my appointment. I am now talking about myself instead of talking about the administration of President Bola.
That is if these questions are being reinforced over and over again. But this is our first conversation since you assumed office.
Yes.
And which is today.
Yes.
And I'm asking, because you are in your official capacity, can Nigerians believe you that this Daniel Bwala and what he said some months ago during the campaign, can they believe you when you speak for the president?
If you ask this question 100 times till tomorrow morning, my answer will be the same.
But what about those who think that you don't have integrity?
It is their right.
But do you have integrity?
It is up to you.
No, it's not up to me. You are the one that asked you are in the chair, Mr. Bwala. Do you have the integrity to speak for a president whom you heavily criticize and that is not fit for office based on his religious standing on a Muslim ticket?
Asked and answered.
You have not answered it.
No, I've answered it. You've asked me.
He refused to answer all these questions. Do you have integrity? Bwala could not answer it. Now this one, I go carry put for this, they say, man, we have a long way to go. He could not. What a shame. But meanwhile, let's continue.
The reason why that is different is now you are a Nigerian public officer.
It doesn't change.
And you speak to the Nigerian people right now. It's different from you as a private citizen. You have the onus to be able to speak. The onus on you to be able to tell Nigerians truthfully that this is what has changed about you. Is this the same Daniel Bwala that worked with Atiku Abubakar?
If I took mango before I became a spokesman, the nutritional value I get from the mango does not change because now I'm a spokesman. Asked and answered.
So you don't want to talk about that?
Anything that I have answered before, I don't want to regurgitate on that.
Even when you said that even if you give Bola Tinubu 30 years, nothing will change.
Asked and answered.
You're dodging away from the question.
I'm not dodging away. You've asked before, I have answered.
Are you worried about those who think that it is unfair for someone like you who heavily criticize and they fought you on television and radio, like just to take on Okorocha? And I could play to you some tapes of what you said during the campaign.
So you have those tapes, but you don't have the tape of the previous question you asked me, which I have answered.
Why would I play a tape of you when you are right here and you can answer the same question?
But why are you going to play this one that I said before?
Because you are now the special advisor.
What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
No, I'm a professional in this job.
I'm a professional in responding.
You are a lawyer.
And that makes it even stronger.
So the question here is that, Mr. Daniel Bwala, are you able to speak to the fact that there are some those who have a very difficult time believing and agreeing that you've gotten that job instead of them, and they were the supporters that saw Bola Tinubu win that election? What would you say to them tonight?
That's an opinion. They express their opinion. I can understand their feelings. I can understand their pain. However, the president of the Federal Republic decide who he wants to work with. But more than that, if you trust the judgment of the president to govern Nigeria, if you're progressive, you trust that this president is exercising good judgment in policy decisions, is exercising good.
In fact, they don't play that video. Make me play for here. Make una watch Bwala in the past.
If you have the time, I will tell you more about what they are campaigning with as an agenda or as a rhetoric that he did well in Lagos. I will tell you, between 1999 to 2007, if you take out context, he actually performed worse than some governors in Nigeria, because the Lagos that they say he did, he improved the revenue, he only collected tax. All the infrastructure needed for a state, or in fact a country to develop, was on ground. Lagos used to be the Nigerian national capital. Before Nigeria was formed, Lagos was a colony. You have all the infrastructure for economic development. Asiwaju didn't establish them. There was seaport, there was airport, you have commercial activity, all the embassies are there, so transaction with foreign envoys is in Lagos, all the hotels are there, headquartered in Lagos, all the banks are headquartered in Lagos, all security apparatus, every facility and infrastructure for economic development was in Lagos. He didn't bring them. Asiwaju did not invite or introduce or brought to Lagos. If you have the time, any serious foreign investor or domestic investor, and these revenues we are talking about that they claim he has generated, we are on. It's just that the government didn't have the infrastructure in collecting those. So what he did throughout this period was to collect tax. That's what they claim by revenue. And even then, the reason he did that was because the company that was collecting the tax, the company is allegedly traceable to him. So if you pick a man on the street and you tell him, I want you to collect us in a given area, your percentage is 30%, he will be optimal. He will be highly effective. This is the summary. But let me tell you what he did in Lagos. One, he attempted to destroy democracy. He wanted to introduce what we call monarchical democracy. A democracy that is not reflected by the will and wishes of the people, but reflected by the choice of a man, and people should run around it. He introduced the concept in politics in Nigeria that we call take the queue, follow the queue. During he was the only governor, because any serious governor in Nigeria, that during the period of 7 years he has had to impeach his deputy governors 3 times and change them. Governor in Nigeria, that during the period of 7 years he has had to impeach his deputy governors 3 times and change them. Governor in Nigeria.
In him, and from January when I met him, I committed to supporting his cause, and not just supporting, advocating for it. So not just that I believe him, I was busy, as I've always done, speaking to the Nigerian people. This is what the plan is. Look, a little while we will we'll have this cough, turn up the cough or whatever, the English nomenclature.
My people, I have to stop this man right there. Sometimes, The problem we have in Nigeria right now is that regardless of what, we don't have anybody to cry to. Regardless of what, we don't have nobody to cry to. Tinubu has succeeded in capturing everywhere. These were one of the people that were criticizing Tinubu before. Now he has been won to his camp. So tell me, who's going to be talking about, who's going to be like going to the mainstream media now to talk and speak against Tinubu? I'm not sure there's still any. I don't see the way everywhere quiet for Nigeria. Everybody quiet. Everybody. I mean, the elites, all of them. Nobody, the same person going to go now and go to talk about Tinubu anymore. It's done. Just more. Even media now, the media, social media, those of us that have platforms, you can see many of us is already deviating. They have paid many people who accepted this money and all that, and they have started working with them as well. The plight of the people, nobody conveying it anymore. Sad, but I'd like us to move on. My presentation continues.
National Men's Day to all our viewers. Well, let's begin what's trending, with reactions trailing the announcement made by the special advisor to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, who stated in a post on X on Monday that the president has redesignated the position of Sunday Dare from Special Advisor on Public Communication and National Orientation to the Special Advisor on Media and Public Communications. Onanuga also stated that Daniel Bwala, who was announced last week as a Special Advisor on Media and Public Communication, will now function as a Special Advisor on Policy Communication, adding that the appointments, along with his existing role as Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, underscore that there is no single individual spokesperson for the president. Well, all right. But however, Daniel Bwala announced himself as presidential spokesman in a tweet on Monday. And I'll read the tweet He wrote on X, I resumed officially as a special advisor, media and public communications spokesperson, State House. I am happy to have joined a meeting of the robust and fantastic communication team of Mr. President. I love the existing unity among the team and hope we can leverage on that even for more synergy. Daniel Bwala further wrote in another tweet, and I'll read that tweet. He wrote, today, I equally had a brief chat with the press corps in the State House where I encouraged everyone to work in synergy without fear or favor. As a spokesperson to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I promise to work with every member of the team to advance the cause of our principal, Mr. President. And this is his address, and he actually said that he replaced Ajuri Ngelali's role. Let's take a listen to Daniel Bwala.
I am not here to define the responsibility of anybody other than myself, because it will amount to gaslighting anybody. I only came to introduce myself to you and the role that is given to me by Mr. President. And I told you that role was once occupied by Ajuri Ngelali. So whatever understanding you have of the role that he occupied before, that is what it goes. In law, they call it res ipsa loquito.
For social media users are saying, he don't gas. He don't gas. Cast. He don't cast. He don't cast. He don't cast. He don't cast. But seriously, I mean, what is actually going on with the media team at the moment? I mean, it is unbelievable. You said you call yourself the grandfather, right? Is it the grandfather?
This one is
an ancestor.
His picture is there. His picture is there.
Before I come to you, Dr. Bati, but Daniel Bwala, you know he's been trending heavily on social media because they call him this double-sided mouth guy, right? Let's just play this old video pulled up by social media users, a compilation of Daniel Bwala when he criticized the Tinubu administration. Let's take a look.
But let me tell you what they are selling to the Nigerian people, what they call renewed hopelessness. In their renewed hopelessness, what is their economic model?
You call it renewed hopelessness, but they call it renewed hope.
But let me tell you why it is hopeless. This current government is the government of APC. They don't even know. Their entire manifesto is a campaign against the government. And a kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. The point I'm trying to make is that the media machine of the president is projecting itself as awful and even worse than the previous administration. Because in the previous administration, they will give the information as it were, but they are not forceful in making the argument. In this one, they are forceful in the communication of misinformation, forceful in their misleading of the Nigerian people. And you often hear them say, we try as much as possible to be honest with Nigeria. Mark what I'm saying, and I'll be happy to come back to your studio. In the next 1 year, you will see nothing from Dubai as per investment. You will see nothing from India as per investment, because they are just photo ops and statements. There are no specificity, there are no deliverables, and there are no timelines.
Well, all right, Daniel Bwala, I believe we're inviting you. I hope you'll be here tomorrow to answer some questions. But, you know, also another video that was trending where he, you know, made a U-turn to say that he has never had any qualms with the APC government. Let's take a look at that video.
I have never been ashamed of APC. I've never had a problem with APC. I've never had a problem even with the president in the first place. You see, it was so fast the time I left APC and I went to PDP. It was so fast that there was no time for me to tender my resignation in APC. Yeah. And when I went into PDP, we really went into campaign. And there was no time for me to register as a member of PDP. So technically, I've never left APC.
Dr. Bati, please help us unpack this violence.
Well, first, from the point of view of strategy,
yes.
Let's talk about strategy first. Again, President Bola Tinubu has shown himself to be master of the game. All the people who were calling him a drug dealer, who were saying that, you know, the Americans were looking for him, who were saying that he didn't have this qualification or not, they have all found their way back to the same President Tinubu to bootleg and to play transactional politics in exchange for something. Daniel Bwala is the one that we have seen today. There are other critics of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu who would at some point or the other also get into the fold. So that's the nature of transactional politics. At this moment, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the owner of the game. with all these people going to bootleg. You don't remember Bwala with the Kokorotinje lower.
We highlighted that
Now,
yesterday.
this Kokorotinje is now eating the vegetable, but he has to be careful. One, what President Tinubu has done is to create a multi-spokesperson strategy, an iron dome kind of machinery for public communication. Well, how too many cooks will not spoil the broth, because you have too many people who will be talking from this angle, talking from that angle. They could spoil the broth. If specific leadership is not properly defined, you can't have 3 persons speaking for the presidency. There must be a leader, because there are specific assignments that that lead man will have to sign off on, not everybody talking across purposes. That's what the presidency tried to address yesterday. I think they have just realized the kind of problem they have created. Now, Daniel Bwala was on television yesterday saying, I've taken over Ajuri in Gelala's office. That office is only available for the leader of the team. And he was saying, I'm the spokesperson and all of that, and that we are all servants of President Tinubu. Daniel Bwala, who used to criticize Tinubu, is now describing himself as a servant. This is the thing about transactional politics that we don't understand. I don't think there's anybody on earth that will call me, Reuben Abati, his servant. But some people are very comfortable with that title. They will say they are servants, and they are happy to be servants. But he has just been reminded in the statement issued before he left that TV studio by Mr. Bayo Ononuga, that, okay, we have 3 persons who will speak.
Right.
And we were told that he will now be in charge of policy communication, which is just the lower end. He can go to the public and talk about politics. But Mr. Ononuga signing the statement shows that he's the leader of the team. Sunday Dari, whose name was also mentioned, used to be Mr. Ononuga's staff. So, but I think that in days to come, we will get clarity, and President Tinubu himself must avoid confusion, because infighting within the communication process can confuse the public, and we don't need too many cooks that can spoil the broth. Daniel Bwala is my good friend. My advice to him is that he says he's been working on a PhD program in the United Kingdom. Let him not get carried away with this Kokorotinje. Let him pay more attention to his PhD program, because he may just find that he's in the midst of a Yoruba Lokon synthesis.
Emi Lokon.
You know, Yoruba Lokon.
I know what you're saying. Go ahead. Okay.
Rufi, I have a quotable quote.
Go ahead.
To read to you, all of you. Human brain is unique and miraculous.
This is from... Okay,
wait, now let me finish. Cool down, Farabale.
Go ahead.
Human brain is unique and miraculous. It works and functions optically 24 hours a day, 365 days a week, until you join the APC. Then it stops working. Quotable quote by, can you tell me who quoted it?
I can't even imagine.
Daniel Bwala.
Well, all right.
You see, so one thing is certain.
Never, ever forget.
I'm beginning to hear many discordant tunes. And I'll posit 2 things. And Dr. Abati, yes, you've put that clarity on it. 2 discordant tunes. Number 1, the question is, the message that was released by Mr. Ononuga, was it ratified by the president yesterday? What was the president's schedule like yesterday? How do we now know these positions? Because, you know, it was after people started calling Fela Durotoye out that he even came out to say that he had left that position since March 2024, that he worked for free while he was there. So you have 13 people there. One thing I'll tell Daniel Bwala is there's no how you're going to be cannibalized. 13 boys, 13 people from newspaper, well, like this, the media paper boys, and you are in their midst. And when you look at it, you still have the likes of Temitope Ajayi from the newspaper, Oga Rahman from the newspaper there, Sunday Diary, Bayo Ononuga, and the list goes on. Maybe probably Ortega is the only person from the private media. But I'm sure Ortega is more vast and experienced because in the 1 year he's seen, and he is focusing on video now or something, on digital content. So he needs to be careful. list is being cannibalized.
All right.
As I wrap up my point, what I'll also say is this. Dr. Bati, you are correct about the confusion. It's already started.
Yeah.
Because yesterday, Mr. Bwala released a reaction to Olusegun Obasanjo. Sunday Diary to release his own.
Yes, and I'll read that. You're absolutely
How many
right.
reactions were we getting?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of confusion going on.
Too much confusion. But you know, they said there's not one spokesperson. Obviously, there is not one spokesperson. It's different from your time, all right? Is it completely, almost different from your time?
No, if you work in government, you are a spokesperson for the government.
Yeah, so you
but in
cannot
the communications
assume
process, there must be a structure.
Right, absolutely.
It's not everybody going to address the State House press corps. You will confuse the team.
Come on, really, really. Well, all right. Well said, both of you. Bye. Stories for you. In another development, the presidency has taken a swipe at former President Olusegun Obasanjo after he described the 2023 general election as a travesty. While speaking during a convocation ceremony at Yale University in the United States last week, Obasanjo had said that Nigeria must appoint new, credible leaders for the Independent National Electoral Commission with short tenure to prevent corruption and re-establish trust in the institution, while the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said that Obasanjo presided over the most fraudulent election in Nigeria's history. His tweet reads in part, "It is hypocrisy, writ large, when a man who presided over the worst election in Nigeria demands the sack of the leadership of the Independent National Electoral Commission. The only positive of the Obasanjo era was fiscal and monetary policy management, buoyed by a consistent rise in crude oil prices throughout his 8-year tenure. The current economic crisis the All Progressives Congress administrations have been battling since 2015 is the product of the poor choices in economic management made by Obasanjo and the two successors from his party." Well, Sunday Diary, the special advisor on public communication and orientation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also criticized Obasanjo, saying that Obasanjo does not have the moral right to censure Tinubu's government and that democracy suffered mortal wounds under his watch. His tweet reads in part, "It is actually laughable that Obasanjo's pretentiousness about fighting corruption is not cutting any ice in the eyes of the general public. We all know what happened under his watch and how up till the present moment there has been no explanation as to how he wasted a whopping $16 billion in generating megawatts of darkness across the nation. But that is not even the issue. Democracy suffered mortal wounds under his watch, only capped by his murderous rage for an ill-fated third term. Successive administrations struggled to clean up the mess Obasanjo left behind, which President Tinubu is now making progress with. Obasanjo has lost any moral right to condemn any government. He should apologize to Nigerians for not laying the foundational infrastructure Nigeria needed to advance. Vimbai, earlier I watched you today and I really loved your balanced reportage where you talked about Obasanjo and his wins in the economy. I know that you have interviewed him as well. Well done with your beautiful documentary. I hope we get to play that one day on Arise News. But I mean, some of the comments that have been made here have been adopted by a lot of Nigerians. When you speak to Nigerians, they echo the same rhetoric, the same sentiment. But I do have a graphic of performance of Nigerian presidents from 1999 to 2021 and Nigeria's annual GDP growth rate by these different presidents. And Obasanjo's growth rate was actually quite commendable. 1999, 0.58%, all the way down to, if we can go all the way down to, I believe, 2006, where he goes at 6.6%. Over to you,
We acknowledge that this progress may cause temporary inconveniences to the local community and traffic in the area. We sincerely appeal for your understanding and support during this period.
Thank you for your presence. Just now, I'd like to invite our very guests.
Also, beyond this massive infrastructure, which, as we have seen, is relevant to the development of our people.
Yes, sir. It took me over
21 working days to convince majority of the youth. His name is the chairman. He's Mr. Coach, as we popularly know him as. And ladies and gentlemen, very quick. Firstly, I want to appreciate Your Excellency, sir. It took me over 21 working days to convince majority of the youth that less than 1 month in office, you will be here to commission this flyover. You are the first politician I've seen in my life that will come to my house and promise something alongside distinguished Senator Roide, and you are here less than 1 month to fulfill it. My senator, I'm filled with joy because this is the first time I'm getting an ovation that I've shown my work for my people. Senator Roide did it. He brought light when he promised us. But you are here to do something that since the primordial time, nobody has remembered us for. So any evil planned against you shall never prosper. You will rule Edo State. You will deliver your dividends of democracy for the people. Because I believe one thing in you is your humility. You are not a man who is moved by the office you occupy. So I know Edo will enjoy you more than any other governor. You will surpass the record of Adams Oshomole. You will surpass the record of Domodia. You will surpass the record of your brother and Bruce Ali. And I must say this, sir, with all form of alacrity. We are behind you. As you are going to tribunal, I want you to listen to me. As the governor is going to tribunal, for us to see this flyover in the Timos, we are going to match with it. We are going to match with. We are going to match with. This man will be here to do great things for us. A lot of people brought MOU. The MOU to date, we did not see Gelegele Seaport. We did not see Industrial Park. We did not see any better development in Oregbeli. So I want to stop here because I know there are other antecedents for today's program. My Excellency, my elders have prayed for you. Our John Way has nominated somebody to pray for you. The ancestors of Oregbeli, they are with you. God bless you and thank you much. And God, His Excellency will lead the way to the groundbreaking.
We have been praying for God to give us a good governance that will govern this state very well. And the luck we have, God has bring the Senator Okpeuru as a governor of Edo State. You can see now, it's not up to 2 weeks now when they do swearing. He have started work. So this is to show to Edo State, it is now we have a good governance that will make Edo State, keep Edo State clean and make Edo State a better road for this one. Junction say flyover is.
All right, my people, but meanwhile, before I will talk, let's play this 1 minute video.
Let's now turn our attention to Edo State, where Governor Nnamdi Kanu has officially signed the revised appropriation bill of 486 billion naira into law, a significant move aimed at ensuring that the new administration hits the ground running. The bill was passed by Edo State House of Assembly and presented to the governor by Speaker Blessing Agbebaku, along with other lawmakers in the ESCO chamber of the government house in Benin City. The governor's assent marks an important milestone for his administration. Governor Kanu expressed gratitude towards the lawmakers for their cooperation with the executive and the swift passage of the bill.
Leadership of the House Assembly Edo State, I want to use this opportunity to thank you for the cooperation so far. And I believe if we continue in this speed, Edo will experience a tremendous transformation. And I see able men that are hungry to work for Edo people. And by the grace of God, sky will be our limit.
The House passed this.
All right, I'll take that one. That's all we have today. Although we have another video which some of my admins have just told us that we not fit plan. You can see the military picture right there on the screen, where they beat husband and wife, and their face have been circulating on social media and the video. But although I wanted to play the video, but I think I'll just leave that one there, but I'll take the article rather. But before I go on the article, I would like us to quickly talk about Edo State just for like a minute. This is my own view. Like I said before, Okpebholo is in rush to disgrace Obaseki. Okpebholo is in rush, or rather, is in haste to put Obaseki to shame. Because I said it that in case he cannot put Obaseki to shame, he will be disgraced. You see, with the way a lot of Edo people complained about Obaseki, because I've said it before, some of you that is saying that, oh, Obaseki not share money, many people hate him. I told you I have to do my own research, and I get to understand that it's not only the political elite that hate Obaseki or that were complaining about Obaseki. A lot of Edo people were complaining about Obaseki for a reason I don't know. Even till tomorrow, I don't understand. A governor left Edo. In fact, even though people supposed to still be saying, this might try or do this. So for me, if you ask me, I want Okpebholo to disgrace Obaseki. Me particularly, because for me, I'm not in support of Okpebholo. I'm not in support of Obaseki. I'm not in support of anybody in power. I just want my state or my country to work. For those of you that is loving them, maybe that's where you have a problem. So if Okpebholo can give me a good Edo State, why not? I will celebrate because that's what I want. I want a better Edo State.
Mr. Elvis,
yes, sir.
Sorry. You see now that the stealing has started already now. That's why they will tell Nigerians that the more you look, the less you see. This stealing has started already. Let's begin to talk to him. Why will a governor and his cohorts sign an 486 billion appropriation bill? From where? Where did they get it? This is reallocation and relooting. I fear for the people of Edo State. We are going nowhere.
That's why we brought it here, so that we can discuss it. Let me give my submission quickly, Oga Jonathan. You have enough time to give yours. We brought all of them here so that we can have a different view and different opinionism. So for me, particularly, like I was saying, I want Edo State to work. I want Nigeria to work. I'm not interested of whoever that is there. I just want the state or the country to work. I really want somebody that will disgrace Obaseki. If, for example, it was Aswa Ighodaro that won, or they allowed him to rule, or if he's going to be reversed later on, I want Aswa Ighodaro to disgrace Obaseki. The same thing. It doesn't matter who you are or the kind of character I'm talking about. Destiny, this one that you are going and coming back, if you go again, I'm not going to accept you in. Because I cannot be doing this. You cannot be in 1 second.
Not verse, I beg, na network.
Yes, I know. But if you happen again, I will not accept you in. Yes, like I said before, this is the situation that we find ourselves. For me, I'm not interested of who you are or not. If it was Aswa Ighodaro that was sworn in, the same thing, I want Aswa Ighodaro to disgrace Obaseki. That's what I want. Whoever that is the governor right now, like Okpebholo is the governor, or whoever that will be the governor next time, I still want someone else to come in to disgrace his predecessor. That's how it should be. Not that you come in, you say, I love this man. Nobody said you mean love any of them. We just want our state to work. We want our country to work. At the moment right now, Okpebholo have flagged out this one, the flyover. Although I'm one of the people that have been calling for a flyover in Edo State for a long time. That at least these people, what they normally do in 8 years, they paint primary school, they build one secretariat and do like 4 or 5 roads, and at the end of the day, the road will start dilapidating. That's what these guys are doing in 8 years. If you go to tell me, what did Oshomole do for 8 years? Oshomole constructed road. Oshomole gave us bus, Oshomole bus, and he told a widow to go and die. Not be what he do for 8 years with that. So the same thing. Then Obaseki own, if people say what Obaseki is currently doing, we might not know now, but in the next 20 years, we will understand what Obaseki was building in Edo State. That's scam. That's a scam. So you want me to be patient for the next 20 years before what Obaseki they do for those states will not surface. We don't have that patience. We want to see the results straight away, like Governor Alex Otti. Yes, Governor Alex Otti is been in power for less than 2 years. We're already seeing his results everywhere. His people they are already crying that, in fact, they will forever be grateful to this man. That is what I want to see. Don't come here and be telling me what your Obaseki do. Make una not worry. Una go understand what your Obaseki do in the next 10, 20 years. Just imagine that. Eh? So it don't concern me anyhow. People want to do this one. Let these people start working. They say that China man, whether not China, he talk and just now say 18 months. Now you want to finish this flyover. I want to see when they will start it. Once they don't start them, we put eyes on them, and that is it. That my concern be that. If una want thief money, una they work, nobody will even notice say una they thief the money, because they thief the money, una stay use and they work. This is one they carry money and they put us for giving us false hope. Say in 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll understand what your Obaseki do for Benin. I don't want to understand that one. We want to see results immediately. So for now, I'm happy with that, what I'm seeing with Okbebolo. And when I see any area I will criticize him, I will also criticize him. But for now, I will want my panelists to criticize him if you find any area where you think there's needs to criticize him. Why not? Criticize him, because not be only mean to know pass for this platform. I appreciate every one of you, my wonderful people, but I'd like us to quickly move on to our brother, Mr. Consign. I said, is it Mr. Consign? Not Mr. Consign. I don't miss Mr. Consign. Let me put the measure in name. All right. What was his name again now? Mr. Common Sense. Yes, let's listen to Mr. Common Sense here quickly, then we'll take it from here. God bless you all.
Inundated by calls from well-meaning Edolites, friends and foes alike. People have been calling me, telling me that Governor Senator Nnamdi Kanu is working and is making very, very studious effort to getting Edo better. I should let him be. I should stop the criticism and I should join his government to making Edo work. In fact, a lot of them says he's putting so much effort to hitting the ground running, and it seems to be he may just become Edo best governor ever. There are videos of him visiting and inspecting ongoing projects. There's an appropriation bill that has now been passed into law. There's a video I saw online of a proposed flyover after he mentioned that he was going to have 3 flyovers in Benin or in Edo State. I can't be very sure now. Somebody did a video and said the Rama Park machines and caterpillars already at work. While I don't have a problem with all of these, I've had to respond to a few of them. For some of us, it is much more than just working. It is about the processes. I think, as a matter of fact, that irrespective of the governor's interest to work for the good of Edo people, some of us are challenging the process that makes things work. And that is the challenge that we see in our system these days. We are yet to have seamless processes. We are yet to have legal structures that help to back up processes that would ensure that the will of the people and the thoughts of the ordinary citizen will come to materialization. The problem is not with him. And if it is to be said, I'm sure Bewolo did not rig himself to power. He probably doesn't even have that power. You could see from afar that he's a good man who was just privileged to have been put into office by circumstances, and some of which were sins that were committed and then sins that were omitted, so to speak. However, just like having somebody goes anywhere and pick up a university degree and comes to work in your company, and after you discovered that there's a challenge with the degree, or maybe it was fake or forged, you say it doesn't matter.
All right. That particular video, which I want here for each side, we've already showcased it. I appreciate you all, my people. We've spent so much time today in our presentation. Please understand with us. Sometimes this happens, but help us to press on the like button, help us to share, let our voices go far. I appreciate you all. If you can press on the dollar sign, it's just right there on your screen. Please do the same by pressing on the like, the dollar sign, to encourage our work here. But meanwhile, I have about, how many articles do I have for you guys here? Let me see. Okay, I think I have 3. Is it 3? 3. Okay, yes, let's make it 4. Okay, I have 4 articles for you guys. I'd like to quickly take it from here. The first one that we have for you, bear with me, guys, which is coming from Sarah Reporter. Yeah, that is it. The video I want to play for now. Couple brutalized by Nigeria Army Major General. Aid for overtaking vehicle demands senior officers dismissal. 150 million naira compensation. We need to see this video. How this useless man here, these two, how they take beat this guy and his wife. God, oh, which kind of country we dey? I could not even watch the video, man. Anyway, let's just forget about the article. I don't have anything to read there. What is going on in our country, man? Our uniform men, they are just oppressing the citizen as they like. Anyway, Sarah Reporter, MC Oluomo, not member of NUROT, National Road Work Union or whatever. Tinubu should call him to order. Southwest Zonal Chairman. I talk this one. So, as I know, MC Oluomo was denied the position that he recently celebrated. So, although the appeal court now denied him, so I don't know what they are going to do henceforth. But let's move on. I'd like to take another. I have 2 articles left. I have one very important one which I would like to take, but let me take this one first. Adeleke don't dey fear in advance. Governor Adeleke wants APC Chairman Ganduje not to destabilize Southwest over plots to take over Osun or your state. Hi, I never know with Tinubu. Tinubu want take the whole Nigeria. Hey God, this man not dey fear our dancing governor. I never see anything. That's one I just see so. But meanwhile, the last one that I have for you guys here, so that we can start talking. Is it the last one? I don't know, but let's take Fela Durotoye. I gave Tinubu condition to serve in his government, Fela Durotoye. According to this man, he talked and said 6 months when he serve Tinubu, he not collect salary, he not collect car, he not collect accommodation given to him, he not collect anything. Everything was done by his own money. I was surprised. Although I don't have time to read all this, everything is just right there. He explained further. He said it's the first time he's speaking out to shock Nigerians to know that, yes, even though he worked with Tinubu, he refused salary, he refused the car given to him, he refused house, he refused food, he refused, in fact, what is water, he refused everything from Tinubu's cabinet. And so he talk about, but meanwhile, my people, that's all I have for you guys today. For those of you that want to call in, 10 seconds, I'll wait for your call. Just call in now so that we can take it from here. If not, I'm just going to deal with my people that I already have on the panel. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Thank you very much for your time with us. Guys, you guys can press on the dollar sign, encourage our work. Yes, we have Mr. Larry right there with us. Mr. Larry, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Hello, good evening, Elvis.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us. Go ahead.
This is Larry calling from Aberdeen, Scotland.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Larry. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you everyone who's on the panel and on the diaspora.
Thank you, sir.
The reason why I was calling was regarding the Okwebulo flyover. I had a look at it, and I know that from your own sentiment, a lot of the times you always say that when these guys do things that are good, you know, we should give them their flowers. And indeed, if they can pull this through, that would be a step in the right direction. However, after saying that, these are still very, very basic things. These are still very, very basic things. I mean, the other time we were discussing about the road, that the biscuit road that Obaseki had done, and you know, if they can get this right, fair enough. But Edo people should expect more. These are just basic things from these individuals, and that's obviously if the price of the project has not been overinflated. So there's that aspect to it. But these are very, 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 very basic things in terms of road and infrastructure. This is the minimum expectation. So there shouldn't be a crowd of people coming and celebrating and jubilating. This should be the minimum expectation from people in government. I mean, I'll give you a simple case study. In my third year at uni, I'm a structural engineer, civil structural engineer. My third year at university, we were literally taken to a site in Sandringham. We were given 2 weeks to design bridges. We designed a replica of the Naples airport roofing system. We designed the Milao Viaduct. We designed the Gherkin building in London. We had to design this in 2 weeks and build Elvis as third year undergraduates. So when you have the power of the state and the machinery of the state and the revenue of the state, and we are sitting down, clapping and jubilating over Chinese coming to our own nation to come and build a flyover for us, it's not good enough. The people should expect more. The people should demand more. That was the reason why I called.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lao.
Thank you very much, Elvis. And I'll be in the background listening to your submission on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I appreciate you, sir. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Let me take another call quickly. I have Mr. Alex on the phone. Mr. Alex, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Mr. John, hear me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. I greet everybody on the panel. Mommy Diaspora, I greet everybody, the entire Nigerian viewers, team, everybody. It's unfortunate that those people have been, shortchanged over the years. If in 2024 we are still discussing road and flyover and bridges, which is a very good thing, what we will all be clamoring for. It shows how wicked and how satanic our leaders in Edo State have been over the years. By now, we shall be hearing of repairs or maintenance. By now, because we have the organization for 8 years, we had those for over a year plus, we have the Shomole for 8 years. Like you said, they will just do a few things and they will recruit some of us against ourselves to start telling us we don't need bridges, we don't need flyover, we don't need highways. They will tell you, you don't need it. Really? And you live abroad, you don't need these things. So for me, Okorocha should tell me how much this is going to cost. Thank God he's doing it. Tell me the name of the company. I'm not so satisfied with the Chinese thing. Where is Julius Berger? Where is Lubrix or Cetraco? They should tell us. We deserve to know. We are stakeholders. We are not slaves. Everywhere MP telling you we are spending £500 million or £200 million. You hear them in Europe, in Belgium, in Italy. Meloni is talking about 700 million euros to build a deportation center in Albania. They will give you figures, details. They will show you the companies building these things. Our own, they will just announce, recruit people to shout hallelujah for them. And sometimes this project don't even get finished. For example, the former governor, commission flagged off Benin City, Ekema Road. It took almost 8 years, and it's still not finished as we speak. So, Mr. Elvis, this your platform is great because everything we seem to be clamoring for, APC have been listening closely, they'll be writing it down, and it's what I believe they are going to run with against the Obasanjo's government. Don't be surprised if they start revamping the schools. Don't be surprised if they start probing Obasanjo. Don't be surprised if they start doing nearly everything, the markets, the teenage, don't be surprised because they know what we'll be talking about and we are saying the truth. So for those who think that we are politicians, how do you feel now? We are not APC, we are not PDP. So I call on Okorocha, is there Yamu, all the APC chieftains. Tell the people how much is the cost of these things and why Chinese company? What happened to Julius Vega? Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you, my brother. I appreciate you. Okay. I think we have another caller right here, so that I can move on quickly. Oh, I lost you, Sonny Okosu. Okay, I'm returning your call quickly. I hope you pick on time. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, I can see you call a couple of times. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Number one, Mr. Ubah will propose a flyover or whatever. In my opinion, this one are just buju. The truth of the matter is this, it is too early to begin to say whether he is working or is not working because all this time he just it is to make people think yes that he is going to work. It is after 1 year or 2 years where it's okay, maybe this might actually work or not. Because this one is just because he knows how he came into power. He just doing this to want to try to impress people. I'm not the one concerned. The truth of the matter is that whatever he's doing, it's a free surface. Number two, another thing I want to talk about is criticism of Obasanjo about this thing. I hear Mr. Ononuga, the criticism of Obasanjo, whatever. If Tinubu is doing the right thing, if Tinubu is working, Tinubu called himself a Democrat. Why are you criticizing Obasanjo? If we are doing the right thing, and Obasanjo is talking, it is the citizens that we criticize Obasanjo. And we told Obasanjo, say, look, leave this man to do the work that he's doing a good job. How can you say because Obasanjo did not do the right thing, that you will not do the right thing? That Obasanjo did not conduct a good election, and you also will not conduct a good election. You that call yourself a Democrat, you that have been clamoring for a democracy, you say you fought for democracy. You say you want to follow the footsteps of Obasanjo, who was a military ruler. Who did not do the right thing. And you are using yourself to compare Obasanjo. Why can't you do the right thing? So, all these things they are doing, they know that they are not doing the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
You get what I'm saying?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Very good.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll take my last call for now. Mr. Osaron, say thanks for calling in. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Hello, sir. Good evening, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Please talk to us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Nigeria, let me first of all speak to this Okpewolu flyover commissioning, the flag off. And know that Okpewolu is doing it because he know that he came in at the wrong with the wrong system. He rigged the election. That is why he's trying to appease the whole industry with this project. Really, he did not do a due diligence before starting all this thing. It's the same thing the Osumbo did at the time they ring him election at the time of Oshomole. The same thing, he was rushing to war at the end, got throw him away. The same thing he did in Anambra. So where they know that the election that brought them in is fraud.
My brother, let him quickly do something for us now. If they can't throw me and later, wait till concern me.
Let me quickly talk on Bwala. No Nigerian politician, if you know you go up to 5% that have integrity. I can tell you, I can pray, I can deal with my life. It is only Peter Obi and Oshomole that will not accept the Tinubu appointment. Only Peter Obi. If you call Atiku, because Atiku was a former vice president, then he will not accept it. Kwakwaso will accept it. All Nigerian politicians, they are not after the people, they are after their stomach infrastructure. No one of them has integrity. What about Wike that said the APC was a cancer? How can we
Can he leave people with malaria and want to go and take cancer? Today, what is he doing? So all of them, my brother, put together, no one has integrity. No one. Thank you, Nigerian, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, my callers, thank you very much. I need to move on now to my panelists. We're not much today on the panel, so there's every possibility we might be closing on time. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir, for your time with us. You're the first on the panel today. You have opportunity now to talk about, because there's something you wanted to say earlier on.
Yes.
Educate us here now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Harris, thank you very much. Thanks for the good work you are doing. God bless you. This is another day. I greet you and the fellow panelists and all those on the comment section. I greet everyone. Mommy Diaspora, God bless you abundantly. All the commenters and those that are listening, all the callers. I greet everyone. Welcome. You know, when you started with Edo State, the road, the flyover, I was not really interested. I know it's just, they are just playing politics and, you know, propaganda pretty much. But when you now come to the real meat, the real thing, the governor signing the appropriation bill into law, which this is Osh one, the State Assembly, quick. That means if it passed through the first reading, the second reading, the third reading of the State House, all within, say, 24 hours or 48 hours, so that they can, and they voted on it and they passed it into law so that the governor can sign it. The question that Edo people should ask themselves now, because all these ones will come back to bite everyone. It's so annoying when I saw this kind of a news. It's so annoying when I saw even this new government doing this. They are playing on the intelligence of people. The simple question people will just ask now, right now. What percentage of the 2024 budget so far has Obaseki implemented? Is this a new appropriation bill? If it is a new appropriation bill, how much of the 486 is remaining? This is November, for crying out loud. Nigerians are not dummies. Edo people, you are not dummies, so don't be play for a dummy. So don't come here next year, 2 years' time, and say they have siphoned your money, they have stolen your money. This is it now. 486 billion naira in only 45 days. Less than 45 days. Do you want to spend that money? What are you signing into law? I quickly went to go and read it, whether it's already the 2025 budget. I knew it cannot be the 2025 budget. You don't have commissioners already. Which proposal have you received from all the ministries and agencies that will now come up with the 2024 budget? So I knew it's not 2020. I mean, that we will now come up with 2025 budget. This is not 2025 budget. This is 2024 budget. Talk of mismanagement. Talk of setting up to loot the state. This is the setup. It is only less than 60 days. And you are reappropriating the 2024 budget. There's simple questions people should ask before you start dancing, before anything at all. The governor must come out and answer the question. Don't dance, don't jubilate, don't say anything until the simple question, elementary question, is answered. You get a response to it. What percentage of the 2024 budget? This is November. What percentage of it has Obaseki implemented? What is the remainder? What is remaining that you are reappropriating the entire 486 billion? So when you now, this is absurd. This is how they play Nigeria they take Nigerians for granted. You can't do this. This is voodoo. This is sabotage. So before, is it the same budget that the Obaseki administration passed for 2024, or is it another budget? People need to ask the relevant questions and demand for answers before it gets before it goes too far beyond what you can even control. This is the time you have to ask, but people are just jumping, dancing. It's how they will steal your money. They will say they have passed it into law. What are they passing into law? Is it the 486? Is this 486 billion a fresh one? Is it a fresh one? Which I know it cannot be, because it's only less than 60 days to the end of the year. So it cannot be a fresh, it can't be a fresh one. It should not be a fresh one. But if they are telling Edo people that this is a fresh one, so they want to spend this money in less than 60 days, for what? On what? So that's why I see this as reallocation and relooting. So people should brace up and just ask the right, before we even go further, before we discuss anything further, we need answer on this one. This simple, elementary question. We need response. They must answer the question. Because the entire news out today, the governor did not address it. So they need to answer that question, if this is fresh or not. Because if they say it is fresh, then they have a lot to answer. And if they say it is not, then what percentage has Obaseki completed? So what is the remainder? So by now I'm expecting, all things being equal, something within the range of 30 billion, 25 billion remaining for the month of December from this budget. So that's just my take on that, just to bring people to the knowledge here. It's very
Mr. Jonathan, are you done? You muted yourself.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm not done. I'm saying that this, all I want to say with respect to Edo State, and in the coming days, I believe in the coming weeks, there will be more coming out. But please, people, if you are in Edo State, please ask this question and make sure you get answer. If you miss it, you don't follow for seconds. That's they don't take chance on you. 486 billion. That's it. That's the money. That's the money for the boys. You know. So, but then we'll leave it there. You see, yesterday on this platform, Mr. Elvis, Obasanjo's matter was the topic of the, was the hot topic. Obasanjo's advice or whatever. And today I'm surprised that the news outlet are still carrying it. But I won't blame them, because the Tinubu government is still responding. They see this as a threat.
I see the one at Scatter everywhere yesterday.
Because I've sent I think about 3 links, articles to Niger Watch. And I'll post them also on the private chat.
Yeah, this one, right?
Yes. So that going forward, because Baba Obasanjo will still talk. So we know that for sure. He will still talk. There will be more to talk. So that whenever he talks, people will not come up with the same, side of argument that they throw out yesterday. It is a serious thing. That's why even the Tinubu government cannot sleep. And what they are doing is propaganda. So let's set the record straight, please, so that people are properly informed. There is nothing like Obasanjo spent $16 billion or Obasanjo stole $16 billion. There is nothing like that. Tinubu government itself confirmed that the entire money spent was 8 billion. Madam Esekwesili, who was in charge, who played a very pivotal role during that period, stated the actual money spent was 3.5 billion. The EFCC report on this, I'm going to post it on the private chat. The amount allocated, Obasanjo, was 8.5. So they didn't even spend the entire 8.5 billion. So please people should stop, playing this politics. If you say they are now trying to rewrite history, Tinubu is now trying to rewrite history, and people are alluding to this fact. I heard it a lot yesterday. Obasanjo conducted the worst election in 2007. I beg to disagree. Maybe before 2023, we now have the worst. The Tinubu election 2023 is now at the top, the worst election ever. It is not just alluding everything to Obasanjo. See, Obasanjo play politics the same way Mr. Tinubu is playing politics now. He played politics at the detriment of the Nigerian people that still brought us to where we are today. Agree. A dirty politics that does not consider the Nigerian people, the future of the Nigerian people. He played that politics out of line. But to now say you want to condemn him on administration, on policies, even on corruption, you have nothing to support your claim. Nothing. The best administration so far since 1999 is Obasanjo. The data are there to prove it. So people should stop. I've posted it on Niger Watch. So Mr. Edward, Mr. Elvis, please, going forward, whenever people come out with this story that Obasanjo stole 16 billion, please tell them to bring it out. Don't let them mislead people, misrepresent people here, because people are listening. Tell them to bring it out, not just to say it. EFCC report investigated and said they found nothing. Obasanjo did not steal 16 billion. EFCC listed 70, the House report listed 17 individuals and companies. Those are the people you should go for. They collected the money. They did not do the job. The same Tinubu government is saying that it is the power plant installed during Obasanjo administration that is helping Nigeria today. The same. The minister himself said it. I'm not the one. So go. First of all, tell the current minister of power that is lying. If you can first of all prove that with your evidence, then we can start talking. He said the power plants that Obasanjo built, out of the 16 that Obasanjo was to build, the 5 of them that were completed. 5 of them that were completed. Those 5 are the ones that are work. They are the one that is supporting the power system in Nigeria today to where it is. If not, it will be worse than what it is today. By the government of Tinubu, because it is his minister of power that was speaking. So what Tinubu spokespeople are saying, it is just confusion upon confusion. Try to rewrite history. Oil price was at the highest level during Obasanjo. Confusion, propaganda. Oil price was at the highest level during Jonathan. Oil price went to over $120 per barrel. $120 per barrel, 2011, 2012. The highest price during Obasanjo regime that crude oil went to was about $84 per barrel. During Jonathan, it went to it hit $124 per barrel. And Tinubu spokespeople are now coming to say the reason why Obasanjo, if they agree, they even agree that Obasanjo's economy during his time, the economy did well. That the reason, they want to rubbish it. They are trying to, the way some people, even on this platform yesterday, were saying he only did 4 things. Just 4, they want to rubbish it. You can't rubbish it. Facts are there. And I challenge them to counter it. I've sent it to Niger Watch, 3 of them. I will add the House Committee report that Obasanjo hands are clean. And the EFCC report that said nothing, that in fact, he did not even front. People did not front for him. And the list of all the companies that got the contract. Then go to the Corporate Affairs Commission. I'm waiting for people. I've done my own job. I want them to put it out. Then I'll go to the Corporate Affairs Commission. Check those companies. Who are in charge of those companies that got those contracts? Apart from 6 of them that are international companies that we can't find them on the Corporate Affairs Commission, the rest of them are Nigerian companies, Nigerian Limited. You check them there, see their directors there, see who they are, the people who got the money. You'll be shocked to your marrow. But I'm waiting on this platform for people that will challenge that, and then we'll bring the names out. You can't rubbish his administration entirely. And I will stand there to back it up with facts and with data. We're not saying that he had his own 4 ills. Yes, agreed. But when it comes to policy, since 1999, there's no government that can match it. Nigerian GDP was the highest, double digit. Nigeria had never experienced that since Obasanjo left. You want to compare it with Buhari, negative GDP all over the place for 6 out of the 8. So please, I just want to dwell on this and the propaganda, the confusion that Tinubu people, his own people, especially his media people, trying to rewrite history. That is why the likes of Daniel Bwala is now there to continue on that trajectory. You can't see. It's unfortunate that we just have to talk about this man, Daniel Bwala, again. He's a deceptive man. He's not a man that could be trusted. See the way he was dodging the questions. A lawyer's response, that was what he was giving, all true. And that is what you are going to get from him. All true, lawyer's response. He lied all true, and because that's who he is. He takes people for granted. They ask him, are you qualified for this position, this job that you have been given by the president, by Mr. Tinubu? He said yes. Look at the beginning of his deception. He said yes. That is a lawyer and a journalist. Mr. Bwala, you are a lawyer, you are not a journalist. Okay? Because you are not trained. A journalist cannot come out now and say, I'm a journalist and I'm a lawyer. You will debunk him right there and then. You can be a lawyer, you can be a journalist. If you are trained to be one, you are a lawyer, you are not a journalist. No journalist can enter court now and say, I'm a journalist, I'm also a lawyer. That is the deception. And whichever way you spin it, that does not cut it. That can't cut it anywhere. You are not a journalist. That is why you are giving a lawyer's response. You will neither be here nor there. And that's what Nigerians should be expecting from you now. Lawyer's response. This is the case of employing a lawyer to be the engineer that will build your house. This is the case of employing a carpenter to fly an aeroplane. You are not fit for the job. The guy who asked you that question knew the answer. He asked you, he knew that you are not, Shehu knew that you are not fit for this job. He knew. You are just a political jobber, a spinner. You are not a journalist. You are not a journalist anywhere. Mr. Elvis, I will leave it at there for now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jonathan, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You talked for a long time, you know. Yes, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Before I come to the next person, let me take this call quickly. We have Madam Origin on the phone. Madam Origin, thanks for calling in, and good evening to you. Talk to us.
Hello, Mr. Niger Watch. I greet everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mommy Diaspora, God bless you, all the panelists, all the people that are still keeping vigil. I greet everyone. Sorry, I just had so much going on, but I'll be able to catch up. I started from the beginning, and I want to, just say something about all the people that are rushing out, trying to talk about releasing Nnamdi Kanu now. I want to announce to everyone here, I am an Igbo woman, a proud one for that matter, and I love my heritage. You see, there is something called evil forest. Evil forest. There is something in Igbo land called evil forest. That is what these people that are coming out and they are calling out for Nnamdi to be released now, because they want to avoid evil forest. To be buried outside Igbo land is almost synonymous to be buried in evil forest. I leave all of you assignment to research what evil forest signifies and means in Igbo land. I'm not going to waste my time on all of that and all of people, because the politicians we have today, they are the slave masters, the warrant chiefs, the boy fathers of the then colonial masters. Today, the ones we have in Igbo land, you see, you all know that Nigeria is diverse and everybody have their thing going on. Back in those days, how Igbo is set up, we have our warriors. Before the white man will get to have a say, he will have to consult the boys, the young men, the ones that are in different age groups. Nobody comes and make himself a one-man spokesman. There has to be a consensus. Umada will come out. It has to make sense before they agree with you. Then they began to use the warrant chiefs, the boy fathers. And these ones are gotten from the low lands. And these low lives will come and show them where the strong men are. And when they destroy our strong men, the warrant chiefs will begin to do what the colonial master wants them to do. And today, it is not anything different. But because they know, you see, I sent you something, Mr. Niger Watch. I sent you a clip of Akpabio, of everything that I watched and I tried to make sense yesterday of the whether it's service of song or whatever. That thing I sent to you, I wish you would play it. That is the summary of all what these men are worth. The totality and the summary of the likes of Akpabio and the politicians of Nigeria is that catch feeling. You will see how they all were looking at Akpabio coming in that motorcade, and they were all like, they want to be like Akpabio. They want to catch feeling. They want to be that thing, nothing more. They don't have capacity for critical thinking. They don't have capacity to create projects for progress in that country. And here we are. Yesterday, I see my people that I come here for, trying to, I will give it to a former president of Obasanjo. What I will give him is, he is the best among the worst of evil governance on planet Earth, because Nigerian leaders mention them. How can you have a country with such an arid arable land, natural resources, human resources, and all they could present to the world is what we have in Nigeria today? Yes, Mr. Obasanjo tried to be the best among the worst. And I keep saying it here, all of you young people, until you begin to reset your mind and reset your head and know that what we have is senior house boys to evil.
All right.
They go and state that thing again. The summary of our party, the totality of the politicians of Nigeria is not just to catch feeling, feel good. And that's all they do for us, cutting all the money away. We have nothing to show for it. All of them. You all need to wake up, Nigeria youth, and take over your land. There is nothing in our elders to write home about. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Origin. Thank you very much, man. All right. Thank you, my people. I appreciate you all. Let's hear from the people on the panel again. Destiny Wonso, sir, if you're available, please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Najawat, and thank you so much for coming out every day. It's not easy.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
That country don't retire person. It's not very easy, seriously. You are trying. Mommy Datura, good evening, madam. It's not easy too. You, in short, now your own try, now pass. But let me greet the panelists. I greet every one of you. Good evening, good afternoon, depending on your location. Also, the greeting go to the viewers, the commenters, and every one of us. Let me start with Obasa. You see, I said something yesterday. It's just like here now. This platform is for Mr. Nandawa. You are the top, and you assign some funds to some group of people to do something they are supposed to do, and which that thing lay everything line upon your head. If they do it good, you will take the credit. If they did not do it good, you will take the credit also. Now, and they did not do it, and you are the one that approved this money to them. Am I supposed to hold those people accountable when you that have signed the money, you did not hold them accountable? So every blame will come to you that own this platform, because it's your duty to come and give you money to, okay, let's say you give somebody money to buy fuel for this program to work. The other one to buy data, and they did not do it. Then I'll be blaming those guys that you give money. When if you said I give Destiny money to buy data, he did not buy it. I'm having problem with Destiny. Then everybody will support you to fight Destiny to bring that money or to do the right thing. But when you did not say, I gave Destiny so money to do this, he did not do it. You did not put any effort to make sure that, because if Obasanjo did not approve that money, those people will not get access to the money. So all blame will go to him because he is in charge of all the money. If he did not give, okay, you give now, then they embezzle the money. You did not talk. Definitely, you have your own percentage there. Because if you did not, because let's forget about ESCC, because nothing like ESCC in that country that will say ESCC will come and tell me there's no corruption. Has ESCC ever come up and said there's corruption in any president that left? Has ESCC come out and said there's any president that left? They said they have any corruption case against them. So ESCC, I don't even know whether those people are existing. Let's just forget about those ones. Because they are not, oh God, man, I'm tired of this country. I don't understand. Who believe yes? Me, I'll believe ESCC when ESCC open my talk. Because everything that is wrong, okay, now all of us are blaming Obaseki. Did anybody blame the advisor, the contractor, or the whatever, like those biscuit road now? We don't know if Obaseki give them the real money to do the road as it's supposed to be, and they did not do it because he did not told us. So our blame go to him. That is how this Obasanjo is. They said like 2023 election now. He said Tinubu conducted the worst election. No, the only election that Tinubu conducted that is worst now is I think Ondo State and Edo State. The 2023 was conducted by the lifeless man, Buhari. So we can never say Tinubu considered any worst election when it comes to federal. It's only state now we can say yes, because he was not in charge when they considered when the 2023 election was contested. So now, if we continue praising all this elder, we are also giving all the Jagaban and his I don't even know how I want to put. I'm not going to go offend this man because they try well. And all those failures around him, we are giving them the power to do what Obasanjo and people do. Because they are collecting it, they don't collect it direct. They use indirectly. Award contract to this, award money to this, award money to this. They will give them the feedback. So if you are saying some kind of this, let's know that this thing does not work like this. It's the person at the head. If I not give you my money, how you want to collect it from my hand? It doesn't usually work that way. All these things we are saying, everything now the man hand did. Nothing. Like if only that man give us light, by now I believe say for even the prisoner, forget about the other things, because Nigerians are very, very talented in the way that some kind of things where they do, you not go on. You demand the people where not get school, where not get roof, where not get seats, now definitely they do all these things. But still, we are still trying our best to make sure we make things work out. And we that never have those things, that the government did not provide it for us, we'll still be the one praising those elders. Who elder help? All the whole leader in Nigeria, we are not supposed to be praising anyone. There's no any elder. We have to remove all the whole elder for their name, call them useless as they are. Because none of them represent that name elder. The way our forefathers clarify elders. Because this is not how they clarify it then when I was growing up. Because said that then if they see you doing wrong thing, they will open up to you and say, hey, boy, this is not how it's supposed to be. That time, for street now, if any old man see you, they will do something safe. Go shout for you. Everybody now go even gather, they draw your ear. Give you some kind of, you know, If that misbehave for to come and police come village meeting, they had that. But now that go thief self, you go to get joy. Even for church that time, if you do some kind of thing, they will suspend you. Now, I never hear say that they suspend any person for church. Even for meeting, they will suspend you when you do something. But now if you do something, if you thief now, say they'll come give you crown. At that time, I make all this chief. I'm not the one respect any of them. I apology to any chief for you, but I'm not the one respect any of them. Because then, if you be chief, if you thief or do something when not they okay, they'll command that chief for your hand. But now, if chief don't thief money more, provided you don't, you not even try the road, you grade one road, they'll tell them you can collect expense title, or you buy transformer for road. The character, everything they don't throw now. Then they use character to give person thief and everything. High character, everything be. Now that time be that. Now, who person me I want on the respect I say now that for all these people. All the whole good things for that country, now they enjoy. And the enjoy and finish now, they destroy everything. And they still want more, see they use that old age elders. They still respect them up till now. Does it work that way? It does not work that way now. Look at this kind of person now, Daniel Bwala. Tomorrow now, this one go to work, and you'll see me, they still respect them. Waiting talk when never reach 1 year safe. Some of things we're talking about is 1 year. Sweat where that guy is sweat, where they intervene for themselves, you know, believe him. You know, I don't get it every time. Seriously, I'm always, I don't know. Nigeria can't listen to let me even talk about those things before I round up. My problem is on Edo State is this. I hope, I don't know, I'm just saying, I hope not that Okpebolo and Oshomole and this group are trying to use this because of APC. If you trust APC now, you know. Maybe they have the hint that the judge may say, let them do rerun. That's why this man is doing all those things just to win the heart of Edo State. After then, if he's continue like this, that is when I will praise him. For now, I will not, until this court case finish, I will never said Okpebolo is doing anything. Because all these people, APC, now when they say what God cannot do, does not exist. What APC cannot do is not working in this life. Is not working. APC. No. You not fear APC, you need to fear the person. Because I'm seeing how many days, flyover, this one. The thing is somehow, because all APC governors, no one where they do things like this, so go even rule the one where they federal. So how come? It's not up to a month. They say sit down, look, dog name. Let us look till then, or till this court case finish, then I'll give him like 2 or 3 months. If he continue like this, then I will praise him. For now, Mr. Naija, I don't trust this man. Oshomole, tortoise. It's hard though. But that country, things that is coming out from that country, you don't believe. Well, can you imagine? Jagapa done everybody done. Even somewhere we never see for social media, I don't buy them secretly where they don't see the top format. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. Destiny. God bless you. Thank you. Make we hear from Mashola.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Please. You see the information that I posted on the private chat. I did it for public consumption. And for people, when you want to talk, you need to read. You need to read. I didn't just put it there for the sake of putting. Mr. Elvis, please, if you can post the first one there, please, let's read. It will take us less than a minute to read. Let us read. So
I'll
that when
showcase it on screen shortly.
Please, when people are talking, right, this is not popcorn. This is not recharge card. These are contracts in the tune of millions and billions that takes 2 to 3 years to completion. It is the power plant built by Obasanjo that Nigeria is using today.
Mr. Elvis, please, can I interrupt him, please? Just for 5 seconds.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead now, Mr. Alice.
Mr. Jonathan,
Yes.
for me, there is nothing Obasanjo. Okay, thank you. It's like I'm a few seconds behind. Mr. Jonathan, there is something Obasanjo. Yeah, there is nothing Obasanjo is seeing today in government that I did not see there before in 1977 and 1978, and also in 1999 to 2007. Obasanjo had all the powers, all the influence, all the providence to set Nigeria on the factory reset. What was he busy doing? He would do a few good things. He would go around charading himself as a powerful person.
Those few things.
Okay, for example, are you aware of the massacre? 20,000 people were wiped out in a village in Bayelsa due to oil issues.
These ones you are talking.
Ask Obasanjo. BBC was.
Please, you know what?
Mr. Alex, all this you are saying is not relevant right now.
You can say all you want to say. We are talking about development now. We can talk. Is a separate thing. The one you are talking is let's talk about the development of Nigeria. What are you crying for in Edo State? Is it not the development of Edo State? You are talking about bridges, flyover bridges all over the place. Is it not development? Right?
Okay. Let me come back. Let me come back to you, Mr. Jonathan.
You see the first link that was posted. Please, the statement made by the Minister of Power. The last 3-4 paragraphs of that link, it is important for people to read and get information. It is very, very important.
But I showcased it just now.
No, it's the first one, the first link. This one, yes, this one. If you still go up, then stay. If you stop there, where it says here that the minister speaking on the controversial 16 billion spending by Obasanjo's administration said, why I will not sit here and give you facts about what transpired. I was not in the sector then. I can tell you that the 10 Nigerian integrated power project under President Obasanjo are there for us to see. And I am aware they spent over 8 billion out of the so-called 16 that people are banding around. We have seen those plans today. We have 2. He outlined the positions where they are. He said they are going further. I know 7 of them were completed and they are under the management of the Nigerian Delta Power Holding Company today. They have capacity totaling about 5 million megawatts. How many megawatts is Nigeria using today? If not these 5,000 megawatts. Mr. Elvis, please, let's leave. You can go on.
All right. Okay. Mr. Jonathan, what's your stand that people should not criticize Obasanjo?
No, that people should criticize. You know, when people are criticizing him, you see, they are modeling it up.
So you did not agree that Obasanjo failed.
I did not agree that Obasanjo failed policy-wise. Obasanjo did not fail policy-wise. Obasanjo failed politically, as a politician playing politics. He failed. And he played a pivotal role where Nigeria is today in that regard. But policy-wise, economic-wise, Obasanjo did not fail. So give him his respect where it's due. Don't come here and say he did 1 or 2 things. Even those 1 or 2 things, you can't even mention them.
Okay.
You just say he did 1 or 2
Mr.
things.
Jonathan,
yes.
Let me come back to you.
Thank you.
Oga Mashola, thank you very much once again, sir. Please talk to us.
Thank you, Nigeria Watch family. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak today. I greet Mommy Diaspora. I greet everybody in the house. And I greet all Nigerians, and I thank them for being patient to this point that the country has not turned upside down. Daniel Bwala, the man that lies. This is Lai Mohammed Pro Max, the finally given to us. You speak in both sides of your mouth. Your mouth is a sword. Today you are with Tinubu. Tomorrow, who knows who you'll be with? Now, to show that yes, you are even a confused man, you are saying you are a lawyer and a journalist. How come? Because you can talk, turns you a journalist. Nigerians, so far this man is there. This is the evidence that Tinubu's government does not have anything to inform us about. It is just that they are cooking up the best liar who knows how to spin. My uncle used to say to me that those days, he said, if you don't have money, you must have mouth to toast a woman. Any man will can be talk, even though not get money, woman will follow you. Now they do so. Trying to deceive Nigerians to follow them into this their rubbish economy quagmire that they have brought us. Since APC, the word APC took government from PDP, Nigeria has been nosediving. And the nosediving now is we don't know when to crash. Because we all know we are all diving down. When to crash, we do not know. And that's why they have brought Bwala to come and lie to us. For Obasanjo, left for me, of all Nigerian presidents, minus Yar'Adua, Obasanjo is second. For me, Obasanjo is second. If health was on Yar'Adua's side, Yar'Adua would have been the best. And Nigeria would have changed. And that was one of the reasons why Obasanjo still brought him to come into power. And that's why he said the election that brought him to power is not credible, but he has to do it. But his health didn't let him do all his marvelous things he would have done for Nigeria. For the power project, Obasanjo spent money. And evidence is showing that all the power plants are working, and that's what Nigeria is enjoying. Since Obasanjo put the power plants, which other government, if Nigerians were serious, Nigerian government were serious, Obasanjo has got to one stage. The next government will have continued from where it stopped. Maybe they didn't put enough effort, according to the way I see it. Maybe good luck could not do more effort to it. But APC took over. Instead of adding, they keep removing. Because in their dictionary, it is borrow, they borrow. Everything they are doing is you have to borrow money. Let me come to Edo State Governor. Edo State Governor, people think, and I can't blame you. You are commissioning project, you are doing groundbreaking. Don't to fool average Nigerian illiterate that has not seen something. You carry picture, billboard, you want to do flyover. Is flyover making us a better country? Does it make Edo better? You carry picture, do Photoshop, put it there. If they ask that and you go and borrow white oil, Nigerians, why are we so wicked to ourselves? Are you telling me that they want to build a bridge now must be a white man, bring one Chinese, don't give us some dollars, let him come and speak. The man was reading from paper. This government, Edo State, now 419 government, they there. Better 419. Crooks. Senior boy crooks, now they do so. For it to steal money in government, you must make project. You must make project. When did they put you into as a governor? When did you get this contractor? When did they do analysis for that road? So you are telling me why you were campaigning, you were doing analysis for that road. Nigerians wake up, Edo people wake up, and then all the area boys in Edo State, they are all gathering behind the governor, hailing him. That one is making noise. They are praying for him. Someone has come to loot you. You will never see anything. The senior boy route that has taken over. in Godfather Day as well. They just brought you last week here. You came governor. You are commissioning project. You have not even checked your account. Have you checked the account of the state? Is it the money that you want to go and borrow money to build projects? And then to let you know that it's a lie. What I saw in that picture cannot be done in 1.5 years. There is no magic. Anybody that knows construction, look at what they have there. And I know that area, I know that road. If they are going to do that work, how many buildings will be left, will be moved? How many houses that will be broken down? And then you're telling me you will finish it in 1.5 years. It's not 18 months, you said. You bring a white man, you are giving him money, and he's coming here to lie to you. Nigerians, wake up. A state governor, if you want to govern, settle down, stop doing all this your jamboree, flag up, left and right. Flag up better. The simple thing that can flag up, people know that you have their mind, you have them in mind. You didn't flag up modern schools for them. It's rude. They're commissioning fashion house. It's a shame. Thank you, and Jawad.
My brother, Mr. Mashallah, thank you. Voila. Anyway, let's move on. Let's hear from Mr. Alex first.
Jawad, now, you know, your state. Now, because it is there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evis.
Thank you, my brother. Talk to us. Good evening to you once again.
Yes, Mr. Jonathan, my dear brother, I respectfully disagree with you 80% of your stand with Obasanjo today. Obasanjo did a lot of good things, but the bad things he did outweigh the good things. So I'm not the one to judge him. I leave him to God, posterity, history to judge Obasanjo. Obasanjo, for me, is not just corrupt. The man acted like a brutal human being. There are traces of his hands in brutality. So I cannot praise such a man. God gave him the privilege to set Nigeria on octo reset. He could not do it. He was busy, you know. I will name some of the few achievements of Obasanjo's government. Under him, security was top-notch. I will not take it away from him. You can't misbehave in Nigeria under him. There was sanity. You can travel from Benin to Kanu. You can even put your child on a bus in the morning. Then in the evening, you pick your uncle can pick your same child in Abuja, you know, safely. Nothing was happening, nothing like that. He had the country as a military general. He did his job security-wise. He led a team led by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to the World Bank and the bodies that we are all owing money to beg for debt cancellation. He was able to stabilize the economy. And the people listening to him, our debt was wiped out, which was a plus for him. I will not take it from him. He brought telecommunication after the late Fela and Nicolas Bokote, you know, fired him and Abiola, Obasanjo and Abiola, international TIF, the ITT project, the telecommunication project, $12 million. What happened to that money? It's part of the reason Obasanjo allegedly sent soldiers to invade Fela's home. In the process, his mother was pushed from a story building. She later died from the injury sustained on that one. Then kill my mama, 78 years old, mama. You know, he sang about it. So Obasanjo has been like, you know, Bini would say, Egui Fowoha. Tortoise is never, you know, he's always in every story. So for me, he should be ashamed of himself. I don't blame him. I blame his background. The Queen of England told BBC in the 70s that a mechanic has become Nigerian president. When Obasanjo became a president in the 70s as a military person. So his lack of education also played a very big role to the way he approached governance. I wouldn't blame it. Most of the military boys were not educated. Majority of them finally went back to school. E.g. Gowon, Theophilus Danjuma, even Obasanjo himself. He brought about the announcement of the Open University and so on and so forth. So Obasanjo, the bad things he did, I will tell you. He could not stand the principles of democracy. In 2001, Chibo Kadibo told him to go and take a course in Unilag, Introduction to Political Science, so that he will know this is not a military regime. He could not stand it. That led to allegedly what the stories surrounding the death of Chibo Kadibo. He dared to challenge Obasanjo to obey the rules of the game. Principles of separation of powers between executive and the legislature. Who withdrew his entourage? Who threw tear gas because he was asthmatic? Who removed his medical equipment, inhaler from his bag? So that is number one. Bola Ige, how did he die? Who also withdrew his security apparatus from him? The same style. Because the doctor that checked his body showed that a silenced pistol was used on him. What was the situation surrounding the third term agenda and so on and so forth? The Odi massacre, more than 20,000 souls were wiped out because 2 soldiers were killed. And Obasanjo said he will not have it on BBC News. They interviewed him. He said to the person interviewing him, if you were in my shoes, what will you do? 2 army generals were killed. These are generals. And he wiped out the whole community. Timaya, the great musician, sang about it. About Odi massacre. Is it the one that happened in Kaduna? 10,000 young people were wiped out in a village. And why was he beaten for a third tenure? That's to tell you the sectarism, the power drunkenness. Obasanjo became invisible. Instead of going back on a restructuring, instead of doing what Jonathan Goodluck attempted to do in 2014, calling for a national confab to restructure, to reconfigure the whole thing, or visiting the Aburi Accord, so that we can go back to regionalism, or we can go back to confederation, so that we can have a kind of government other countries are having that will develop the land. Obasanjo was busy amassing wealth through SPVs, him and Atiku. You are telling me Obasanjo was not corrupt? Atiku was asked on the last interview about the $11 billion is what that a person asked him. 11 billion is what I heard on that program. The video is there on YouTube. Atiku said, we had the money, it was not done. I feel bad about it. How can you tell me Obasanjo is not aware and those money were stolen like that? How dare you steal money under Obasanjo when he's a president and he's not aware? Today we are blaming Obaseki that Philip Shaibu allegedly has 27 police stations across Nigeria. If you are telling me that Shaibu was able to do that allegedly because during the campaign all these news were flying around, if Obaseki did not allow it, it will not happen. So you cannot tell me Obasanjo is one of the most corrupted human beings I've seen in Nigerian political history. Give it to him, he did a few things. I will not lie about that, but his evil at will is good. Now he's crying. Why is he crying now? What is he seeing that he did not see before? What is it? Was he blind when he was there? Didn't he have advisors? Ugozi Wela said it. That I told Obasanjo and some governors those days. I was advising them, let us plan this country. Let us reshuffle this country. He said, I later spoke to Jonathan that this oil boom that we are having will not continue like this. Let's find a way. Even Charles Soludo, the Ibori former data set governor, and some other governors, they were not having it. They were the PDP shiftings. They ganged up to continue to freeze and fleece Nigeria. And now the baby beast they gave birth to has now risen. Obasanjo brought about rigging of election, snatching of ballot boxes, a thuggery. He encouraged it, he endorsed it, he clapped for it. He was the one that was, receiving them in Abuja. You have to go and bow down to him, either in Ogun State or in Abuja. So the man is a disgrace to himself. During electionary activities, he cried out that his grandchildren and children are asking him questions. Why Nigeria is like this? Part of the reason why he decided to work with Mr. Peter Obi to see if we can get a new Nigeria. He's trying to correct his wrongs. So, brothers and sisters, Obasanjo is not a man that you should listen to. He had all the opportunity, he had all the power, he had all the influence, he had all the providence, he had all the connections. He's a man that knows how to fix outsiders and will never fix his own house. We call it Adazoe in Benin. Adazoe, a good man outside, but a bad husband and a bad father inside the house. He knows how to settle people. He's a peacemaker outside. He's a philanthropist, but in his house, his children are starving. His house is in disarray. He cannot do anything good. But outside, he's a good man. He goes to peacekeeping. He goes to Ethiopia to stop war that world bodies cannot stop. He goes everywhere. South Sudan, he goes everywhere. But when he comes to Nigeria, he pretends to run out of idea. I challenge him today to tell me he does not have oil wells. He's not among those freezing Nigeria through this bunkering oil well matter. So we are in a captured state, and part of the people running the Dangote group, I dare to say, Obasanjo's name allegedly is part of it. So, Mr. Jonathan, I respect you a lot, but on this one, if we have time, I can bring books, I can open Google for you. The records are there. Obasanjo messed up. If he had fixed this country, crooks, drug dealers like Tinubu will never emerge as president, as even flag bearers. So his lack of education, his greediness, and his, sick tacticism spirit, his power junkiness had a strong hold on him. And also he was a little bit carried away by the, by the razzmatazz of the moment. So right now, he's not telling us Nigeria should have done what. This is why nobody takes him serious. Nobody takes him serious because they will remind him he was there. He was there 3 times. Once as a military person, twice as a democratic, leader. What are you going to tell me now? What story is he going to tell us? He was there. He was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He had all the power to lobby, to influence. All those boys at the National Assembly, they were all his friends. He knows how to lobby, but he did not do it. He was busy fighting everybody for a third-term agenda. So for me, we are going to continue to swim in this bandwagon of corruption, of bad government, until we are all consumed, until the country swallows everybody, and we all wake up to a new land or a new village. Because before the white man came, we were all villages, we were all kingdoms, and we were all different what's it called, empires. For example, Benin Kingdom. So that's where we are going to go to, because this thing called democracy, it has become a fraud. It has become a scam, a lie. I listened to you, Mr. Jonathan, on what you said about Edo State. I totally agree with you on that one. Yes, it's a looting strategy. What do you want me to do? If the former governor had done all this one, we then have a chance to loot with this one? No. If Obaseki, who called himself a technocrat for 8 years, he could not fix the general drainage, he could not build bridges and flyovers. If he had done all these ones, APC will have nothing to loot with. So, Mr. Elvis, I will leave it here, and I'll wait for the response of Mr. Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. USA.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thanks for your submission. I'm one of the people that counted Obasanjo as a failure, a woefully failure. He failed woefully because he ruled. In fact, whenever Obasanjo talk and criticize Tinubu, I believe, although we need them to speak for us, but Obasanjo, he failed woefully. He could not fix the country. The fact that, in fact, I like a neutral person to talk about these people than this satanic set of people. You were there. You were there twice. You ruled for 8 years, then you were there before as a military leader, head of state. You could not change the country. Abuna don't know, say for country to be better, and only one person go create that path that the rest will follow. Don't you know that? So I don't understand, But to me, I don't know. That's why I asked
Mr. Elvis, please, sir, just 5 seconds. There's another thing Obasanjo did. I just laugh, I smile. Some of us are students of history. He claimed that while he was living, that Nigerians deserve to have a presidential national library that will serve as a tourist attraction, that will serve as an educational colossus, educational, synagogue for young people. Guess what? He built it in his village. He claimed it now as Obasanjo Library. He's in Ota right now. That thing was built with government money. Nobody saying nothing about it. This is why people don't listen to him.
All right. This is why we normally say that you should have integrity, live by example. In case when you are speaking, a lot of people will listen to you. A lot of people are not listening to Obasanjo at this moment, to be honest. because they see a lot of hypocrisy in his speech. So why should people listen to you? But although I'm happy that he's speaking, don't get me wrong, but all of them that have ruled, you know, at least it's still better than Jonathan that is not speaking. Jonathan, now we are not even sure where Jonathan, where he put his head, where he did. You know, if he supported Tinubu or if he's for the people, we are not even sure. We don't know. No. So if Obasanjo is criticizing Tinubu right now, if someone say Obasanjo is criticizing Tinubu now for a selfish reason, I will disagree with that. Obasanjo is not criticizing Tinubu because he did not get anything from Tinubu. He's criticizing Tinubu right now organically and genuinely. I like that part. But the problem that he has is that how come you could not fix the country? You were there. You were there. And this one, my president, Peter Obi, they talk. You know what is wrong and you decided you want to rule. So you should change it. Yeah? Not when I was there or when I get there. You already know. That's why you brought yourself out that you want to rule. You know? So for me, I'm not taking Obasanjo serious at all. I've never taken him serious. Any people that have ruled us in the past criticizing Tinubu, I will not take none of them serious. You know, people like Babangida cannot come manner to criticize Tinubu. You know, although, Kai, see people will really destroy the country. Though your roof in it, or their house, they will share for inside house, they drink wine. Nobody, they dare question them.
And how was it?
Beggy.
Yes, sir. It's the rule Nigeria, this is how we cheer. And we need
my brother, these people matter not. It's a tired person now. A tired person, man. So for me, Obasanjo is a failure. Is a woefully failure. He failed. I don't know if they are what they manage that English for him. He failed woefully. So he may go hide himself. All of them that have ruled the country before Tinubu, all of them failed. The only person I will remove, unfortunately, in not their life again, that be Yaradua. All of them failed. They failed woefully. They are a disgrace. So wait till you want to talk. You know, although he's organically criticizing Tinubu for a reason I don't know, but not for his selfish reasons. That one I will fight out for him, not for his selfish reason. He doesn't want to need anything from Tinubu. But how come the Obasanjo come they talk? You were there. You were there, pa. I beg. Let's move on. Let me call on the next person, man.
Mr. Evis, Obasanjo has been criticizing everybody that has been a president. He criticized Jonathan until he tore his card. He criticized Buhari. He wrote many letters. Now he's doing it again. It's his nature. He just go like he just engage in this political simki, this swagger. He likes it. He likes this political dance macabre. So it's his nature. It's his nature. It's his nature. He likes to be in the spotlight.
The way he's criticizing Tinubu, you know, criticize Buhari like that too. Now, so letter they write that time. He was very, very careful.
They'll go catch her now. They'll go catch her for water. He knows.
I said that Tinubu, but then you get the power, you know. But still, if he was a neutral person, I don't mind. Make it finish Tinubu, make it destroy him. But you were there. You were there. Now that won't be my concern now. No matter be get as it be, man. Tinubu will still come off for position tomorrow. Now come they criticize the next president. Anyway, we have two more people with us. Oga CM just coming in, and we have Oga Chris. Oga Chris, thank you, sir, for joining us once again. Good evening to you. I beg, my brother, talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Njawaj, and thank you so much for this opportunity to add my voice to this national discourse. Let me stand on existing protocol because it's only 8 minutes. Be that as it may, Mommy Diaspora, thank you so much for everything you do. Everybody listening to us, everybody, I mean everybody. I want to say welcome to this very beautiful show. Yeah, I'm not surprised that the discussion surrounding Obasanjo is still going on. And Mr. Njawaj, I think you completely captured the essence of the argument. It's whether did Obasanjo succeed or did he fail? Has he contributed to national development? At the time we start trying to micromanage Obasanjo as a person vis-a-vis his sojourn during his administration of the Nigerian state, then we are going to run into a lot of logjam. For me, like I usually do, I stick out my neck there and I take a position. I maintain that Obaseki failed woefully. And I also maintain the same thing. Obasanjo failed woefully. There's no way you have to look at it. Let's look at the big picture. The big picture is that Nigeria is 64 years old. For 64 years, we've had 16 presidents. And if you divide 64 by 16, that means each president had the opportunity to rule Nigeria for 4 years. But Obasanjo ruled Nigeria for 12 years, which means Obasanjo had 3 times the number of opportunities the other president had. And yet, he messed up everything. Buhari had 2 times plus, because Buhari ruled for 8 years, and the 1983 that was cut short by Babangida. So the question is this. We should also try, before I come to the question, let's refrain from comparison. The argument is not the argument for comparison. And people did not just wake up and start criticizing Obasanjo. We have to look at the roots of what led to all this. Obasanjo came out to add his voice to the criticism of the present government. And a lot of people, no, let's not use that word. Some people are saying that he doesn't have the moral right. Some people are saying he has. For me, I think that's what the argument centers around. Does he have the right or does he not have? If I say from my point of view that, look, this man doesn't have the right to be criticized, but that does not take away the fact that the criticism is good or not, because that's a different argument on its own. If you ask me, this kind of criticism, is it okay? It is very okay. But does he have that moral right? Does he even have a local standing on this matter of national development? I think he has lost that opportunity long ago. He lost it long ago. And if we must know, there is a pattern attached to his kind of criticism. What was the criticism about Jonathan about? Writing letter that Ebele Jonathan had 1,000 snipers is training to buy opposition party, which was completely false. This is supposed to be a national hero that we are supposed to respect. You are lying barefaced against a sitting president. He came to Buhari, he started the same thing, the same trajectory. And of course, Buhari is as crude or even cruder than Obasanjo. And thank God again, Mr. Anjao, you mentioned that he didn't criticize, but he tried it from the beginning. And the Buhari boys, they unleashed the dogs at him. Now Baba enter house. And I'm sure the same thing Tinubu boys will do with him. Now, we must have to get this clear as a nation. We must have to define what we really mean when we are talking about great leaders. It never took Lin Kuan Yew anything to do the things he did to transform Singapore. What some of us are saying, our argument is this: every opportunity to constitute and institute those institutions that will be the foundation of national development, Obasanjo was in the best position to do all those. But because of his style of politics, none of those things ever materialize. Economy, government policies, international relations, he performed absolutely sterling performance. He did excellently well. But as he was busy doing all those things, his crave and his lust for political power was setting the agenda to destroy those things at the same time. I likened it again to somebody, you're building a very beautiful house, a very beautiful one for that matter, by all standard. But by virtue of your greed and personal aggrandizement, You were installing grenade inside of that beautiful building. Not one, not two, not three, like 30 of them. And after you completed building the house, the grenade, they started going off one after the other, one after the other. Those are the leaders we've been seeing since Obasanjo left power. Some of the grenades are Tinubu that we are having today. Some of the grenades are all the political thieves, morons, barons that we are having today. So who am I to blame for that? Is it the record on human rights? We can't even talk about that. We can't talk about that. So the issue of Obasanjo is going to remain controversial. And I listened to Alex when he talked about the Fela song. Let's not forget, in the 70s, Obasanjo was the president and Buhari, Minister of Petroleum, together 2.8 billion. It is still in the realm of control, but it was there. $2.8 billion as at then. If only we knew what that amount of money will amount to by now, the kind of infrastructure that amount of money could have done. Talk about the national, the library that Alex talked about. What about the Operation Feed the Nation farm, the Otta farms today that has been, when Tanzanian president came to Nigeria and he saw that farm, that this belonged to Nigeria, it belongs to one person. Today, those things belong to him and he's alive. We need to get this part very, very clear. If I'm criticizing Obasanjo, I didn't just wake him up and start criticizing him. It is with regards to his current diatribes against Tinubu as a person. And I'm enjoying the response the Tinubus are giving to him. Because those guys you have there, they are not lame duck. They are ready for anything. And again, I'll make bold to say again, the 2003 elections and the 2007 election, by all standard, remains the worst election so far. We can see this election that we just finished, at least we can see that in Nasarawa, the INEC people announced a different result. We can see what happened in Lagos. We can see across the nation, in Plateau State, we could see all those that the Labour Party clearly won. We saw the way they reduced the votes. We actually saw the votes. But in Obasanjo's election, we never saw any of those votes. As election was going on, results were being released. That is how you have the juggernauts in power today. Well, let me leave it for now. And the Constitution, he had the opportunity of doing that. He refused to. That could have put nail to every problem we are facing today. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, my brother. Mr. Chris, thanks for your submission. Okay, the last on the panel is Oga CM. Good evening to you, sir. Unmute yourself. I better talk to us.
Thank you, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know, maybe I don't need to say everybody. Good evening, Destiny. Good evening, Jonathan. Good evening, Chris. The resident architect, Amoshola. Where are you from, Konna? Alex, welcome to the show, Sha. I don't know. I think I'm talking. Yes, the people of Edo State. Not really. I wouldn't say the people. Just some people in Edo State are overtly excited with what they showed on TV. I saw it. A very massive flyover, 4 lanes, which is superb. That is to say, if it will be possible. One, I have my doubts. The new governor is not up to 1 month in office or 2 months or 3 weeks. Has he constituted his cabinet? Have they had their first cabinet meeting? What about transparency? This contract, somebody spoke earlier asking where is the thing, was Jonathan asking, was this money appropriated for? Because the essence of public finance is that the money is not your own, it belongs to the public. So it's like every Dick and Harry must know how you are spending the money. You are not doing anybody a favor. You're only living up to the expectation, what is expected of you. How are you spending the money? You won't go house to house to tell them this is their money. I'm saying, but you make an announcement. There's Commissioner for Information. There are mass media everywhere. Why I'm saying this is that I'm from Anambra State. There is this Soludo we have. They have he has a Facebook page. His government. He announced it. When they have the executive council meeting, he will say the so-so road has been awarded to so-so company by so-so amount. It will publish. It's published. I'm not a builder, I'm not a civil engineer, not an architect. Whether 7.8 kilometer road will cost 700 million naira, I don't know. But all these things will be itemized. So whoever is, I have a friend who is a civil engineer from Anambra. He said he's taking note. People are just writing it down, and you will go and see the contractor doing it. So I expect it's not enough to woo the people and say, oh, people are already comparing. It will be better than Oshomola or better. Let us do things the right way. Yes, we know you have to do it, but follow the due process. People, that's what they mean by carrying people along. By the time you gather people over a canopy and you announce this type of thing, and they say it's 18 months, opposition will ask you, is it your own? Are you doing it in like Tinubu is doing a Lagos Calabar coastal road? It wasn't captured in the budget. There was no public tender. And again, it wasn't appropriate. It wasn't in the appropriated for. And Tinubu just awarded it arbitrarily. People will clap and but that's what we are saying. 15 trillion, that of Lagos. That's what I had. So this one that I'm only trying to, ask questions. Not that I'm not a killjoy. Well, in fact, I want something like that, more than 20 all over. But tell the people, because the money you are spending is not your own. That is the meaning of public finance. Tell the people, even if it will cost till the last kobo, you put it there. People will know the contractor, because some people like Moshola here will now say, this type of contractor doesn't do this type of job because he's a professional. They know who and who are best. I may look at it and say, let me keep note. So that is he is not starting. He putting the wrong foot forward. Let him go back and then where was this appropriated? If it's not, if it's an emergency, say you pass it to the house and then this is the contract. I mean, just let the people be in the know. Then that way, anybody raising question will now be able to say, look, this contract we awarded so and so. I've gone there, it's not doing or whatever, it's not there. So Kwewolo should just, or maybe he's doing it to win public opinion ahead of the battle with Aswe Godala at the tribunal. But be that as it may, this is about public money. Whether you rig yourself into office, you didn't rig yourself. The moment you are a governor, you are managing money. It's like giving somebody, go and buy newspapers for me. You give a child the money to go and buy newspaper. When the child comes back, you have to account. Which one did you buy? How much it was Guardian? Daily Times. You have to show it. It's not nobody will like you for or hate you about that because the money is not your own. That is just my reason. The money doesn't belong to Kwewolo as a person. Now, every money you spend, Edo people should know. And if they ask a question, some people should not take it, as if they don't like you. That is one thing. And again, to be above criticisms, be ahead of the game. Always go do it this way. Whether that is why they said Anambra is the most the financially economic, is this what they call it, financially transparency, according to budget or what was given the thing. They said after Anambra, I think it's Ogun State or Ekiti State. So this is what we expect. It's public fund. I'm not a civil engineer. There are people that are civil engineers that can look into it. That's why because the money is not your own. It's a do people's money. If they ask you, say this is where we put it, and not to announce bogus amount of money. Nobody know you bring Oyibo, they speak grammar. All those ones now, it can excite the people who no go school or people who no understand. To some of us, if we analyze it here, we tell you are not doing it the right way, unless you have something to hide. Otherwise, I'm not stopping you from spending trillion to build a road, but let us know where the money came from. How did it pass? Just the due process. That's what we want. Then we look into it. After all, you have to spend the money. So that's about that one. But as time goes on, I know they will improve. Since they listen to us, maybe they will, what we say now, they will now go and start to tell you, maybe come up with one thing that this has been discussed or it was an emergency or no, but be that as it may, all commissioners must be present before you award a contract. That means of cabinet. They will be round and they say this is what we are going to do. Then at the end of the meeting, the commissioner for information will go to the radio station. Maybe he's taking this and he will explain it. Then if you have a website, thank God Obaseki built website, you go there and put it that this is what you have to do. So this is a simple thing, unless they want to use it to loot money and then settle early people before tribunal throw them out or something. I don't know, but to me, I'm excited but not excited because I want something done properly. What is worth doing is worth doing well. Now, when I listened to, who did I listen to about this Obasanjo issue? I have a personal pain about Obasanjo. This personal. I'm from Anambra State. It was under Obasanjo. He supervised the kidnapping of a sitting governor. Chris Obaden were doing all those things. So Obasanjo, it's just because of personal wickedness. That is just what is wrong with the man. He had, like we said, nobody can begrudge him economy. It was outstanding. Debt forgiveness, economy, banking consolidation. So many Nigerians are abroad under Obasanjo. Coming home, it happened. I knew of people that went home. They later went back, came out. So economy was, you don't have to. Like somebody says, security, the same. So you don't mess up. Things where people were even out of fear, people were obeying the law and everything. But Obasanjo now used personal animosity and wickedness, used EFCC to threaten certain people. For instance, it was Obasanjo that said, PDP, you were in prison when a coup made them formed it. Obasanjo came to punish Atiku anything. He said they will deregister some people. How can you do that? It happened under PDP, deregister. He said he deregistered them. They will have to go and retake another form. You know, all those types, these are personal wickedness. Then you now came to Anambra State, supervised the kidnapping of a governor. That is what, when they came to Aso Rock, you are asking in Gige, you have to settle him, a president. Chris Ubah was all over the place bragging. The security of Chris Ubah is higher than that of a governor. Raphael Ige, commissioner of police in Abia, was drafted to do the dirty job. The man died now. Chris Ubah, we drive Ngige out of the way in Anambra. I mean, people heard these things and Obasanjo was there. Chinua Achebe has to put it in writing that they are boasting open that they have connection with the president. Nothing will happen. So imagine that type of thing. A president of a country, you have a massive elephant on your head and you are using your toenails to be scrambling for ant, that you must have the portion of that ant. You will have your own portion. When you have everything, now, because of under Obasanjo, about 26 states in Nigeria were controlled by PDP. Governors, about 26 or 28. The House of Reps, majorly PDP. House of Senate, majorly PDP. So it's only some few states that have APC or ADs having an upper hand, maybe 6 or 7 or 8. Yet, PDP caucus sat down, said, the only time a civilian created a state in Nigeria was 1963, which is the Midwestern region that gave rise to Edo State or Midwestern region because of it. He said everything has been military, that the Southeast, we need a state to be at par as a region with others. It was discussed in PDP caucus in the Senate with Ken Nnamdi, Senate president from Enugu State. The House of Reps, the speaker was either Bello Masare or something from Kasena. I can't remember, but he's somebody from there. Then all ministers, every governors, they've gone round, and PDP agreed that Obasanjo, this will be part of your legacy. They have to give everybody agreed. Now, for them to make it executive bill, because that's how it should come in, Obasanjo went and attached third term to it. When they announced it and said, oh, you forgotten this, you were expecting this bill. This is, he said, no, they have to pass them together. If they don't want to pass it, let them leave. So because of your ambition, you punish the Southeast. Because of your ambition. And there are other things. National Political Conference Obasanjo organized was to do the constitution in a way. So part of the resolution there are 4 items. I don't know why people should call in and remind me. There were 3 major items. 1 state for the Southeast, 2 other important landmarks in Nigeria has to do with the Constitution. Obasanjo go and put the 4th one, which is 3rd term. When they wrote back to him, say, look, this is executive bill. Bring this one so that we pass it and then we trash it out. He said, no, the thing must go together. If they don't want to pass them together, let them forget. That was how 3rd term was killed. Because people felt, why should we have a 3rd term? It's an affront on the Constitution. And look at the Southeast, which PDP has agreed. All over they need a state. Now, that state we missed, this is what Southeast missed. 1 extra governor, 3 senators, maybe 5 or 6 or 7, depending on local government, or 8, House of Rep members. When you come to appointment, we should have ambassador. When you come to institution, we should have a military cantonment, an army barracks in every state. We should have one. We should have a police command, every state, police headquarters. Then ambassadors should be shared. Board appointments should be shared that way. Then you talk of educational institution. We must have another federal university, a federal medical center or a teaching hospital, a federal government college for boys, federal government girls college for girls, federal polytechnic, federal college of education. And if maybe 1 or 2 other ones, because some institutions maybe. So these are what we missed. And we are asking him, this is why he said no. He went and paired them together. So that is the wickedness. Some of us, when we remember, he said, look at, he just used personal evil thought and damaged everything. Maybe probably that is why the son go and swear affidavit to disgrace him, that he should leave his wife for him. So Obasanjo's this thing, that's why I said yesterday, the children should call him in, let him go and rest. He should not be going about dancing like a peacock. We know the economy, what he did. I can't deny that. But because of personal wickedness with Atiku, everybody is an enemy. He was punishing everybody left, right, and center. Now Southeast is still today, we don't have extra state with what goes with it due to Obasanjo. Thank you very much, and 3rd term. Let me stop here.
All right. Oga CM, thank you for that history where you take us through. You know, as I normally say on this platform, now all of us they learn for a year. There are so many things me myself don't know. When I listen to you guys, I'm learning. Yes, Obasanjo history. Okay, some are defending Obasanjo while some are protecting Obasanjo. You know, but for me, everybody entitled to their expression on this platform. I don't have any problem with that. Everybody on the panel have given their submission. We're going to have our final submission right now, so we'll take it from here. Thank you very much, my people. Mr. Jonathan, I'll come back to you again, sir. Please give us your final submission, 4 minutes. Okay, Mr. Jonathan is not available. Mr. Destiny, are you there? Your final submission, 4 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
You know, this issue where we talk now, one thing where me not understand and see, would they try to exonerate Obasanjo, say not be all the whole corruption, the fuel, the light, where they spend 16 billion, say not be fault, I know, because now waiting me not understand. Because the thing not come make me understand again. The way we continue to say they argue the thing. Because it comes like say someone force for you. Like say if they give us opportunity, we go come do the thing. If we did the power, maybe we come they talk say not be our fault. We give person money, may do it not do. Then it not be our fault. How that one not come to be your fault? When you give person money, not do, and you not arrest the person. When we say okay, can you ask your driver to go and buy fuel, and your driver did not buy fuel? He came back, and both of you were driving on the express. The fuel, the car just stopped. You ask what happened. He said there's no fuel, and you leave that driver like you just say, my driver, no problem. Let's go to the nearest filling station. Just take keg, go and buy the fuel, put inside the tank, and you guys just continue without sack. Now what I know the get, because I think they confuse me sometimes. What will not go take as an individual, because they take out when it comes to country. Put blame for person where get the blame. Now he release this money. People were supposed to use this money, not use them. He not hold them. Now they say no waiting they happen. You know how the money take go. Because if you don't know, all those people, because then now you get the ESCC as the Jagaban take get all of them now. Now you get the ESCC, now you go use them. Fight them, because Nigeria now we know see now with the people they get ESCC, now the government they get ESCC, now they get the judges and everybody. You go use the whole all of them. Because I know even because then this corruption, all these thief never reach like this. Because now not be even the bribe. Now they give all these people now. Now the things they way don't know for the corruption and the crime where many of them don't commit. Now they hold them because I'm not listening our money to the bribe or this bribe right now. Now what many of them don't do before. Now they hold them now. If you not do my bidding, I'll bring your story out to Naomi Call of the judge. Everybody now is surrender to now. So I'm not okay for the final. I don't get anybody to blame than Obasanjo now scatter the country, because if you not be for do the right thing, arrest the ones where he give money, they all do what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Destiny. Thanks for your submission. Oga Marshall Life, you are there, sir. Please talk to us your final submission. 4 minutes.
Thank you, Nigeria Watch. Earlier, someone said those governor. Like I said, normally appropriation, those who appropriate money to those projects is flagging up. Or based on their antecedents and the fact that their Uhuru government, and if they came in and the election that they brought there in, there's a very strong evidence that they're just gathering money to steal. And I noticed that his godfather, his spokesman, Oshomola, hasn't been talking. So I guess maybe he's the one cooking the game. And Edo people, just shine your eye well, because from now to December and whenever they start their court case, it is money they want to steal, and it's indirectly saying like, if I don't get the governor of Edo State, at least don't let me lose out. I must take something. That's the kind of government they are ruling. For Daniel Bwala, I beg, I said, don't people give you this position where they shout for sins. They don't finally give you. I beg, go the gym up with the kind of lie we want to leave us. But I don't say, nah, hefty lie. Now I want to talk now, because by next year, they are saying you're not the main spokesperson for the president. The ones that say they're not the main spokesperson, the spokesperson, they have not been talking. You've just given you the position. Come and be talking for him, so that we know how people are lying. Because what do you call it? His name, former president Buhari was there. Lai Mohammed was giving us the lie, and we're enjoying it. We was know his lie, because we know this government has just come with propaganda, and there's nothing to show. You keep borrowing and borrowing, continue borrowing. For Obasanjo's case, for me as a person, Obasanjo might have his own bad side, but at least for the fact that somebody ruled this country and got us out of debt, how come we got back to this level of debt again? If we know that we have failed governments and people that cannot manage government. If you look at everything, Obasanjo has tried. He has the map. He does not have money, but he has the map to convince people to cancel our debt. Which of these presidents will be able to go to the world community and say, please cancel our debt for us? It's not possible. we have lost faith. So just see that down and watch now what they do now. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, mashallah. God bless you, my brother. I appreciate you. Mr. Alex, if you are there, your final submission, 4 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Najawash. You see, we are not politicians. We are just concerned citizens, or I would call it humanitarians who were fighting against the transatlantic slave trade. We don't have any interest. We just want a better land for people to live. People are just existing. They are not living in Nigeria, unless the rich people who can afford some level of comfort. I know Edo State, as usual, it has always been the hijacking of the political machinery by a gang of, what I would call gang of thieves. But I hope this government can prove me wrong. But how can you climb through the window? You know, I want to do the right thing. I leave Edo people to judge that. So it boils down to the past administration. If you were good enough, people would have been able to have a sympathy vote for your candidate, for your party. Because you were so bad, everybody kept quiet for what happened to happen. Yes, you are not suffering it, but you are suffering it with everybody now. People don't want to hear about you. People hate you now everywhere. So like Mr. Heavy said, it is not all about hate or politics. People genuinely are not happy because they didn't see anything that they see abroad. They expected certain things, even if it's not everything, in Edo State. How can you be in a state for 8 years, you don't have meaningful project to show? So people say repetition. Yes, people are suffering repeatedly here every day. People are suffering from the flood, from everything. So as for Obasanjo, for me, I cannot emphasize the satanic activities of this man. God gave him the chance, and he's going to answer to God. He's going to answer to God. And yeah, this is a man that cannot give account of $11 billion. Atiku attested to that on a live interview with BBC. He attested to that. He said, we gave her the contract, and it was not done. I feel bad. That's all he said. I feel bad. He was not behaving like he wanted to cry. I just laughed. I said, look at this man. I said, look at this man. That was a vice president. So what will the president do? So for me, if somebody under me or people under me are stealing money, I'm part of it. If I'm not crying out, I'm part of it because the boss stops at my table. So Obasanjo knows how they stole those monies. And he's going to live with his conscience forever. Maybe this is why he's running around. This is why he writes letter every time anybody is in power. To try to, maybe his conscience is worrying him, I don't know. So like someone said, his children a lot of things are happening in his family. Somebody said his son has to take him to court to leave his wife alone. So you can, a lot of things. These things are not things we can say here because of the platform rules. So the man, for me, had the chance to restructure this country, to call people, and everybody respected him. Everybody feared him. He had that influence and affluence and grace and providence to call people from every part of the country. But now he's crying wolf. He has no moral ground. He should go and hide himself. If possible, he should go and arrest his own self, put himself to jail. At the time, he was a political prisoner. And if this man, if Abacha was quick enough to do away with this man, then we will not know what God has saved us from. That's why I stopped crying about June 12th. I don't cry again for anybody, Abiola. I don't cry about that. I used to cry, I used to weep, I used to sob like a child those days about June 12th. Why did they take her this? Why? But now I understand. Politicians are all the same. So we are watching Modokpewolo. We are watching you very closely. We are watching you because right now, the first mistake or the first thing I'm observing now is the same financial rascality, no explanation whatsoever. If flagging off a project is not your project, it's the people's project. You let them know this is a company doing it, and I leave that to the Minister of Finance or Minister of Information. You let them know this is a company doing it. It will cost us S and S amount of money. This is when it's going to be finished. You cannot just bring us some Chinese people who we don't even know. I'm waiting for the name of the company anyways. Why Chinese? Why Chinese? Allegedly, I'm hearing $45 million loan is about to be borrowed. I don't know how true. Let's hope it's not true. So, Mr. Elvis, thank you so much. I thank everybody. Thank you. Don't take Obasanjo serious.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alex. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Okay, Oga Chris, please, your final submission, 4 minutes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Njawosh, thank you once again for this opportunity. Well, I think this Obasanjo's issue is overflowed. Like I said, the whole idea is not about to compare Obasanjo with any other leader. The whole idea is not to kind of talk about the things he did. Or the whole idea is that, look, we are in this quagmire, political quagmire. Does Obasanjo have the moral justification to come and have a discourse? No, the answer is no. What are the reasons? Because he had all the opportunities to turn around the things we are fighting for today. And he simply refused. Not that he didn't have the power. He had the power, he had everything. But because of his personal greed, is it not that greed that's the problem of African leaders? Why has Africa not, in short, tell me anywhere where you have black people and show me development there. Nothing, because of greed. That's the same thing Obasanjo demonstrated. They can either be greedy for money, greedy for their tribe, greedy for their religion. But Obasanjo was completely detribalized. He was a Nigerian in total, carried everybody along, all the regions. But his personal greed, the Messiah-like attitude of Obasanjo.
It's not really greed. It's not greed, it's wickedness, personal wickedness.
It's all put together. So I don't even know why we are having that discussion. It's there. We are crying constitution. When this man came to power, the constitution we are crying about, Abdul Salami, they gave him a copy of this constitution after he came to power. He looked at it and said they were going to do something about it. But when he saw the enormous powers that the president has, Oga not do anything again. He keep the constitution like that. So you keep on like that. You don't finish now. You are not telling other people to change it. Because that's even my problem. They should sack an HMR. They should do this. You know, when you did that, you don't know, say that power not good. So now the president go feed, they appoint everybody. You used it maximally to your benefit. Now you are gone. You want another person to come and change it. Is that not the origin of all this? Because this discussion was around election. Whereas in the areas of election, you fail woefully. All these thieves we have in power, is it not your election that brought all of them? And they don't want to come out again. I beg now. That was the discussion. Then for Okorocha, I think we just have to set some records straight. For me, campaign is gone. Even for Tinubu's case, what I want is a better society. And any step any leader take to ensure that better society, we'll be looking, we'll be appreciating. Like I said yesterday, it is noteworthy that we take cognizance, we recognize what is due, because we've talked about this project here many times. On Saturday, we talked about this project late into the night, not even knowing that by Monday they are going to kickstart it. So I think it's also appropriate that Nigeria Watch YouTube channel, we acknowledge that yes, this man is listening. But having said that, the budget some people have referred to, let's not forget that just August, 2 or 3 months ago, Obaseki passed the appropriation bill, which they claim it was already like 95%. They've already spent 95% of that bill. So the man is left with nothing to do whatever he wants to do. So for whatever it is, and let's not also forget that as the incoming governor or the president, you have the opportunity to like spend like 10% or thereabout of what you are going to propose as your budget before you can present the final budget. So that's just by the wayside. That's not supporting Okorocha in any way. It's just giving credence to the fact that, okay, this man is just coming. These are the things he's doing. Let's hold him accountable. Let's be sure that he will continue in this trajectory. Whether it is political or anything, time will tell. As at now, any insinuation, they are at best conjectural. And again, Dr. CM, you see, these are the kind of things we're talking about, because I heard you talked about transparency, talking about budget transparency. These were the things we campaigned about. These were our grudges against Obama. You couldn't have used 9 members House of Assembly to run a state like those states, and you expect people to keep quiet. It wasn't just possible. Mr. Njawoch, once again, thank you for the opportunity, and good evening, Nigerians.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. God bless you, sir. I appreciate you. The last person on the panel, I don't know if Mr. Jonathan is still with us, but Oga Sim, thank you, sir. Give us your final solution for 4 minutes, sir.
Okay, my final, sorry, just One moment, make I pause my time small, according to Black Panther. Yes, one more. Is this still Tinubu? Okay, that is what came up today. Let me talk on this Daniel Bwala of a thing. You know, there is this news only that sometimes I don't comment on certain things until after 2 or 3 days. If we're still making headline, let me make sure it's not fake news. They said this Daniel Bwala of something. I mean, he's a lawyer, trained lawyer, a barrister of called to the English bar here. I think he's a barrister. Now he couldn't make it in UK, or maybe not. He couldn't make it. He went back home because in Nigeria you can make money overnight, unlike in the UK you have to pay tax through for ages. Yes, please.
In the UK, you can't get free money.
You go to drink your milk, they eat egg and bread, but money no go flow like that. You have to explain. Even if they say your salary is £70,000 a month, before you go home, if you be saying 4,000, I ain't go follow you reach. You say the other one tax and everything. So the thing is, Daniel Bwala, I think Bayo Ononoga is trying to downgrade him. I think he assumed, I don't know, maybe because Nigeria Watch hasn't shown it here, so maybe it's not verified yet. They are saying that he's trying to say he's the spokesman, that kind of spokesman like Julian Gelari, to be all over the place and start to act. So I think they say Daniel Bwala, Bayo Ononoga, the old
CM, Ononoga makes a statement about that. A final statement that is just a communicator, policy communicator. He's not any spokesperson. So they released a statement this evening around 5 o'clock or thereabouts.
Okay. Thank God, at least. Yeah, you're correct, because nobody only means here. So that thing, when you leave, they said when you leave the passenger's position in the bus and move to the driver's position, the situation of the road will change. You think saying at that time when you there passenger road go all the fine. When you get to driver's position, the situation of the road go change. Now, why am I saying this? When Bwala was minister for obedient movement, everything obedient. Now you don't forget, say no more obedient to criticize. In a part of government now, he was at the periphery, in there. And just don't take my word for it. With this thing, Bayo Ononoga, the readjustment Onono, because neither and Bayo Ononoga, na be the media man people know. Remember, Jesutego Onokwasa, they somewhere they lament. So maybe you never know. They say you don't laugh if you swallow what they call a knife. May you no go they praise yourself because you never go toilet. So Jesutego Onokwasa go there somewhere, they watch. So this Daniel Bwala of a case, he get leg, that thing feel no last. And as far as I know, though Tinubu must have known about the appointment, but as they go reduce them, Tinubu may not know about it. So in a way, it is not enough for you to betray trust people have in you. Ordinarily, I did not expect that somebody like Daniel Bwala, even if they call him, give him job, he for say no, out of his own personal conviction, because he said unprintable things about Tinubu. Although, albeit, in retrospect, we now know that at least a good 90% of them, or 80, are truth. So, but for him to eat is it humble pie or humbug? You to go back to your vomit, it means that you are not a man of character. To be honest with you, I said it here one time, and I keep saying it. When you lose money, you've not lost anything. Oh, you've not lost anything, because somebody somewhere can say, how much did you lose? Oh, there's a pickpocket, they took my wallet. How much? You give the person back. Even if it's your house that got burnt, some good Samaritan may say, okay, come and stay here, or somebody can replace your money somehow. You lost your health, you've lost something, because you can be bedridden because of spinal injury, though you are alive. Or you can lose one of your eye or one of your arm, you've lost something. But when you lost character, you've lost everything. So Daniel Bwala to me has lost character. He can't convince anybody. Nobody will take him. How could you? You could have turned it down just based on principle. Even if you've left Atiku camp, when Tinubu calls you, we say no. He can still get some money and be eating, even if in UK anywhere. but you jumped in and now you are going to be spokesman. What are you going to be talking? They bring you in and you start to argue with Shehu Kimbaloye. When Shehu talk like this, everything cannot be law court. Why are you deceiving? All that you said. I think the best way to start that type of discussion is before Daniel Bwala talks, you replay what he said about Tinubu. After that, you then ask him a question. But some people, some people are shameless. He will still be there and be smiling. After all, is it not money they're taking? But to me, I know it won't last. Bayo Ononoga will show him the way. Either they put him where he he will voluntarily resign. Unlike Ajuli in Gallery, that if Ajuli says anything now, somebody could believe him because he was with Tinubu from day one and they recruited him. But if they sack or they boot out Daniel Bwala, whatever reason he gives, people or they'll call him a charlatan, say he's not even ashamed. After saying all those things, he come and say tomorrow we will bring him back again. Or this is the type of people Tinubu will call Abiye. Abiye no be chicken. He say if we agbado, okpada. If we chicken come, you drive them away. If you throw corn, it will come back. So something like that. So that is the issue. So to me, Daniel Bwala has disgraced himself. There's nothing he says I will listen to again. I mean, I can listen, but I won't take him serious because such a person is even poisonous. Look at the way he's going about. I thought Nigerians said, well, he's from Borno State, educationally disadvantaged state. Maybe his people will help him. But to those of us from the southeast or south, we can read through the lines. We can't come and say one thing in last year and then come and with evidence. And then today you are how is he going to defend Tinubu now? How is he going to be spokesman for Tinubu? A person you took to the cleaners. Anyway, just to take on Okpasa. Don't worry. Maybe one day God will wipe out your tears. You never know. But this is Nigeria. So let's continue. You never know. Thank you, Niger Watch. Nice stop here.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Augustine. God bless you, sir. Okay, Black Panther just coming in. Black Panther, talk to us. You have 4 minutes. We need to round up now. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Okay, Domosa.
Now 4 minutes. Nobody say if you like greet them from here to heaven. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Today now, I want to play with you now. I want to thank everybody. Thank Niger Watch. Thank Mommy Diaspora. Mommy, God bless you. I still love you, and you are still my diamond.
This one.
I thank everybody that speak. I thank especially Oga Jonathan. Thank you. You have a special greetings from me. Don't laugh. It's not political. I've been a brother. I want to say I want to thank everybody for explaining it as it is, and most especially Chris. I want to thank you. God bless you, sir. You brought in the way the argument was supposed to go. The reasoning went yesterday. Like we said yesterday, we are not against Obasanjo, what he has done. We are not against him. But if you look at the totality of what he has done, and now look at where we are today, how will you grade him? How will you grade him? Will he, if he had done the needful, will he be talking about what he's saying today? Those are the questions. That is why he's a corrupt man. There's no doubt about that. He had the best economy. If you want to rate him, he had the best sound economy. The reason is that they gave him the best people. The World Bank that gave him loan gave him the best candidate to run his government, and that was, he yielded to the advice, and that is a plus. The people that came meant well for Nigeria, and they cleaned our loan and did a lot of things. But where I found everything wanting is that when you talk about building structures, Obasanjo did not build structures for the people. He built structure for himself. Because if you look at the way AFCC is structured, AFCC is not structured in such a way that it is independent. Was it an executive bill? No. He just formed it out. He put it under the presidency. And that's all. Because if it were an executive bill, they would have debated it in the House, and they would have found a way of taking it out of the hands of the presidency. That was why he used it to go against those people that he doesn't like, and threaten people and make them subject them to him. And you see what happened in the National Assembly when he went for third term, how it embarrassed the country. They brought in the Ghana must go back, put it right in front of the House of the people. That was a big embarrassment, and we know how it went. In totality, the fundamental thing, you can be good in economy, and if you don't have the right structure, your economy that you've laid, there's nobody to continue it. Because you don't put the pillars that are supposed to hold the economy. Those are the things that we are looking, that we say that he is corrupt. It wasn't open enough for the people. Okay, look at all these power plant that they are set up. They build. Did we know? Is it not when it was? Did we know how did they do this? They will tell you it's 70% finished. This one will say 90% finished. Is that how it's supposed to be run? Why didn't he put a policy that will compel the next government to continue? There can be a policy, a concept policy that can be drawn, that the next government will continue from where it stopped the power sector. These are common sense now. But it did continue. What happened? We are back to square one. So all the thing I did, zero. He might have good intention, but I still remain. Obasanjo is the most corrupt man in Nigeria. If we have to dig it very far, Nigeria will not tell you. Nigeria will not say. If you say bring evidence, see, when you work, you see your work, and your work can stand the test of time. Why? Because all the pillars that will hold that thing, the policy that will hold it never to break, you set it on. Then the pillar will not give way. That was what we were expecting Obasanjo to do, so that the pillar does not give way. One, those white papers given to him. Two, the Constitution amendment. He didn't do it. He had the power. He's very strong, because if he said this, the entire country, the Arewa will bow to it, because he knows the secret of the country itself. So why didn't he do it? Why? Because of his own selfish interest. And when a leader is selfish, then patriotism dies. That is what happened to Nigeria. That is why we are here today. If he had followed the rules and regulations, if he had taken Agbado down, Agbado would have embarrassed us. Buhari would have come to embarrass us. That's it. You set the standard. You set how we're going to, which kind of leaders we are going to bring forth. Is he a leader that just know how to read and write, that we should start ruling our country? No. Obasanjo is more or less a graduate. Nigeria trained him all throughout his life. He was trained by Nigerians. But look at Buhari. Buhari failed all his exams. Look at Agbado. Agbado failed everything. More or less, he had nothing. Yaradua is there. He's high there. I think he's a graduate too. But because life, the breath of life was taken from him, that would have been a man that would have continued and set up his time. Because we saw his first point of call. He confessed and he apologized to Nigerians. That is a man that loved the country. And that's the man that is begging the country, look, let us roll the game and make sure that our electoral laws are. That was the direction Yaradua was going. But breath of life, we don't know what's there for tomorrow. We don't know how our tomorrow will be. So that is it. So we are not saying Obasanjo economically he done wrong, power sector he done wrong, but the fundamental that would have made the continuity be strong and nobody can break it. He had the opportunity because he's the most experienced president we have ever had. The most experienced that we have ever had. He knows the military, he knows the civilian very well. And he has seen the prison, he has seen outside the prison. So what else is Obasanjo not? Where is he not experienced? So we expected a lot from him to give us the fundamental to hold the country back with a strong constitution, because he himself confessed that he could not see the constitution before he was sworn in. They brought it with a bypass, they brought it in. He knew. He laughed over it. We were expecting him to do something, but what happened? What he refused because of selfishness has brought every one of us to the round table that we are embarrassed. Anywhere we go, you say Nigeria, oh God. The first thing they will look at, you all know. You bring your passport, you see hell, the be like hell let loose. When he was in power, our passport was not like this. We were growing at a good rate. But when he gave power to the wrong people, he allowed the gangsters in that all these people to come in. And he now did the worst thing. You now brought in your own boy. You can't you be patient with him? You brought him down in the presence of these vampires. You made them to take power. That is it. You made them to take power because they did not agree with you. You gave them the power. That is what we are aggrieved about. He's the most qualified and most experienced father we have. But he let us down. The children of the generations that are coming to take power, he has let them down. Just look at our generations, Nigerian generation. Just look at them, the way they have been engulfed. 419, corruption, human, whatever they do, just to get money. That is it. Bringing all sorts of riffraff to sit in power. That most of them cannot even stand your boot where you wear. Most of them cannot stand it because they are not qualified. Because of your greed, you made them to be qualified by reading their ways in. You did not set up a policy, the rules that will make them not to be able to contest the election. That was what Babangida did. Babangida banned a lot of politicians. If you guys can remember, if not for Babangida was a military officer, and he did not really bend towards the North as per se. He was not a person that is like somebody that is focused on religion. If Babangida was to be a civilian, I would have preferred him to still continue. Because Babangida did one thing. He said, can we take this IMF loan? He brought it for us to debate. Open. But because we don't like military, we pipe pressure on him, international pressure, he submitted. And he submitted willingly. Thank you, Nigeria. Let me just say this one word. Obasanjo would have made us to be competing in the 21st century, but he let us down, and we are like a rag. Nigeria is like a rag to the international world. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Elvis, I know you called me. I missed about 2 minutes or so.
Okay.
You called me.
You want to speak now?
Yeah, let me speak. Let me quickly respond. I heard all the submission made by panelists.
Thank you.
And
4 minutes.
Thank you. Let me say this finally. Does Obasanjo have the moral right? Yes. To criticize any government? Yes. That's my own opinion. You have your own. Good for you. Information and the data, they are all there. So Nigerians who can read, they can read. They will read and they can make their own informed opinion and decision. Does Obasanjo fail woefully? No. You characterize Obasanjo as he failed woefully, you have to find another adjective for Buhari, okay? And then have another adjective greater than that for Goodluck Jonathan. Okay, then maybe we can have a balance, then we can have a conversation. Because when you say woefully, you need to have an adjective that is, worse than woeful. Maybe you have to say it's a colossal failure, because colossal is what maybe you can put side by side with wolf when something is woeful. So, does he have the moral right? Yes. A capital yes. Does he fail woefully? No. Someone who said that he criticized, someone was criticizing Obasanjo, one of the panelists was criticizing Obasanjo. My question to you is this. Do you agree or disagree that Obasanjo stole 16 billion? If you say what he criticized Jonathan for are not correct, if you open your mouth and you say that what Obasanjo criticized Jonathan for writing letters to him, that those things are not even factual, that they are not correct. Okay? Let's take that for you. Do you also agree? Can you also state emphatically that based on information that is available publicly and officially, that he did not steal $16 billion? And somebody trying to say that Obasanjo did very well in one breath, in another breath, everything that he did is zero.
Jonathan, sorry, it's 8 billion. 8 billion, not 16 billion.
I was the first person that spoke on the platform. You guys were not even here. So I had to...
No, I'm trying to say it's 8 billion for the power sector that he used.
Okay. I had to keep quiet and then allow everybody to speak. Listen to everyone. Again, when people are saying that he's the one who superintended over the project, so in one breath again, see, Nigerians, their problem is just that many Nigerians don't even understand the Nigerian. A lot of Nigerians started following politics maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago. That's the problem. When in one breath we're talking about rule of law in Nigeria, in another breath we want Obasanjo to bandy everyone in one sweep, wrap them up and say they have stolen money without following due process, as if a contract of hundreds of millions of dollars is something that will be implemented and completed in one day. Most of those projects were not even completed during his time. They carried through. So how will Obasanjo have come after them, even though he was the one who supplied or who approved those projects? So all the arguments made, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think they hold water, apart from the role he played for third term. That played is a very significant role that shouldn't have been.
And the kidnap Jonathan, and the kidnap of governor, and the kidnap.
Is responsible for all of that. Every other thing.
And Operation Feed the Nation.
Give him the respect. We can all go back to history and start blaming everybody since 1914, since the amalgamation. If you want to go back to that for Obasanjo, we're moving Nigeria forward. Okay? So we can all go back to 2014. Okay? And let's start from there.
Thank you very
much, Mr. Elvis.
Mr. F. Emmanuel, please talk to us. You're just coming in. Good evening to you. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, sir. Demo, sir. Chris Dublin, Domo, sir. Mr. Jonathan, I greet you. I hear. Dr. CM, Anna Mekenegi. Almost Omashola at the hair. Nwosu Destiny. I see they hear you too. Then Yendeba Black Panther, the Benin man. I greet you as well. We have overflogged this issue of Obasanjo fail. Yes, let's accept it that he has failed. What about the other successive presidents that have come and gone? What about them? Are we not talking about want to talk about the failure of Jonathan? Jonathan? Want to talk about the failure of Buhari? Want to talk about even the current failure we are encountering right now? Want to talk about that? You're talking about something that happened in, I think, Kredim. You're bringing it now. Can't we just think forward? We are thinking backward. If the first person that started as a democratic president has failed, what about the people that succeeded him? Why didn't they correct the mess? Why did they correct it? Your first one messed up, you chase her. Second one too, the same thing. So who is good?
Mr. F. Emmanuel, please let me, Mr. F. Emmanuel, if you permit me 10 seconds, I'm sorry, please.
Go ahead,
I
sir.
appreciate it. To buttress your position. The same presidential powers that Obasanjo had is the same presidential powers that all the successors had.
My brother, thank you, sir. All of them. They didn't remove anything from the level of the power they command. What did they do? From corruption to corruption. The last regime, we were shouting on Buhari that he was only appointing the northerners. Everybody was complaining. Look at it now. What happened? The Emi local, Yoruba local, everywhere local. You turn right local. You turn back local. You move forward local. You look back local. Who is talking? It's no error that you have seen a skewed government that just left, which is Buhari, was skewed towards the north. It's as if there is no any other geographical region that exists in Nigeria. Everything was just north-centered. As not getting better, it's not now an Eldorado or Dubai. What are we talking about? And now the local now that we think that okay, since the one that left did this way, let me not repeat that error. Let me do this, carrying everybody around. But what happened? Can't you see the appointment? Is skewed towards all the locals, Yoruba locals? So why are we bent in blaming this old man? The old man was a nationalist. He appointed good people with good sense across board. In fact, the Easterners, there are even most of them that even in power then, doing so many things. Here we are here blaming some errors. Oh, we agree. He didn't do well in some areas.
No, we acknowledge.
But shall we continue in the blame?
We are not giving. I didn't give at least for me. I didn't give a blanket. We acknowledged the economy, and there are certain things he did. Nobody is disputing.
Dr. Siam, we agree. But the issue now is those areas that he has failed. The successive people, the successive government that came, have they corrected it? That's my point.
F. Emmanuel, sorry, 10 seconds.
Have they corrected it, or we have gone worse? Now we have. Now we have
F. Emmanuel.
Now we have
F. Emmanuel.
Men everywhere.
F. Emmanuel, sir.
Black Panther. Take a
video.
This is my turn.
10 seconds. I know. Just 10 seconds. F. Emmanuel, you know why we have not been talking about Obasanjo? It was a topic that came where he spoke, and we've talked about all the leaders. So don't think that we are talking only focusing on Obasanjo. We've talked about virtually all the Nigerian presidents, and we've criticized them here. So don't think that we are criticizing Obasanjo. We are not criticizing the other. No, we are not doing compare and contrast. We are just talking basically. We know where he has performed, but generally, he's the most experienced person, and he would have set Nigeria into the 21st century perfectly. That is what we have argument with him. That is where he failed us.
It's like he's taking the highest lash. That's what you guys are projecting him now. It's as if he's taking the highest lash among all. Meanwhile,
personal feelings from me is just
Mr. CM, I painted a scenario yesterday, and I told Black Panther, I said it here in this house. I said in a situation in a family whereby the limitation, the things that your dad is not doing well, and as a child you're growing up watching him, will you want to repeat the same mistake that your dad did? Would you be better?
No, what you said yesterday, that to take advice from devil. That was where I caught you.
The prayer of every parent is to see that their children are greater than them. Is it not? So why will you want to repeat those ones that succeeded him? Why would they did worse than even what he did?
Like me, all of the night they condemn both the one who succeed and both the one who did now. All of them. So making no con the clean sense. Now that one I did pay me.
No, but which one is even more deadly?
All of them, no one was good.
All of them no good. Okay, all of them no good. Okay, all of them no good. But at least the ones he's speaking out. Those other ones are keeping quiet.
See.
You know why? Because whether we like it or not, this former head of state, they see form part of a governance council of states.
F-Man, you are getting us wrong.
Institution-wise, Obasanjo, whatever institution-wise failure, I can't hold him down. What I'm particular about Obasanjo was his personal wickedness that he brought to bear in government that made him to all the good things, some of the good things, the people can easily forget it. That's what they call personal, and that's what they call institution. Listen, if you put somebody in NEPA, the person chop money, you are the president anyway, but you didn't send the person there to go and embezzle. But when you bring your personal, something like wickedness, instead of you to do the thing like this, you just, because of maybe you want to deal with Atiku, you now go and do another thing. That is what people now say, no. Institution is different. There was a professor, Njoko, Minister for Education under Obasanjo. He was corrupt. Obasanjo jailed him because he went and padded budget for Minister of Education to favor him. So Obasanjo discovered and then sent it. That is part of fighting corruption. That is institution. But when you bring your personal, something like maybe Chris Ubah is your friend. Okay. You want to use your friend Chris Ubah to kidnap a governor in Anambra State, and you kept quiet. That's not good now. That's what people are saying.
Yeah. That is that and what you just pointed now, like I said earlier, every man has limitation. Every man has good part and bad part. Nobody 100% perfect. You understand? So he has done the what he could do in his time, and he has also messed up some areas. So that is the limitation that a man has. So nobody will do everything like God. You understand? The area he has failed, I expected that the new one that took over should leverage on that and make it better. That's what I expected. You know,
and that is
the one that followed didn't make it better. The one that followed, the one that followed again, didn't still make it better. And the one that is presently right
now, F. Emmanuel, sir, 10 seconds, sir, from your time. F. Emmanuel, what we are saying, you need to understand us. The fundamentals that would have brought about Nigeria not being in this situation was in his hand to correct, but he refused it. That is why others refused to do it.
Emmanuel is saying is that even if he made those personal errors, successive government.
It was more than a personal error.
Those are, see, let me tell you, those ones are personal vendetta politics that Obasanjo played. And as I said, he overplayed it at the detriment of this Nigerian state. So even
at detriment of his reputation, self, not really
reputation. Do you know how the press tagged that Anambra State? They said institutional failure, breakdown. They said institutional breakdown.
That is their own. In
Anambra State, now they kidnapped the governor.
Somebody took his pen and wrote that one now. So it doesn't mean that is institutional failure. See, Obasanjo failed in those areas, right? He failed in those because he was playing politics.
It's true.
You see, he was playing politics and he failed woefully. And is responsible for those failures. But when it comes to, to build Nigeria economically, because that is our problem today, economical problem. That's what we have today in Nigeria.
Dr. Jonathan, we even have worse because both the economy, both the politics, everything is done, everything has jogodo. Because if you turn to the INEC side, nothing to write home about. If you look at the economy, nothing to write home about. Look at the security, zero. So what are we going to hold hands?
You know that.
Oga Jonathan, what F. Emmanuel is saying now, F. Emmanuel, you see the way you line it up? Obasanjo is the best man to have corrected all these things lined up.
I disagree with you. You can start a thing, Black Panther, you can start a thing and not do well on it, right?
He's the most qualified and feared man in Nigeria.
Hold on now. Hold
on. All right. Your minute is not finished.
Someone that takes over from you will review your activities. We review your activities and the area. So, this area, this person didn't do well. Let me strengthen this area. Let me cover up this loophole. That's why in football match, those substitutes are always made to cover some weaknesses in the field.
Okay, Ifeanyi, your meaning is not finished. Tell.
But my brother, no verse. Now these people, they drag me backward. They know
Okay,
the truth, but they don't want to believe it. Everybody has limitation, and they wouldn't want to accept it.
Which one be limitation?
I get question for you.
No
Which one be
question.
limitation? They talk.
Listen, Alex,
but
go
the
with
thing is,
cabinet
to be
so that you
honest,
can discuss, so that we just talk.
to be honest,
Opportunity has come for you to be part of this cabinet, so that you can be Amaba, your place. So
Ifeanyi, stop politicking here, I beg.
to be honest,
Stop politicking.
Be part of the government and make
the
sure
thing is
that
that we are just
Hold on.
What we are doing.
Okay, Chris, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that what we are doing, we are just trying to run away from what the argument is. This is not whether we are not comparing precedents. Obasanjo has made a statement concerning election that we all have agreed that he didn't do well in that area. So what we are saying is that Organa F9 you get for year. No get moral standing to talk about this thing.
How can you talk of presidency without comparison?
All right.
No, we are not comparing them now. We are not supposed to compare. We are supposed to talk about the man of Obasanjo.
That's exactly what you are doing.
Hello.
Wow.
We don't want to compare.
But that's what you are doing effectively, though.
No. We are not doing that, please.
Mr. Jonathan. Thank you. Time don't reach to go sleep. Mona go sleep. Don't reach time. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan.
Mr. Elvis, I get something to talk.
Now, question you can't ask. People who want to ask question, not get me needs to answer you that question.
I beg, give our brother. Don't see him.
30 seconds, Walao.
Walao.
I want to just ask one question. Okay, Una, remember this song? Then kill my mama, then kill my mama, then carry everybody go inside jail. Okay, who were the unknown soldiers? Who were the unknown soldiers?
Remember.
Who were the unknown? Who was the president at the time? Obasanjo. Who were the unknown soldiers?
Mr. Alex, see, I listened to your submission.
Yes.
I felt that there is absolutely no need for me to respond to it because only go down the history lane. You and I can go back to 1914, okay?
Yes.
And we can start bringing out the ills that men, white and black, have
Mr. Jonathan, are you saying we should forget about the history, the satanism?
No. What I'm saying is that why are you narrowing it down to Obasanjo? We can go. Is it not clear?
Obasanjo is speaking out now. He's speaking out now, right?
No, we are not narrowing failure to Obasanjo. He made a statement, and people are reacting.
Exactly, just because of the statement.
No, exactly. But what we are saying is that he has no moral right to make that statement. That is wrong. That's not correct.
He doesn't have right to criticize Tinubu because he's worse.
Simple.
Exactly.
On what pedestal that Obasanjo is worse than Tinubu? Let's put it on what pedestal? Politically, economically,
he would have been able to strengthen the country today.
The same presidential powers
which means that there's no way that this country would have produced someone like Tinubu.
Exactly.
Mr. Elvis.
Exactly.
The argument. Wait, you people, please. See, the Constitution is one. The same presidential powers entrenched in that Constitution that Obasanjo had is the same presidential powers that Tinubu has today. Okay? So it's the same presidential. It's not like, Obasanjo had a different powers.
No.
That is what nobody is comparing Obasanjo.
Nobody is comparing now, Mr. Jonathan.
Why would you? No. You say you are not comparing.
Hold on now. Mona, hold on. Everybody hold on. I beg. Hold on, please. Mr. Jonathan, when you are talking like this, then I'll be feeling or rather sensing some kind of biasness from you. And my reason is this. You are saying that the same presidential lane, or rather that powers that Tinubu has right now is what Obasanjo were sitting on at that time.
Yes.
It's only one person that he come out in Singapore that turned Singapore around.
I'm telling you, Mr. Elvis, Mona give Elvis one bottle of Buddha.
They didn't wait for 10 20
That is
people
what
to
I
rule,
made
one
in my
person.
submission.
So how come
If that
satanic
is exactly,
Obasanjo?
you see,
Hold on now. Hold on. Because I never wanted to talk on these things since yesterday. How come satanic Obasanjo could not change Nigeria, change the narrative for Nigeria to be better today? If Obasanjo was able to change Nigeria to be
in what area are
there's
you
no
talking
way we would
about?
be able to produce someone like satanic Mahmoud Yakubu, or Mahmoud Yakubu now produce Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president.
Mr. Elvis, I disagree with you on that. You have to be specific. You see, when I ask that question,
I go, okay, if you want me to be specific, let me answer you. Let me answer you now. You know, Mr. Jonathan, no, this is not time for story. You say I need to be specific. Specifically,
yes.
I want to ask you, how many people changed Singapore?
See, it's only one man, but not only him. He was the leader.
Okay. Maybe I didn't ask the question well. How many tenure did they manage to change Singapore? How many tenure?
See, that time
was it 1, 2, or 3, or 4, 5?
He ruled Singapore for more than 10 years old.
That's what I'm saying. But it was only the man, right?
As at that time, what the system.
Hold on. You don't tell stories so that we can communicate. He ruled Singapore for more than 10 years, but it was only one man. And the betterment of Singapore started from the day one he got into office. He started dissolving everything.
Let me remember.
Right?
Let me say this.
Mr. Evix.
One of the key things after 2003 election, which people called think that they say do or die, or all those by the garrison in those days, when Obasanjo was leaving, you know, he had a national political conference or something on how to reform an election. The bill he will bring to the House for them to act on it was one of the ones he go put third term in, and everything went away. So I'm coming. If the Obasanjo had agreed, forget about you lose third term, but those three items and pass it. That is enough to make you the father of Nigeria.
The truth of the matter is this discussion since yesterday doesn't have anything to do with comparison. To be honest, if we have to come to comparison, any of our past leaders, I don't have anything to compare with any of them. All of them are satanic. Yes, so it's just that because Obasanjo made a statement less than 48 hours ago, and Nigerians reacted to it.
Reacting.
The reaction is what is still going on right now.
The reaction is that this is the manner. See, Mr. Elvis, everybody has a right to react. The manner with which they are taking the reaction is what is wrong. When people are saying
there's nothing wrong, Obasanjo is satanic.
Are we supposed to be careful talking about Obasanjo?
Anyway,
are you going to tell people how to react?
Everybody have right to his or her own opinion.
Everybody hold on now. Let me finish with Mr. Jonathan. How do you want people to react? Which avenue? Which manner? I don't understand.
This we're talking about nation here. Okay, it's not a personal conflict or personal.
Obasanjo don't have the moral right to criticize Tinubu because he said
he has as a former president.
He should be in jail.
Exactly.
He should be in jail and rot in jail.
But you agree to the rule of law. You agree to the process of due process and rule of law, didn't you?
But listen, do you know why someone like Obasanjo is speaking today? Because he's not in jail.
The reason is because
Abacha was very slow.
He should be rotting in jail. Someone that is in jail cannot speak.
Okay, do you agree that then we can conclude then that everybody, including those that are in power today, they should be in jail?
Of course, yes. If you go against the constitutional rules,
they should all be in jail.
All of them should rot in jail.
What you are talking? So, what Obasanjo, who was the former president of Nigeria,
he should have rot in jail.
But
if he rot in jail, he will not have a voice to speak.
We are not saying when we talk about whether he has the moral right.
He doesn't have it because he's supposed to be. Let's assume he's already rotting in
jail.
He
doesn't have the moral right because he's supposed to be in jail.
No, why supposed to rot in jail?
No, Mr. Jonathan, what we are talking about, let's look at it like this. The statement Obasanjo made, I've said this 100 times, was about election. And this is somebody, the man talked about free and fair election. And this was somebody that never allowed free and fair election, number one. And number two, this was somebody that was coming for a third term, not until he was stopped.
He was already ruling for a third term.
So only this alone. And the issue, no, wait, the statement he made had to do with election. And in the area of election, the man failed woefully, which you have agreed on. That his politics was zero.
Mr. Chris,
so
when you use the word he failed woefully, that's understatement. He should rot in jail. So does he have voice?
Mr. Jonathan said, I don't even use the word.
He should rot in jail.
Mr. Elvis,
what we are saying.
So anybody in Nigeria now, let me bring it down.
From the economic point of view,
the way you people are talking now
was political statement concerning election.
Wait,
Mr. Jonathan, wait.
I've been waiting for you now. You've been telling me to wait.
We are not comparing president. We are not saying who is the best. We are not talking about his economic policy.
Nigeria, thank you for the stand you made. This was our stand yesterday.
Allow Mr. Jonathan to ask the question. You said everybody hold on now. Destiny, hold on. You say everybody should what, sir?
What did you say?
No, you said, I said Obasanjo should rot in jail. You said that means everybody in Nigeria should what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. I've responded to it earlier. I said that means that everybody that is ruling Nigeria now, both those that are there now and those that are not even there, but they've ruled at one time or the other, all of them.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer you. Everybody please.
Nobody should talk.
Hold on now. Let me answer you. This is a simple, is a straightforward answer. A country that works or that is prepared to work, if you go against the constitutional rule or you are caught with any kind of corruption, directly or indirectly, a zero tolerance should be introduced. A capital punishment should be introduced. So as we speak, let me assume, since we don't have a country that constitution can work, let me assume that Obasanjo has already rot in jail. So he doesn't have the voice to speak against
Tinubu. Okay, fine. If that is the case, that all of them should rot in jail, none of them, with the exception of those that are in power now, because you and I can't do anything about that. They are already
Mr. Jonathan, none of them supposed to be alive.
But you always say that whether you like it or not.
Make I ask one question.
Wait, I'm having this. Let me
hold on now. Let me finish now. Say they ask one question. Hold on, please.
You always say that there is nothing anybody can do. Tinubu is the president of Nigeria today.
Yes, he's the president.
So take it out
according to the constitution now.
Now Tinubu is the president. That's why I said his leadership now, and those that are in his government now, they are the leader now, so they can talk. And when they talk, you will say that you and I have no choice.
Hold on now. You hold on.
Hold
on now, Mr. Jonathan. If you talk, you wait. You cannot be talking and
you don't let me end my point so that it will make sense.
You just ask a question. You continue asking questions and answering them. Okay,
that is not the case.
See, finish your question. No story.
No, let me finish my thoughts. What I'm telling you now is that on this platform, you will say that the Tinubu is there. So whatever he has to do, you have to accept it. Let's take that now. I take that from you. I agree with you. Okay. So anybody in Nigeria cannot talk. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, Mr. Jonathan, you see this place where you can't drive motor home reach.
Yes.
I don't already understand where they go since. Now you just decide to waste your fuel to go past motor home.
Where am I going?
Let me tell you. Hold on, sir. Listen, this is straightforward thing. Tinubu is ruling now. The system that brought Tinubu to power, 100% corrupt. We already know. And the people that created this vacuum, that allowed this satanism to continue in Nigeria, Obasanjo is one of them. Now, if Tinubu leaves office tomorrow, we now get to see somebody that is worse than Tinubu then Tinubu name will now continue to be dragged because the person that is coming in already know that the person will not arrest Tinubu because it has become a caution. These people don't arrest themselves. They don't probe themselves. The only person they probe or arrest is someone that stepped on their toes. That's it. Like a Mayfella is rotting now in jail. That is how Obasanjo is supposed to be rotting in jail. Babangida should have been rotting in jail. Jonathan should be rotting in jail. All of them should rot. Obaseki, all of them. Shomole, let all of them rot in jail.
So when you are building a house, then so you and I can now concur. We can now agree that when you are building a house, the faulty or the problem starts from the foundation, right? So everything that is built on it cannot be sustained because the foundation is faulty. That was the reason why I said
should be in jail. That's the point.
That was the reason
yes,
why
now you are right. You are right now. You are right.
That was the reason why I said we need to go back. But we don't need to waste time. You have described it. All of them need to be rotting in jail.
Mr. Jonathan, do you remember that I've mentioned this so many times on this platform that despite that Tinubu ringed his way to become a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but when Tinubu start doing something right today, I'll be the first to support him. Have you heard me say that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, let's assume a lot of Nigerians are listening to me right now. Let's assume that as Tinubu came in now, if we got CM here that have never supported Tinubu, he agreed with me on this statement. I want to repeat again. Let's assume that Tinubu came in and Tinubu starts, imprisoning the past rulers. You go fair carry that way, they wish first, Babangida, put them for prison. Start all of them. I bet you 90% of the people that are speaking against Tinubu today will start saying, maybe not God, na airport say this man really wait.
Yes, now.
So we cannot continue to be justifying satanism. Nothing is working.
Niger Watch. What I said about Tinubu one time, I said, not everything involves a contract, spend money. I said, Tinubu, go to refugee camp in Benue State. Make a presidential proclamation that today, this refugee camp stand closed and these people go back to their homes, rehabilitate them. As I will sing his praise. I'm not from Benue, but I hate that we are having a refugee camp in Benue because some Fulani headsmen displace people from their home, and for how many more than 3, 4, 5 years they've been living there. So I said, if Tinubu can do something like that, I praise him. Everything cannot be a warden contract and then building bridges. He can just rehabilitate those people. I said it here, and I told somebody one day. So it's still part of what you're saying, yes?
Nigeria, that's here. You see, and Oga Jonathan, sorry, Chris. Oga Jonathan, Nigeria Watch, CM, Oga CM, and every other person. I think what Nigeria Watch and Oga Jonathan said here, we had the argument yesterday. Though the way the pattern and which we manipulate, we maneuvered was not like what Oga Nigeria Watch did. Oga Nigeria Watch hit. Oga Nigeria was hit directly to the core, but we were saying it that Oga Jonathan was saying that we should go back to, we got to go back to history. That is where we are coming from. And all of them, I told you yesterday that this Obasanjo is a corrupt man, is the king of corruption. That led to a lot of euphoria yesterday because I was standing my ground that this guy does not have the moral standard to talk on this issue, because if he were in prison, he would not be able to talk.
If you now talked about history, if you say history, Obasanjo in the first place will not even be president. Okay, so he will not. So that is the reason why everything with respect to those that have led Nigeria in the past is a zero-sum game.
Yeah, but
all of them.
But you cannot stop Obasanjo. I was a military officer now.
Wait, may finish, Black Panther.
Go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
You see, when we make comparison, our comparison. You see, if you make a comparison that is viable, meaning apple for apple comparison, I will not even talk. The conversation can flow here for the next 2 hours. I will not say pim. But when I see comparison that does not matter, like for example, now Mr. Elvis make a comparison, the former president of Singapore. This man ruled Singapore for almost 30 years to achieve all those things that he achieved. So that comparison, he had time.
Okay, Jonathan. Okay, Jonathan,
Yes.
let me ask you a point. Hold on. Let me ask you a pointed question. Given what you know about Obasanjo and the way he was dribbling Nigeria at that time, if you give him 20 years after third term, are you sure Nigeria will get close to Singapore? Because
I cannot say because I cannot say.
Obasanjo's problem. Hold on, Obasanjo's problem from the way I see it is that he's internally. That's what they call wickedness. We are using to. Using something, everything is personal. That is what made him to lose a lot of capital. He had everything and he accomplished. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't deny him.
But we said all this yesterday now.
Don't talk this thing over and over again.
That personal thing, now just make him. Now make people can say the man is wicked. He remove senator, remove governor, impeach senator, impeach governor.
Dr. CM, my own be this. In short, may I quickly talk about that Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew be say, wetin make can reach that number of years? Actually, 31 years and like 5 months. Wetin make can reach there? Wetin the man do for the first 1 year? It wasn't his intention to people. The nation were weeping. Get the time, when the man want go, people were committing suicide because of the way it started. The Nigerians wanted Obasanjo like that.
Don't distort that history. Don't distort that history. Let's face Nigeria, because this one you are going. You are making it. We will just derail.
Oga Jonathan, not the less smoky the best for Obasanjo issue now.
He was a benevolent dictator.
And now that is what we were saying. We said it before now.
Okay, everybody, I beg, hold on.
Is it not the same thing I said?
Hold on now. Hold on 1 minute, my people. Thank you. This broadcast is something that because I want anytime when I try make a dribble, make we end show, they work. They work. I don't, but this topic now we need to iron it. So I'll just leave it for Oga Chris. Let's talk and sleep. This particular because this is very interesting.
Nigeria Watch, you do us a favor. You go participate, I beg. Participate, I beg.
You are rounding up. I'm rounding up too. Because
make Black Panther moderate. Let Black Panther moderate.
Let me moderate.
Let's go moderate.
Dr. CM, you want to pour petrol into this thing.
Before Black Panther starts, I need to wait now, Dr. CM, I beg. Everybody, I just want we not take this thing personal. May we just stay with the matter be this, now be this. Assuming say economic matter, Obasanjo te advise Tinubu, I not go take this stand where they take. So let's make that point clear.
How do you deviate his advice? How do you separate his advice from economy? It's all
Jonathan,
embedded.
can you just listen?
You see, I don't listen when you are misrepresenting now or you are derailing now.
Is that, Mr. Jonathan, is that even a right word to say? You tell somebody is misrepresenting.
And yes, now you said the advice he gave. What you are saying is that the advice he gave has nothing to do with economy.
Okay. Allow the moderator to talk now.
Oh my God.
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Nigeria Watch once again for giving us this platform to deliberate on Nigeria issue, most especially the key issues concerning our country's leadership. I want to thank him. I want to say another thanks to Mama in Diaspora. You've been an awesome mother. You've taught us how to be consistent. Most of us have been dragging our feet, but we are on it. We are working on it. I want to thank everybody that has spoken today. And as we all know, we have ended the first part of this discussion. We are entering the second part, and I'm going to give everyone 4 minutes to deliberate on key issues. And I want to state here, let us not be biased in our reasoning. Let us stick to the fact and iron it out. Let us pave the direction you are going, make it clear so that we don't see somebody being biased when he wants to come inside, and let us make sure we use appropriate word for it. As you all know, there are some words we can use here that might provoke individuals. We should, like what happened yesterday, we should avoid that. Let us be civil and make it plain, because people out there are listening to us and they want to learn and they want to know the way forward. I want to say again, thank all the people out there that are listening to us. You continue to press on the like button, because everything we speak here today must get far, and for it to go far, you need to press on the like button. And don't forget, we still need your hand in this issue. If you have anything to put forward for Nigeria Watch to continually maintain the status quo and encourage the people working behind the camera to continue be up there, wouldn't mind if you can just touch on the dollar sign and make it a love giving to everyone to Nigeria Watch. May God bless you as you give, and may God continue to prosper you. So we are going to start by, I will take it from Oga Jonathan, then Chris will go on, then go to Oga Dr. CM. I'll take it like that. Oga Jonathan, Chris, CM, then my brother, what's this? I can't see, it's very tiny. Our brother F. Emmanuel will now take it last. Oga Jonathan, you can shoot.
I think you are moderating, and I think you should make it balanced. Since I'm the only dissenting, I'm pretty much the only dissenting. Apart from
I don't see anybody dissenting. No,
I'm dissenting.
We are just trying to.
On this
We are just trying to educate people.
See, yes, we are, but my position is clear. My position is clear. Your position is clear on this specific subject matter. We have the line is drawn. I have how did I draw my line earlier? I said, did Obasanjo has the moral right to talk about any government or what is going on in Nigeria? And I said yes. You said no. That's your own position. Did Obasanjo fail woefully? I said no. You said yes. So our position is clear on this matter. So we can only express or buttress our point, and then people can make their own informed decision or determination, as it were. So that's what I. So what I was trying to say earlier was that I'm a dissenting one of. I mean, our opinion does not match here. So if I speak, and then 3 people against me will have to speak, that's not balance. If I speak, let one person who is against my position speak, then the next person who support, let him speak, and then we go. That is discussion. That's how it should flow, especially at this time, which is this stage or this segment of the broadcast. So I don't want to speak, and then 3 people will come and speak, and then people will not get educated.
Okay, Jonathan, I can understand where you are coming from. Your time is still there. I can understand where you're coming from, but we are civil.
Let me just take the 4 minutes.
Okay.
What I want to say. See, personally, on personal ground, Obasanjo did not meet the expectation. Let Nigerians should know this, and those that do not know history should know this. And if you have any issue with that, just go and read. And you will not even go too far. You won't go beyond 2001. 2003 to date. And you don't need to even go to this 75, 79 that some people are, alluding to. They are taking the discussion to another level. On a personal ground, he failed. And what was his weakness at that time? I don't know whether he still has that same weakness now. I don't know, because men, of course, do change. His personal weakness was unforgiveness. If you offend Obasanjo, he will hold it against you to any point. So that was a personal weakness. a leader must have that spirit of forgiveness. But as a man, we all have our weakness. So he failed. Third term argument, pure politics. Pure politics that Obasanjo played. Wasted the opportunity for an additional to expand the Southeast Nigeria politically.
Oga Jonathan, you have 1 minute left.
Yes, he wasted those. So having said all of these facts, so when people are now talking about Obasanjo that he failed woefully, if you say in this respect, he failed woefully. In this respect, he failed woefully. And in what regard does Obasanjo, at this moment, you will say Obasanjo does not have the moral rights. If you say he does not have the moral right, and you are going back to 1975, that was the reason why I had the discussion or argument with Mr. Elvis earlier on, that then we need to go back, as far back, and then there is no leader in Nigeria that should be there, and all of them should be in jail.
Round up in 10 seconds, sir.
But for the sake, but what we need in Nigeria now is progress. Nigeria needs to move forward. Okay? The same weakness Obasanjo portrayed, unforgiveness, is what everybody in Nigeria is portraying now, and there cannot be any growth.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for giving that your eloquent submission, which I believe is objective. And I want Brother Chris to fire on from here.
To fire on, be more
no, to move on. Okay, it's never reached your turn. You be the last person.
Yeah, well,
we know they sleep.
For me, just quickly, I think
I'm on the driver's seat too.
For me, like I talked before,
if they carry us go where we don't know Oga Black Panther.
Like I talked
about, don't spoil my show, please.
I think for me, like I talked before, I don't remember any time where any person don't exonerate any past leaders, especially for this platform. Please, we have agreed to all our leaders don't fail us. That's number one. Number two, this discussion, they tried, they very focused, laser focus on waiting be my concern. And my concern be say, concerning this electoral reform, Obasanjo not get right because he get the opportunity to take strengthen everything, to even worsen everything, be one become dictator. So you don't feel enjoy all those things finish, then you'll come later. Come they tell us, say this one, if you go do this one like this, may them sack Mahmoud, may them not sack this one. Now just be my own for that Obasanjo. Apart from that, no any other interest. The previous leaders, all of them, we've condemned them, yes, all of them fail. So not be question of who be the worst, who be the bigger thief. No. It's far from that. That's why I just say, I don't see saying now wait till we go get on our nerves for. So that's for that. But the most important thing to me now I be say this Okorocha guy, as this thing where they do so, this thing where they commission so, maybe for this platform, now opportunity for we to be very selective of what we talk. Whether I hear they listen to or whether not be here, but the most important thing, we don't hammer that thing for long. We don't hammer and they hammer and they hammer. On Saturday during the campaign, we hammer that thing, that flyover. So they need to decongest Ramad Park. So on Saturday, Black Panther Day, Paul Dua, Madam Rita, Sunday and Saturday and Sunday, they don't rest for the matter. We are just discussing around that. So two things. First, we will still give kudos to the government, maybe for listening. And secondly, we will talk about what he could have done better. Like with your guys seeing the talk that time, say, okay, the transparency surrounding this project, the budget, everything, it ought to be in public space for whatever it is. So that one will constantly be another point where they go take note of the next time where they want to do anything of this kind magnitude. And again, we need to soft pedal for the praise to whether they give this man. That one not be say they don't acknowledge wetin they do. Me personally, I believe say now after Supreme Court judgments, say the man don't know, say okay, nothing they happen. Now then I will come really see a proper character. But for now, in all sincerity, I believe say this man, even if he won't fail, but they go just do something, even if not for the benefit of Edo people, but just to take Pepe Obaseki. So by that extension, I get the hope say the man will succeed. Most likely he will succeed. Not because they want to succeed, but because they want to prove a point, which at the end of the day is for the betterment of the state. And so me I think say this will matter and everything we discuss. So in summary, if we bring to, especially at those states, if we bring topic, it they very good, maybe we they objective now, because we don't know the next thing where they go pick. If, for example, like this court buying where they just back people, so we feel still profile solution.
Yeah, Chris, you have about 45 seconds left.
Okay, that's good. Whether I go profile, so like profiling solution, like maybe reconstitution the security network, or just involving the youth, or in anything, we discuss wide, so that we offer a solution and with the expectation that and they go still act on it. But other than that, every other is just politics. We discuss it and leave it here. No need for overreaction. So thank you so much, Black Panther.
Thank you, our amiable Chris from Dublin. I want to say once again, this is Nigeria Watch TV. We are here speaking the truth, and we are here also, deliberating amongst ourselves. We are all from different parts of Nigeria, but we are all Nigerians. We are deliberating on how we are going to turn Nigeria around. How we're talking about changing the status quo and the way that we need to go about it in changing the status quo. That is what we are deliberating. But today's topic has been a very strong topic, and we are speaking on Obasanjo's, what he said concerning. Yeah.
No, wait, me don't understand. Oga CM, when you say me Black Panther moderate just now, I think it's a joke you do. Me not understand. This guy used to be.
Hey, Odionwe, I am in charge here. You are not supposed to speak now.
He used to be Agberangiri. I don't understand where all this kind of moderation, professionalism for the come from now. Who teach and what they do so?
You don't know, say I they talk for some of the network for online very well. They already.
I don't know, since I be do this kind of work. I've got Chris. I be good like all this one English one and they speak now. They speak for back.
I don't learn well from Oga Chris.
And the one we copy, the one where I copy from you, I deposit Black Panther I copy from me.
Even mommy said, mommy they tell her for comment section that is now they write us to the now your first start this thing, so so Black Panther, you know how to talk like this. So
I know what PM is trying to do.
So why have you been so irresponsible for the past 78 years?
I'm a responsible citizen of Nigeria now. I would like to say thank you to everyone, and if you are out there, this is how we do it. We are not all the time serious. Sometimes we play jokes so that the deliberation, the argument can continue. But what we do here is constructive argument and a way forward towards having a great Nigeria. So I would like to call on Dr. CM to take the table now and give us what he has in him, because this is our doctor in the house.
Okay. You see this Edo new governor. So far, for now, the body language is telling me that the man is not yet his own man, and I can understand that. But one thing I will also let him know is that it is a period like this, he may make a mistake that may cost him his political life, or that may not be reversed. Yes, in an attempt to gain ovation and everything, then he may be announcing his project. Tomorrow you see him waka with rain boot, go one dirty place, talk, say the people go there clap. Don't be a rascal. What some of us here are asking is, we know money comes every month from our budget. That's why when we are campaigning, I said, what this job involves is every month you don't need to bring your shishi. Money will come from our budget in billions. You get your own internally generated, you add them together. What are you going to do with it? How are you going to manage it? So that is the issue. Let people not push you to be popular, to start now to be your own man. Yes, you will build, there are a lot of things to do. There are a lot of things you can do. People will be happy. But make sure, always make it known that this is the people's money. What you are doing, carry your cabinet along. I don't know whether I announced commissioners, so maybe I'm not quite aware, and all the key positions. You should have a cabinet meeting. You are not running a one-man show. It's not something the organized canopy you announce and show some what
Yes,
is it
now
called?
through the progressive NG, you can call me now. If you get link, do you have link? We'll hear from you now. Now, God, CM the talk so now.
So
Go ahead,
so it's not something. I mean, you should have a cabinet, because that cabinet you are having reflects that you are leading a team. Part of the mistake people blame Tinubu for. Tinubu must have assembled, if Tinubu had assembled us his ministers very quickly, and he said, and even Governor of Central Minister of Finance, he said the subsidy gone. You can only be saying it's a policy. But you've not had your cabinet in place. You say subsidy gone. Everybody will now lash on it and be talking. Even those that didn't want to say, they will now say, you see. So, Okpewolo, don't be carried away. Make sure that, because these few days, just make accountability your watchword. Don't be pushed around. When you want to do something, think it through. Yes, you will do something. Edo, if Abia 24 years in the doldrum can be changed by one man immediately he came in, I don't think Edo's case is not hopeless. If Edo is not up to Abia when Abia Edo is just maybe because comparatively people will say, but Edo never reach, he never budget reach Abia for 24 years. So to that extent, what I expect is, as much as you want to, you are in a hurry to develop Edo with the money coming in. Do not be pushed around. Always insist you make it known. Let the cabinet, you call them a meeting, you put it down. This is what you want to do. Even if after the debate, you still do what you want to do. So let it follow so that people will understand where you are headed, and not just to play to the gallery because somebody want to shame. And then now, play down
Mr.
this
Kim,
issue.
identify yourself, or may I carry you in?
Play down this issue of you want to shame
Dr.
on.
CM, you have 35 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. You want to shame on Shomole. I want to shame Obaseki. Forget about election has come and
All
gone.
right, my brother. Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Election has come and gone. Me, I didn't campaign for you, but you are now there. And because you are spending money that belongs to the people, that is my interest. If it were private money, I will keep quiet. But the money belongs to the people. So there is really no need of, I want to shame Obaseki. Tomorrow you announce another thing. We won't be, you go to the Oba Palace to go and lie flat. After Obaseki no do them. All those ones now, don't play to the gallery. It doesn't matter. Leave it. Just do like say you know. This is what will win you the hope. Even those people that supported Obaseki, there's something you'll be doing, you can win them over. So stop playing politics. If people are pushing you, say no. Tell them that after all, it's the same Edo State. Obaseki is not even talking. So don't do anything to shame Obaseki now. No.
Time out.
Go. Thank you. Do it through the due process. Thank you.
It's a Black Panther.
Thank you, Dr. CM, for giving us a... Yes, sir.
Please.
You can go ahead to ask your 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Please. Dr. CM, thank you. You see, when I did not even have any intention to speak on Edo State, but when Mr. Elvis, presented that video of the governor, Okpewolo, signing the appropriation bill to law. I was angry. Honestly speaking, I was so angry that these people will not learn and they will not change. I was so angry. But see, I'm just calling on the good people of Edo State. This is your time to speak out. The only thing I can say is just that's all. This is your time to speak out. Demand for answers. This 486 billion. Hear the amount now. 486 25 years. Somebody was saying something there. This amount, please ask question. Is this new or is it a continuation of Obaseki's budget? And what percentage of Obaseki's budget has been implemented? Please, you need to ask this question, because if not, this one will come back to haunt, because I don't know how this one was appropriated. There was no cabinet, nothing. How did they, came about this? Where?
Thank you very much.
I mean, please, it is. The good people of Edo State. This is your time to ask questions before it goes too far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oga Jonathan. Thank you for picking out a point there. And I want to say here, we have somebody new on the channel, the person of Mr. Progressive MG. Mr. Progressive, as you know, we do here, when anybody comes in, we allow that person to have the floor. So I'm going to say, F. Emmanuel, please exercise a little bit patient. We're having a new person on the set. So I will give that person 4 minutes to speak, then you take your turn. So Mr. Progressive NG, you are welcome to Nigeria Watch TV, and we are all set, and our ears are ready for your input on the matter that Nigeria Watch TV has presented to us today. Can you take the floor, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you guys hear me?
You're loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. Greetings to everybody on the panel. And I want to say thank you very much to my brother, Mr. Elvis Nigeria Watch. Thank you for the good, wonderful work that you are doing. And Mommy Diaspora has always ever present our mommy. I want to say thank you very much for
thank you, my brother. Mr. Hakim, 78 years now, Doris, we never hear from you. Where you did?
We shout for her yesterday. Hakim, you get our shout out yesterday.
I did Afghanistan.
Should we hear our shout out yesterday?
You know they Pluto like Israel.
No,
Mr. Hakim. Mr. Hakim.
Yes, brother.
You are taking 6. I'm going to give you 6 minutes since you just came in.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to say good things to all of you. Basically, I will do a little bit on that Obasanjo issue. You see, Obasanjo, look, Obasanjo can write a letter, but I kind of agree with a lot of people that as a former leader, he has lost the credibility or the moral compass to be able to criticize not just the sitting government, anybody for that matter, because Obasanjo's government, if you have any form of knowledge about Obasanjo's government, not just as a military, you can say, okay, this is kind of characteristics in nature when a military man does something when they're in office, okay, but as a civilian, an elected president, okay, first of all, you have to look at the Bolaige and the Omishore, all that saga that happened during Obasanjo, when somebody, that was the first time it happened in the history of Nigeria, for somebody to be arrested for on the suspicion of a murder. Not just anybody, the sitting Attorney General of the Federation at the time, locked up in police custody. While he was in police custody, became a PDP member, was in police custody, contested for election for a federal seat inside police custody, and he won that election under PDP, under Obasanjo government. Obasanjo was impeaching governors all over the country with fewer members of the House of State House of Assemblies. Obasanjo did a lot of things that for me, if you was to quantify Obasanjo's regime, he did 80% worse than good. I don't think anybody's done worse. Under Obasanjo government, we had a lot of political assassinations. Since Obasanjo has left office, how many political assassinations have we had in Nigeria? It's almost zero. It was a do or die affair under his presidency, to the point whereby the man that he produced to succeed him came out openly and said, I knew the election that brought me in was not up to standard. Where we had Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, all of those people names on our electoral registers. Look, Obasanjo, look, for me, he's lost all the credibility to criticize anybody, let alone a sitting government. So on the issue of Edo State, look, if people want to build an overhead bridge, fine. It's a governor, do whatever you want. But what I cannot take right now is what Mr. Chris said earlier. Let's be objective. Let's not just criticize it. Let's be objective. I wish I saw objectivity from Mr. Chris during that 8 years of Governor Obaseki. I wish I saw one bit of objectivity, to the point whereby a governor will increase minimum wage of workers. He was still getting criticism by Mr. Chris and others on the platform. Like, for me to hear Mr. Chris actually say tonight that there should be some level of objectivity. Look, I've not come to criticize Ewolo, but I will say things that I see that are not good. Okay, I'm not going to say, oh, why you build? If you want to build, knock yourself out. Okay, that you are the governor. If you feel like this is your own project, this is what you want to do. Okay, no problem, carry on. But you remember, if you watch the last clip that came out of the State House, right? He had a meeting with head of ministries. Who was sitting in that meeting? Pastor Sage Ezeyamu was there. At what capacity? We have not heard that he was appointed as any form of as an aide to the governor. We have not heard that he was appointed as commissioners. Why was he sitting in the meeting of the government of the day? That tells you that the man is being baby fed by the political gladiators around him. He doesn't understand governance. They're just teaching him what to do. That's why you saw Ezeyamu sat down in that meeting. And for me, that was telling. That was telling for me to see such image. If he had just appointed him at some level, at some capacity to govern around him, okay, fine. But as I speak to you now, I don't have any information that he was appointed. So why was he sitting in the government meeting that day? So at the end of the day, if people want to build flyover, don't think you are building flyover to shut Obaseki. Obaseki had done his term. Okay, his governance continue. Oshomole came. The people that were crying flyovers under Obaseki, they didn't see necessarily that Edo State needs a flyover when Oshomole was governor for 8 years. All of a sudden, they became the people who are now accolading for calling for flyovers everywhere. Look, development is development, whichever way it comes. I'm not against it. Okay, as long as it's kind of promotes the functionality of the people, I don't have issue with it. And if he successfully build it flyover, one way or the other, I'm still going to be a benefactor to it. So why will I come out and criticize the project? But the thing is this is what you see Obaseki didn't do. When they go there to ordinary to say flag off, not commissioning now, flagging off.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
It was carried by Channel Television and it was carried by TVT. They had a ceremony just to flag off a project. So what are they going to do when they want to commission it? So was somebody speaking?
Yeah, you have 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'll just round up. So my brother, Mr. Chris, I'm glad that your party is now in power. So don't worry, we will be objective in our criticism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Progressive NG. May God bless you, and we'll continue to listen and learn on your own side
the point, and we thank you for being objective in criticizing the government. All we want to see here is that no matter who is in power, we have the responsibility of standing and criticizing him point blank. You don't need to dabble, you don't need to be politically correct, because some of us sometimes we like to be politically correct. We need to be point blank, because Nigeria is in a state now whereby you don't need to go around the circle. You need to be point blank and criticize and make sure you don't throw words that is unexpected of you. So before I will go to Emmanuel, get ready, I would like to say, I'd like to greet our people who have been on the comment section. Some of them have gone. I would like to say big thanks to Sindan, Simon Neboje, our man Abu Azi. May God bless you, sir, for being consistent. I would like to say thank you to Ojedima, Sam, and Maxwell, CA, Grace Holmes, and George Efosa. And I want to say thank you to you guys. You guys are doing a wonderful thing. And may God continue to bless you and prosper you. Lest I forget, I would like to say thank you to Pius Omoye and Don Scholar. If you don't hear your name, please don't get annoyed with me. It's just the few ones that I can cite here that I can speak out. So please, if you don't hear your name, take it as if we mentioned your name in the broadcast. We would like to go to Mr. F. Emmanuel to give us what he has concerning what is deliberating. Well, we are deliberating on the set now. Mr. F. Emmanuel, you have 4 minutes. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you once again, Dr. Pastor Black Panther. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to wag my tail again. Yeah, everybody has spoken well, but here comes the conclusion of the whole matter. Shall we continue in the past that will make progress? The answer is absolutely no. So let's put ourselves together as a country and know where we have failed, where our fathers have failed, where our predecessors have failed. And let's dust ourselves off and move forward and forge ahead. It will only be painful that the mistake we're complaining about is the same thing we find ourselves doing. That will not be nice. That will not be nice at all. So I'm admonishing everyone here and the listeners across the globe. The L is whom is what was how do they put it? You know, every human being has error. You know, so the limitation cannot be taken away. That's how God designed it. We speaking to, we have our own limitation. Limitation from leaders, limitation from followers as well. So what I will say here is, can we move forward? Can we begin to identify those weaknesses, those areas that we didn't do well in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years, in the past 30 years, and see how those loopholes can be covered for a better Nigeria? Forging ahead, thinking ahead. When we think ahead, I will do things better than we do before, then we know that we are moving forward. But if we don't, and we're doing worse than what we are complaining about, then we become all men the most miserable. So at this junction, I don't want to say much. If the people, I wish you well. Whatever is going to be the outcome of the tribunal, the most important is good governance. That's what I pray for you guys. And that's what I wish every Nigerian. So I want to drop it here. Once again, finally, I want to encourage Mr. Niger Watch. Please find a way, talk to Mr. Alex. Let him make himself available. Any government that is there in the state, you should make himself relevant, because it is one thing to talk, it's another thing to seize an opportunity to bring about the change. So the change should be, we should bring about the change, not just talking. We can all be talking and do nothing, and at the end, we see nothing. So let's be part of whichever government that is in the state so that we can see in our little corner, like in his corner of Amagba, I don't know, Magba or something Agba. At least let him begin to bring that change from there. Then we'll take it off from there. So at this junction, thank you so much for the time. Niger Watch, don't worry. I will try as much as possible and see how we can increase the age of the wine that you drink so that we can see how you can, always speak truth to power, because it seems the wine enhance your speaking. So we're going to do that, and by the grace of God, we'll keep fueling it. Thank you, my people. God bless you, and good night.
Thank you very much, F. Emmanuel. As you have spoken, you have prayed for the Edo people, and as well, I want to say the same prayer to the Nigeria as a country. I want to say thank you to, a special thanks to someone out there, the Nigerian man. I want to thank you. I saw one man went to Moon earlier on. I left. I want to say thank you for coming in to just have a little bit of those we're speaking about. I want to say also, Mr. Abu Azi, I'm a very good person. Who Abu Azi, I am very good and very peaceful. So mommy has already entrusted it, and you saw what mommy is on my side. So I want to say another big shout out to Peggy Modi. Thank you very much for being there for us and always glued to the channel all the time. I want to call especially I call him our John Way, Mr. Niger Watch, to have a little bit talk on this issue they've been speaking concerning. They diverted our attention to Edo State, from Obasanjo to Edo State. And I also want you to deliberate on Okorocha speaking on Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to ask this question. Where is Okorocha all this while? Why is it now that he has come out to call and say Tinubu should free Nnamdi Kanu? I want Niger Watch to give us a little bit insight on that matter.
This one, no, to be honest, I don't want to be part of those that will always say, how come this person not talk all this while? As long as they don't talk, one of the things that we are doing on this platform is calling them all out to speak for us. Now that Okorocha don't talk today, to be honest, me myself, that speech of Okorocha today makes me really happy. I think we should encourage him to do more rather than any kind of criticism attached to his name, that how come all this why he didn't say anything. Yes, we should remember that there's somebody right there now, Nnamdi Kanu, is inside prison. So anybody that want to speak for him right now, all the voices is needed. So Okorocha did excellently well today, with that wonderful speech. They don't just say Bola Ahmed Tinubu should release Nnamdi Kanu. He went on by speaking in riddles, in poems, and went to the history and all that. So to be honest, I am in support of him 100%. I just hope that more people will speak, because he also called on many Igbo to come out and speak to this. So I'm really in support of that. If everybody can, I've said this so many times on this platform. Some people say we don't know how to talk. You don't need to have a big platform to do this kind of things. Even though that one person they follow you, just talk there. Send your video to big bloggers, big platforms. They will post it. Someone like me, I will post your video for free. I've said it before. If you send your video to some people that are even bigger than on social media, they will charge you 500,000 naira. Some of them are charging 1 million naira just for one post. Many of you can testify to this. If you say now, like, try them. Go to other platform and say, help me to post this thing. They will charge you 500K, 1 million. Me, I will do it for you for free. Bring it here, But it's not an excuse for anybody to say, because I don't have a platform, That make me not feel speak for Nnamdi Kanu. Because I don't have a platform, that make me not feel speak about the situation of our country. No, you are listening from a platform right now. You can use your phone to record yourself. The same platform where you are listening from, you post it there, copy the link, share it to where you know you can share it to. From there, others will pick it up from there. So on that, yes. As for those states, for me, like I've said before, it's too soon for me to start criticizing Modo Beulo at this particular moment, but the only thing that I know about Modo Beulo right now is that he's not taking his own decision yet. He's working according to somebody like a shadow behind him that is pushing him to do this, do that, do this. You say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. But one thing I trust that will certainly happen if he's allowed to live, to continue this this current position, because the case, they have case in court. In fact, I actually spoke to a very, very prominent person today, this afternoon, and this person told me, I asked a question that the case in court, do you think there's hope? And what is the situation? I was surprised. I never finished. He said there's 100% hope. So that 100% hope was like, the assurance is on a very, very high side that Okpebholo will certainly be removed from office. So I don't know where that confidence came from, but based on this person, is also one of the people I'm looking up to, or rather that I respect. I was just okay, sir. But I spoke to the, although he called me for different things, but I now asked this question. So for any reason, whatever that is going on right now, Okpebholo is still being pushed left or right. But for any reason, Okpebholo stay up to, according to the person as well, he told me that, and I said maybe the next 3 months or something. He said no, Okpebholo will stay up to 6 to 7 months in office. So that's what this person also told me today. So I don't know how that works. Say between 6 to 7 months. So for me, I don't know, because at the moment I don't have any single trust for Nigeria judiciary anymore. They have destroyed it in totality. So I don't know what's going to happen on that. But in whatever that will happen, let Okpebholo continue to build his name. Because for me, I've said it so many times. If he stays in a particular position for just a month and you do well, people will sing your praises, So if you are going to be there for the next couple of months, do your part. Like you flag off or some project now and all that, do more. There's every possibility you might not be removed, or even though you are removed, you are there because of the people. Let development continue to fly. At the moment, my eyes is on them. I believe it's too soon for me to just start criticizing. I don't have anything to even criticize. That's the thing. So I can't run more than my shadow. But my eyes on them. I and my team, we are warming up. We are cleaning up our camera. So very soon we'll start showcasing everything concerning Monday, the executive governor for those state, Monday Okpebholo. So yes, I think I've answered that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Naija Watch, the CEO of Naija Watch TV worldwide. I want to say a big thank you to everyone here. I want to say most especially, I want to thank Mommy Diaspora for being with us. I want to thank Abo Azi, Peggy Modi. They are still with us right here, and we are doing the right thing for our father's land. And we are going into the tail end of the broadcast now, and I would like to give every one of us 3 minutes to run a conclusion on the matter presented before us today. Just go in a summary format, you present it and drive home your points, educate them with the 3 minutes that I've given on to you guys, educate the people, talk on it and drive it home. I would like to start with, not as it is on the studio, I'll just take it randomly. I would like to start with Mr. F. Emmanuel.
F. Emmanuel, are you still with us?
Yeah, okay, Black
I
Panther.
want you to run it down, conclusion, 3 minutes, to summarize everything and drive it home to our viewers so that they can be able to, learn from what we have spoken here today as we forge ahead to see a great Nigeria, a rebirth of a great country, Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. In summary, people of God, people of Nigeria, I want to say that we learn every day. We learn from our mistakes. We also learn from our good things we have done. You know, we look forward to perfection. So everything that has been said here today, every history that have been, make reference to here today is just for our learning and also to make sure that such negative things do not occur again in the future, because the world today is like a global village. We can learn from other countries how they get better. We can also learn, even our country. Our country was one time one of the greatest country in Africa. So we can still go back to that level again. It's possible. We can do it. A new Nigeria is possible. So let's put all our hands on deck and keep speaking truth to power. Make sure that what we say, we don't do otherwise. It's very, very key, because like the lack of Daniel Bwala, this is the person that is just not credible. It's somebody that is, I know that it's not believable. Somebody that you cannot trust. You said one thing 1 minute, in the second minute you're saying the other thing. So we are learning from them. We are seeing what they are doing. We are seeing the kind of personality we are looking up to. But unfortunately, this
10 seconds left.
Is a place to learn, and let's keep learning and let's keep getting better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, F. Emmanuel. God bless you. You've spoken well, and I would like to hand over the mantle to the progressive Niger NG. The floor is yours. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody on the panels, and thanks to everyone in the comment section. Look, the work that you guys are doing are wonderful. Niger Watch is a platform. We can call it a global network now. It's a lot of hard work. It's not easy. I appreciate all the effort from the CEO himself, and you guys that take your time to come and join the CEO on the platform every day. I used to be in that position, but it's not just politics that kind of restrict my appearances. It's just that a lot of my schedules have changed as well. So it's kind of a challenge for me these days. So, but I just want to say, every one of you that are making this platform a robust platform, making it what it is today, coming over here to create discourse, whether you have an opinion that is different from other people, you are always welcome and accepted on the platform. And this is the ethos, the idea behind the platform that our brother is pioneering, for people's voice to be heard, regardless of what you have to say, as long as you are within the boundaries of the rules of the platform. So I want to continuously to encourage my brother. I want to continuously to support him, and I want to continuously to tell him that he has created something that is not that has no rivals. And to you guys as well, that always make the time to come, though we might disagree, especially my brother Mr. Chris, though we might disagree a lot of time or sometimes. I just want you guys to know that it is for the good. There's no malice behind it, and I want to appreciate everyone. Mommy Diaspora, I will always have you in mind. I want to say thank you for all the good that you are doing, and good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir. Mr. Progressive Niger. Thank you very much for giving us that word. And I want to say here to every one of us out there, and to those that will still watch this program, you can still make it. You can still do it. Just press on the like button. The more you press on the like button, don't do it twice, just once. And you can still comment too. And if you are commenting, if you like and you love one of the idea coming from one of the people that have spoken today, you can still comment. And as you are commenting, please always tag their name on it so that we'll know who you are agreeing with or you are disagreeing with. I want to thank every one of you out there. And to everyone out there, even those of us that are still going to watch, you can still make your contribution on, you can still, give. Like the Bible says, give and it shall be given unto you back. In press down,
shaking together, press down and running over.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. You just hang on my tongue there. Thank you for running it down for me. So you can contribute by pressing the $sign there, and we'll be so happy. And thank you for doing a wonderful thing by being part of Nigeria Wash International. And I would like to press on by calling on Mr. Jonathan to give us his own within the space of 3 minutes. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will quickly say this on the event today in honor of Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. May his soul rest in peace. I will have it on my notes when the video was showed, but there was no time to comment on it. But let me use this moment to do that. And also want to thank Rochas Okorocha, the former governor of Imo State, for the statement that he made. I'm happy he made that statement. He condemned the continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu, and he called for his release, if anything, on the ground or in honor of Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. He said further that we should shun the politics of hate and embrace peace and justice. But I don't want to go beyond that. I really wanted to make an argument based on the discussion that we've been having yesterday and that has taken most of our time also today. But I will not go there. I will not go there. For the respect of Nnamdi Kanu, today, I will not go there today. And in honor of Senator Ifeanyi Ubah. But subsequently, the advice that the advice that the former governor of Imo State, Okorocha, gave, I'm not going to go there, irrespective of who he is and where the advice he gave and where the advice, came from. I don't want to go deeper. Again, as I've said, because it has to do with what we discussed today. But I will not go there. In honor of, more importantly, in honor of Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, at least for today, for now, and also in respect of Nnamdi Kanu. I'll give it to them for today, but that's why I always say, anything that we say, we must always look at it. Will I still be consistent going forward based on the argument that I'm making today? If there's any reason, even the slightest one, that this argument will not make me to be consistent, it will be better to just let go. So I will just end it there. I just want to say, yes, I'm happy for that comment made today. At least someone is speaking, irrespective of who he is, his antecedent, whatever. But I'm happy that he spoke. We need more of that.
10 seconds left.
And he gave it at a very conspicuous stage that Nigerians were watching. The entire leadership of Nigeria, they were watching. So I'm happy for that. So I will leave it there for today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you for giving us a great submission there, and thank you for what you've spoken. And may God continue to give you wisdom. In short, every one of us wisdom, so that we'll be able to speak truth in this matter and in the state of our country. Like I always say, the best of us, this is the best of Nigeria speaking today. And the best of Nigeria are out there. We want it to come back together again and drive that nation to where it's supposed to be. And if that happens, we all will be glad and we'll find a way of going back to invest, because that is the mindset that we have here. We want to invest in our father's land. We want to do great things. We want to bring back the knowledge we've acquired and want to bring it back home. Irrespective of that, I would like to say again, we are doing a great work here, and let us continue to do that work. Let us continue to research. As you research, you are doing a great thing to so many Nigerians out there, because what will I say? A lot of people are busy, but when they sit and watch Naija Watch, they are refreshed, because most of them don't really follow what is going on in the Nigerian media, because Nigerian media can be deceptive. But we are analyzing it as we see it. We are giving them authentic information, unadulterated one, from the Naija Watch TV. And once again, I'll say thank you to Naija Watch for giving us this platform. And most especially, I want to thank our mommy in diaspora for giving birth to a great patriot, a great son of the soil that came from a great land, the Benin Kingdom. I'd like to thank you, mommy. You are simply the most adorable, the most blessed, and you are a pillar. And I want to thank you once again. May God continue to give you good health and bless you in Jesus' mighty name. Now we are getting closer to the end of this segment of the program. I would like to call on Mr. Chris Dublin, my main man brother from the Dublin line. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, well, I still laugh since for my brother here. Progressive NG. You want to make me choke. I don't laugh since, well, let me compose myself and continue. Black Panther, I want to thank you for this wonderful job you've done today. You are still doing. And good luck continue to strengthen you, even as you continue to fight for the emancipation of our nation from the shackles of underdevelopment. Black Panther, thank you so much. I would like to also join Naija Watch and Mr. Jonathan in saying Okorocha did well for, calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It's the proper thing that any person should do, whether he meant it or not. I think it's in order. Nnamdi Kanu does not deserve to be going through whatever he's going through for whatever it is. What has the man done? Even if he has done those things, he has gone to the court, from the lowest court to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, for the first time in history, has to send them back again. The Supreme Court could have taken a position, and that would have been the end of the issue. But for whatever it is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a symbol of what he is. Nobody can take that away from him. Then my brother, Progressive NG. So you they listen to us every day, Progressive NG, and they give you shout outs every day. There's a segment I call the people we know. I go, they mention your name. You come, you don't feel acknowledge that one. Say how that they, even if you're not there, will they recognize it now? No matter. Now that why you can't talk. It's okay, no wahala. And again, my brother, I don't talk about objectivity for Okpewolo. Now two things now I talk. The first thing I say, you see this flyover, so because we don't talk about time here. I say because we don't talk about time here. So as they can respond, it's also good. May we acknowledge them, so that in moving forward, any other thing where we want, we still talk but I even talk about the current court clash, that if we still proffer solution with the hope, say then go still pick on them. So now that one make now one of the things where I talk with that. And the second one, if you listen well, I talk say before I go even they give Okorocha credit. Now not until the Supreme Court don't give the final judgment. I say these things when they do so, all of them are window dressing. So the being objective or whatever, it never even come. Now my statement be that if you listen well. And lastly, I won't be APC. You say that your party have won. I won't be APC member. Officially, I won't be member of any political party. And I talk here like 1,000 times before the campaign, during the campaign, and after the campaign that say no politician. I don't call any politician. I didn't even discuss this last gubernatorial election with any person, no political party. Everything I said was mainly from what I feel, how I feel it. No, zero affiliation to any political party. So now so we see even the day Olumide Akpata come here, and Nigeria Watch even mention and say this one are one of your ardent supporter here, you know. So now so it be, but it's good to have you. And no, we always ask after you. Just yesterday again, I still give you a shout out. So I believe so next time you go reciprocate before you go criticize me. Well, I know it's politics. It's just about the betterment of the state. And like I always say, it's important. If we are making our submission, no matter how it is, we can use our different characteristics, but it has to begin and end with our submission. No need to carry anything forward, because eventually we are going to leave this world for the next generation to come. We are all just doing our bits. So in conclusion, my brother, it's good to have you once again, and everybody that has been on the platform today, thank you so much, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. I extend my profound greeting to you for giving us this platform to express ourselves every day. And of course, Mommy Diaspora, thank you, Mommy, for all you do, for the role you are playing, the role you are still playing, and the role you are going to play in the future. Like Black Panther said, you have become, or you have been a pillar of this platform, and you are still a pillar, and you continue to be a pillar. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Mr. Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you very much.
Thank
my
you.
amiable Chris Dublin.
Yeah.
God bless you, sir. I say amen to all your prayers. And I want to say right here, I'm going to present Dr. CM. But before I present Dr. CM to take his last word, I would like to say this, which I took that word from his. He said, there's one thing he said. He said, not to be perfect, but be better. You see, that word is key. It touches the heart. Not to be perfect, but be better. If it is better, we'll work on it. We're going to ride on it until we get it to a point whereby the institution will fly on their own and manage the country as it is in other Western world. Dr. CM, I present you. The floor is yours. Give us your take.
Anyway, thank you, Black Panther. At least today you moderated. You see, say the thing not easy. Although you are even talking more than the panelists, but that is to be that is to be allowed anyway. Thank you very much for the good work. I mean, that is part of the skill. People should have the skill to control. I mean, to moderate and then put things in order. Niger Watch, thank you very much. Like we are saying, today is still it's just a mixed development. In fact, let me say this. As much as I took interest in Edo election during campaign, now my interest is even doubling, a tripled self, because I want to be hearing anything coming out from Edo every day. Not really, I'm not expecting bad news, but I want to see competition. Demand that whoever is there now, you should be able to look around and you have a lot of good things to copy around. So there's no mercy, or there's no reason to give. The money is pouring in from Abuja, albeit that our naira is losing value, but they are getting billions now every month, every state. Some said maybe 3 times what they were getting in the past under Buhari. So there is more money coming to the states now. I agree. But this will now be a test of how do you manage it. And I urge every Edo citizen, don't look away, whether it's your party or not, because the money is not meant for SDP people or APC or PDP. It's for everybody, whether you belong to party or not. So this is the best time to ask questions. What has they done with it? If it's possible to know how much that comes every month, but in this case, let the criticism be constructive. Point them in the direction you want. If you see anything good, forget about abroad, because people may say abroad. Just look around Nigeria. If it's in River State or Akwa Ibom, you saw something, shout it. We deserve such. We can copy from each other. Development as in so fast, and let me repeat. Anybody who will say, I don't want to steal money, you will succeed. So far, you are not interested in stealing money, and you don't want to waste it, because every month the billions will be flowing in. It depends on what you do with it. So I urge Okpewolo, all those buccaneers around you, start now to disappoint them. Start now to free yourself. Whatever the tribunal says, start now to write your name in gold. Even if you are there for 2-3 months, they will say, but when he came in here, look at the pronouncement, look at this. Don't please Oshomole, or you wait for, before you make policy statement, you wait what Oshomola and Ize Yamu will say. No, the thing belongs to you now. If they come out and say anything, after all, Oshomola has been a governor. So Ize Yamu has tried, he couldn't get it, but you never know. So be your own man. Go around the Edo state now, where we couldn't go through during the campaign. Move around, see things for yourself, make estimate, bring, if you want to do any construction, bring it before the cabinet, tell them this is what you want to do and why you want to do it, and this is how you are going to do it. As for cut, kick back, kick front, tell them no, Edo people do not want it. Possibly communicate more. This is not a case of you don't talk. If you don't talk, people will go and be issuing statement on your behalf, and that won't be nice. Go to radio station, if not pidgin, use it and talk to them that this is a situation, this is what we are doing. Announce it before you even do it. You tell them that you've agreed on this and this is what your cabinet. That way people will be listening. Don't wait for people to come and raise your hand up in a motor park. It's not it. If there is a man, or if there is a
Round up
governor,
within 10 seconds, sir.
yes, if there is a governor they are going to scrutinize very well, like never before, it is you, the Edo governor. Forget about others because of how you came to power, but you can still sit down, say this is the money that belongs to Edo people, and this is the way it should be spent. If you keep with this principle, you will win a lot of people over. Thank you, Black Panther, and good night, everybody.
Thank you very much. We have come to the conclusion of this TV channel for the day. And I would like to say something before we round up. I would like to say to the Edo Light, let us be very, in terms of looking at our state, let us holistically analyze it and critically bring out the point. I want us to start bringing out whatever we want to see in Edo State. Because look at what we did here. We talk about bridges, and now the government is taking it. So we should try as much as possible to bring solutions. Because like Nigeria says, yes, a lot of people are listening. Their ears are on the ground. They are listening to us. And they are using our whatever we say as a way of, trying to do things, listening to the advice and do what we speak here. So it's not by our might, it's just God's wisdom that He has given unto us. So I would like to say here, let us speak, let us give them the solution and expect them despite they are all corrupt, expect them to do something about it. On this note, I would like to hand over the channel to the CEO, the Nigeria Watch TV, I want Nigeria Watch himself, Mr. Elvis. I would like to hand over it to you. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us this opportunity. Nigeria Watch. Is Nigeria Watch not there? If it's not there, I would like us to do one thing here. I want us to bring a lot of things out from inside of us that will make it progressive. But I'm not going to moderate, but we are going to take ourselves one after the other, in a very accurate and, in a civilized way, so that they can understand. Because that time, sometimes it's beautiful. I would like us to do a rig round, zigzag analysis of everything holistically. Can bring a point, you can discuss on it. So it's going to be an open house, but we'll take it, allow the other man to speak. If he lands, you take over from him like that, as we have already been doing. That's the culture here. So I want us to maintain the culture and speak. Over to you. The floor is open to everyone.
Well, for me, Black Panther, may I not to get too many things to talk. I think we don't discuss today well. So this Obasanjo matter, if you want, now that one tell no bad leader, where go they divide everybody, So now it just be the thing. We don't discuss them. Well, for whatever it is, the next thing now I do state, at least as I do state be, maybe we still say as it will be. But eventually, Nigeria is a very complex place. No matter what it is, all this discussion, talk, one day, it go yield fruit. It don't dey yield, sha. It don't dey yield fruit. Don't they yield? But we go still do it. We go continue to the hammer our position, our points as much as we can. Hopefully, and this poll will learn for once to just face that part of democracy and continue along that line. But it's just that we have so many crooks and so many dictators in powers, and the people that don't believe in constitutional democracy, the rule of law. What they believe in is the rule of men and their personal will and aggrandizement. You can't rule a nation by your whims and caprices. I think that's the major bane of all our leaders. It's the albatross. Unfortunately, we have to hang around their neck for a very long time, unless they choose the path of democracy, participatory democracy. But for now, keep our fingers crossed and see how it goes.
Okay. Since I'm not able to speak, I will speak on this issue, and on the AOB issue, and most especially, I would like to peg it on education. Educating an average Edo Pikin. The reason why I'm going there is because I've been able to go through a lot of programs coming from the Eastern Bloc of Nigeria. And I have observed one thing, which is very paramount. And a lot of Nigerians have not been able to really observe it. If you look at the educational structure in the eastern side of Nigeria, it is well organized. And every government that comes into power in the East, I will not say 100%, but I'll give them 75%, which is a pass mark. They've always looked at the educational structures, educational program of their state. Because if you build your education and you commit 20% or 25% to education, you are building the future. And that future you are building, that thing you are doing for the state, you are building people who is going to handle them. And you start from where? Education.
And it's not only education. It's not just building a house and putting chairs in. You have to, our Edo State, His Excellency, Okpebulu. Please, sir, you need to dedicate 25% of your budget and focus it on education. We need quality, not quantity. If you have to just suppose and give you an example of the Enugu state government, not to talk of Abia, you have to give the Edo Pikin the future. You are building bridges, but you need to educate people on how to maintain the bridges. Because we have seen in Lagos, bridges were built, and what happened? People were cooking under the bridge. Flame were coming, and that is not supposed to be so, because that kind of act is damaging the bridge. So we must start from the foundation. We must educate, give quality education. That we bring in computers. We need to make them know that computers, we are in the computer world, because you need to introduce the computer into the curriculum of our educational system in Edo State. It's not politics. We are not politicking. We need to see it as we are seeing the Enugu State government, and our teachers need to be upgraded on how to use facilities, modern facilities, to educate the youth, the futures of Edo State. If we don't do that, what we are seeing now, where the tigers and lions are coming out, is a child's play. We think that these people that are lions and tigers, they are going to give birth to saints. It ain't going to happen. But we need to put structures on ground that will make children, make your primary, secondary education compulsory, and it must be free. Because those state people are paying their tax. They are contributing to the welfare and development of the state. So therefore, please, sir, Your Excellency, as you focus on the roads, you must focus on the foundation of Edo State, and that is our youth education in any area. But our education must be quality education, not quantity. Quality education. The one they talk about Edo Best is just a side. It's a play, child's play from what the Enugu State government has introduced. A new bill was ushered in, and that bill has given birth to a new system of education that has never been seen. Because the one we see here is just carrying iPad and talk. But this one, we saw it where they use the computer, what we have, to educate our children so that they will not be afraid of using that iPad. They'll be abreast to it, and they will know how to maneuver it. And come to think about it, go and look at the labs, the science lab, and go and look at the engineering lab where they are teaching the students how to build robots. Because we are in a robotic world, whether we like it or not, AI is going to take a lot of our things, a lot. So they've already started building, educating the Enugu State student on how to look at AI, on how to build things, use the AI technology to build things. They've already introduced it. You see, robotic. Now, before you know it, they'll start building, trying to build what they call it, the aerodrome that flies. These are what we want. We want our children, we catch them young in terms of technology so that we can follow it up as they get into university or one of these tertiary institutions. Not only university, we must also make our tech schools work, because not everybody will go into university. We must, our state government should emphasize also on our tech school, whereby you teach them on, if they want to learn how to build, furniture, they want to learn how to do various things, fishery, modern day fishery, learn how to do so many things that they can have. They can build on that. If you look at the world now, Western world, people, artisans, are the movers and shakers of the Western world. They don't lack money because you need them every day. So I advise, this is just an advice from a voice that love Edo, that love Nigeria, and believe that we can do it. So this is all I have to say. We must start educating the future of Edo State. That is what is going to turn around Edo State as a whole. Thank you.
Well, education is it anyway. So without that, we know. Mandela said education is the instrument you can use to change the world. Our governors, but even before, I know it requires a lot of heavy funding, but any governor who will assure himself that he's not going to steal money, there is no way. Okay, look at what the former governor of Delta State is going through, although it's a revelation. Ifeanyi Okowa, all those billion they are spending, what if he had invested it in Delta? All those billion, trillion, this, even if it might not be up to 1.3 trillion, but the billions they are calling, what will it take to salvage Delta secondary and primary schools? It's just that when people want to be greedy, they will be. But for all I know, any governor who will convince himself that he's not going to steal money, the person will accomplish a lot, because every month the billions will keep coming from Abuja. They are getting money. Just use it to do something. Even if you want to do infrastructure roads, you do quality one that can last at least 20, 30 years. Do it very well. The people will appreciate. We are not ungrateful people. When we see something, now that there's internet, whatever you are doing, it gets all over the world. If you are doing the right thing, people will always hail you. The fact that Okpewolo is talking of flagging off a flyover in Benin, everybody is shouting. It means the people are serious. They are anxious to see development, but then you do it the right way. That's all. Don't go and shortchange them, because people just go into government just because of what they are going to steal. Sometimes look at the past governors. Every day you are standing trial. Either you are stealing this or stealing that. What are you going to do with it? There are amount of billions you will carry. You won't be able to spend all of them till you die. So why all those things? Rebuild the institution, rebuild the infrastructure, everything, education and health. That is what determines Human Development Index, HDI, education, healthcare. Okay, security and a bit of infrastructure, but mainly education. If you do it, then you're on the right path. People won't blame you, but we must continue to say it here. Yes, it's good to build good roads, but remember that the future generation must be educated. Otherwise, there will not be a raw material for Boko Haram, for tout, for bandits. The people you fail to educate today will be an obstacle to your children who you educated. So why must you have that? To me, education should carry the lion's share. Then infrastructure based on need, but education first. Give them skill. Even if the person is leaving Nigeria, he will be happy to leave. He has gotten a skill. IT is there, coding system, there are a lot of things somebody can do, so that the person gets a bit of what is it called, skill. Secondary school, we might not continue doing the way it is done 1980. You have to juggle it. Sometimes you even teach people what the market demands. It might not just be ancient history, but what really do you need? When you come out, employers will be looking for this, you teach them. And if we might have revolution in education, why can't we say henceforth we have 50-50? 50% 50 through the usual literacy and the literacy and the numeracy in secondary school, then the other 50 vocation, where you have a special school. What they teach there is carpentry and welding. What about that? You have another school specialized in electrical wiring and plastering. that or plumbing, electrical wiring and plumbing. The other one carpentry and welding. These four things, if you can do it, there's no way the person may get a job, and it will also help us to improve that the workforce. Because in Nigeria, in my part of the world, people always tell you, if you want a tiler, somebody who will set ties for you or interlocking ties, everything, say go to Benin Republic, you import them, keep them in your house, feed them for about 3-4 months. They are going to be there and they do the job for you. Why can't Nigerians do it? And there is money. So let them have if they are listening, a special school. 2 skills. If you go there, you learn carpentry, you learn welding. The other one, you learn bricklaying, stroke plastering, and then you learn electrical wiring. So these are some of the things we need. There is no way you will be out of job because you are in demand. People are building houses, people are doing this. Then you have to improve the building industry or any other thing they may need. If you have the ability, you go to secondary school. From there, you proceed to university, so that not every year you see 100,000 graduate from university. Ideally, it shouldn't be more than 2,000 or maybe 4 that ought to have gone to university. The remaining 90 something are just a waste. They won't know anything. They will go there and cause confusion. So it's better you look in the direction of vocational education. That will be good. You're giving people skill. They are not better. You are not a face. You do not belong to the lower class in the society if you come out from that type of school, because you get money. 2-3 people can set up, or you get an automobile where you can service any type of car. There should be a school, even if it's one in a state or 2. If you want it, you go there, boarding you, train you there for good 4 years. You learn it and come out. There's no way you can know the job. The 4 years people will spend going to university, after your secondary school, you can go there and learn it. 3-4 years, you've gotten your skill. So that is what I mean. Maybe it will take a state, one particular state, to tinker with it, and then the rest will follow suit. But I see there's a future, so that you can't tell me when you get to the age of 25, you've acquired a skill. You might say, I'm a plasterer, I can lay ties for you, and then you start getting job and do it professionally well, not because you could be taught. You may even write a master craft exam on it. So that is what our education cannot just be the old way. You increase teacher salary, yes, that is good, but let's just be novel or have a radical approach to it. Move the next generation, tell them about vocation. That will help. It will complement a lot of things. For every 1,000 that graduated, 600, 700 will become somebody. So what about that? Not all people will say, well, I've learned this thing for 4 years in a formal school, structured with the program. That's well-structured program. You don't just start to be a mechanic, immediately you start losing. They will teach you even the basic physics in a way you will understand. Any car you see the way you hear a car sound, you've already known where the problem is. So something like that, that is learning, that is education. That's what I would like to see. If I'm to be an advisor to one of these governors, let them try it. It takes one state to try it, others will follow, and it will help. That way, we improve the skill set, create job, and then drain the swamp where all these nefarious activities, where they go and recruit people for kidnapping, for everything, for all this. So it's a win-win situation either way. That's what I have to say. Hey, thank you. I think I beg to take my leave. Black Panther.
Give us our mandate. You just came in. Can you say something?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. Mr. Elvis, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come in. Mommy, that's what I greet you. I greet everyone. Thank you very much for the time spent here. I think all well said and done today, and I think to what the CM was saying, so that special skills. Because if you look at it, as they are building, they need electricians, they need tilers, they need plumbers, and the way things are even going now, with the way things are going, these things will be in high demand as things progress. So why not start getting people ready? Why not start putting them in the pipeline to get them ready, and as they come out, they can leverage on those skills. Then on the issue of Okorochas, I was going to ask you, Black Panther, if Peter Gregory comes out today and speak about Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu, are we going to be asking him why did he speak all this while? This is not a battery. I'm not batching and just trying. So what I'm trying to say is that at this point we just need everyone to speak. It doesn't matter when they come out to say it. The good thing is that everyone is speaking because the man must be released. If Peter Obi comes to speak today, we will applaud him. Let everybody speak on behalf of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So he's a Nigerian. He's a fellow brother. He's a human being. He's not supposed to be where he is today. Most of the guy is fighting for the liberation of the Nigerian people. And I want people to really understand that Mazi is not only fighting for the Easterners. The cry and the fight of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is for all Nigerians. It's for all Nigerians. So everyone speaking, continue to speak. Let's continue to hammer it and say it. Hopefully they can hear, and then let him go. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu needs to be released. He needs to be free. He needs to be let go. He didn't offend anybody in Nigeria. He didn't offend Nigerian government. In fact, as a matter of fact, Nigerian government is the one that offended Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They need to release him. They need to apologize to him. They need to pay him ransom for everything they did to him because they humiliated him. They humiliated Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They took away his dignity. They took away his rights. They took away his dignity because one thing is, this guy has dual citizenship. This guy is like, okay, so how is Tinubu different from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? How is Akpabio different from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? So they stripped him of his dignity. They stripped him of his pride. Release him. Let him go. The guy did not offend you. As a matter of fact, release him and pay him. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Apologize to him and pay him. Pay him. It needs to be paid. It needs to be paid, and not small money. A lot of money needs to be paid to him because you guys did you strip him of his humanity. Then going to Okorocha. Well, I think to what Mr. Elvis was saying earlier, and then Mr. Chris Dobley, and I would like for us to be careful, to be honestly careful. Let's not quickly either applaud this current government or either criticize them. Let's watch what they are doing. And Black Panther, I will honestly appreciate. I don't think to the Enugu state government that you're talking about, I've not seen what they did. I mean, I've not seen. They're not doing anything, but I don't think I've seen it in the Nigerian mainstream media. I don't know if anybody have that proof of what the guy is doing, but for me, I've not seen what the person is doing. That I want
you know what is happening? The mainstream media, they don't. I don't know what is wrong with them. They don't go about looking for project that government are doing. They are waiting for you to come and pay them so that they can come. That is what they are doing.
We have people of Ghana that can testify to what the guy is doing.
They are not. It is all those people that have like Niger Watch and other channel that are on YouTube that are going about looking at what each government are doing. Nigerians don't even know. Nigerians don't know.
But how can we justify or say of the truth that these people going around, they are covering the truth, they are covering the actual
No, the school is not the development in that state. It's not fake. I want you to go log into Afia Media. Afia Media is is an instant and it's a terrestrial TV. They are carrying all the Eastern governor. The way they are progressive in their governance, they are bringing it out. All the things they are doing, they are bringing it out. And most of the schools that were built in Enugu State, the United Nations Educational Fund Trust have gone there. Ministry of Education has gone there. The Nigerian NGOs, they've all gathered themselves to go and see the prototype enacted by law of the Enugu State school. It's simply where we can start, and it makes education look, people will get hungry to go to school. So on behalf of myself and I would like to say I bow out this night to take a rest so that we can get ourselves prepared for tomorrow. So Nigeria Watch and Nigeria Watch family, Mommy in diaspora, everyone that have come to this channel, I said to you all, may God bless us all and good night.